Group 1 winner last year at the Vic Peters, and heats for that race are only just around the corner a couple of weeks' time. He's $1.12 Bandit Ned, $8.50 Summer Key, $11 Orinka Molly, 26 unidentified. They're set to run 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 Orinka Molly, 26 unidentified. 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 Set to run Orinka Molly, 26
Same quotes, New South Wales, $14 best across the board. Summer Key, obviously no place dividend, just the 4 runners going around. No place dividend, 7 your runners going around. Let's head to race 7 your runners going around. Let's head to race 7 your runners going around. Let's head to race 7 your runners going around. Let's head to race 7 your runners going around. Let's head to race 7 your runners going around. Let's head to race 7 your runners going around.
by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer, 3 metres, Ugachuck a third, 12 away Trumpy by Nick Holtzhauer. One by one, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. 1 by 1, 3 metres to our true colours, 3 back to pegs. What do they straighten up? Young Gifted and Black 3 metres. Ugachuck to the outside. Out true colours. Young Gifted and Black 3 metres. Ugachuck to the outside. Out true colours. Ugachuck to the outside. Young Gifted and Black out true colours. Out true colours. Ugachuck to the outside. 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 Ugachuck to the outside
It was the big drifter, Uga Chaka goes 390 out of 7. It was the big drifter, Uga Chaka goes 390 out of 7. It was the big drifter, Uga Chaka goes 390 out of 7. It was the big drifter, Uga Chaka goes 390 out of 7. It was the big drifter, Uga Chaka goes 390 out of 7.
Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of the fourth leg. Welcome back our Sky audience as well for the running of
Race number 9 from Rocky over the 407 metres. Race number 9 from the Wendy over the 407 metres. Quick look at the late market here. Season tab number 5 heading Quick look yellow rug. This will be the ultimate. Then Spot on Harper. Winner 2 runs ago. This will be the last that third. Spot on Harper. Winner 2 runs ago. 50. Comes away on Stanley. 330 out of 10. Winner 2 runs ago. Talk about away on Stanley. 330 out of 10. And hasn't budged today.
On, I'd suggest backable late at 155 via Harmony, courtesy of that better box draw. Gets a bit of late support, $4 back into 310. So behind the start and about to load away race 9, Q-Bred final won by Barely Friendly for Ken Booty, narrowly over the Kennelmate Pereira. Blue Jeans Talk Friendly's boy. It's a Booty first 4 in the Q-Bred final. Race 9, green lights on. Set to go. Racing, Y Harmony ping the lead, straight to the early lead. Spot on Harper trying to get across to the rail. Cop the check, it's back to 4th as Y Harmony leads. Blazing Brothers Vibranium give chase. 2 away, Spot on Harper's about 8 off the speed. It's got a lot of work to do. Tokyo Dreamer, Nanny's Magic, last of all, Charlie Tristan. Y Harmony's out by 6. Spot on Harper starts to go through the gears now, but Y Harmony's pinched a break, and Y Harmony will be too good. 4 on an unlucky. Spot on Harper in second. 5 away, Tokyo Dreamer third. Then Vibranium, Charlie Tristan, Nanny's Magic, Blazing Brothers in about 23.70.
Y Harmony bolts in $3.10 on the local tote. Hopefully that holds up. $2.90 and $2.10. Wowee compared to the $1.60 starting price fixed. Y Harmony scores, pays well. Spot on Harper $1.20. Tokyo Dreamer at even money.
And now I'll tell them your name.
Do you know, while the COVID-19 pandemic has hurt pubs and clubs, foreign-owned bookmakers like Sportsbet and Ladbrokes all send their profits offshore with no benefit to local pubs or the community.
Enough is enough. It's time for fair play.
The playing field becomes more even is the distribution of tax back into our community rather than somebody else's. Now that can be hospitals, research, health research, roads, schools.
I'm joining the campaign to support fair play.
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 We are calling fair play.
Support our call for fair play. Authorised by Aussie Fair Play Coalition Proprietary Limited, Melbourne.
Take the tripper deal of a lifetime to Japan, Alaska or India. Plus now you can earn and use Qantas points on every holiday thanks to a new partnership with Qantas. Book now at tripperdeal.com.au.
Grade 6 and 7 over the 390 sees Unleashed Kalinda heavily backed as fave. They put up $1.65 with the tab yesterday, $1.40 this morning, now $1.33. KNG X-Style 5 and rock solid. Hal Zeus 11 into 10.
Earlier with Aston Sebring. I had a win with Aston Sebring. And he's got the favourite here from box number 1, Unleashed Kalinda. So runners getting set, moving in for race 9. Race 9 of the night, they are moving in. Thompson Kennel, of course, also won with Solace, so they're shooting for a treble. And the favourite here, Unleashed Kalinda's got box 1. Last of them going in, they're nearly right to go. 390 the trip, last of them in. Green lights on, they're set to go. Ready now. Racing. Unleashed Kalinda very slow out and then copped the check early, and Kanji Exiled over to lead from Classy Shifter. There's Unleashed Kalinda whipping around the outside as Classy Shifter and Dixie Vegas got into trouble. Kanji Exiled leads Unleashed Kalinda, well back Hydro Glide, Hail the Zeus, followed by Lily the Thief, but in the straight it's Kanji's Exiled in front. Unleashed Kalinda charging down the centre and might have got there in the last stride. Unleashed Kalinda from Kanji Exiled, and they finished well clear to Hydro Glide, Lily the Thief, followed by Hail Zeus, and the others well out of play, Classy Shifter and Dixie Vegas after big trouble early, and the run there is around about 22-24, and it's a photo. Not going to be much in this between 1 and 6. Kanji Exiled and Unleashed Kalinda hit it locked together in a photo in 22-24. 8:55, 22-24, and it's a photo between 1 and 6. Kanji Exiled and Unleashed Kalinda. He's done a big job after bombing the start, the red. It's pretty close here at the finish. 8:55, 22-24, and 6 has hung on. Kanji Exiled has just won number 6. Beats 1 Unleashed Kalinda. 6 beats 1 in 22-25, and the third number to come. It's 8:55, 13:70, 22-25, 6-1-4-3-4.
6143, your numbers 22-25. The time Kanji Exile wins dividends on screen. We're going to head to Darwin for race number 5. This quick look at the market here for a grade 5 at Dash. Another 8, $2.80 heads betting, out from $2.50. Sitting alongside Misdemeanor, 310 into $2.80. Good Charlotte, 460 out of 5s. Dr. Topaz, 750 into $5.50. The damage was done yesterday with the tab. Open up as much as $12. Craig Sants calling all the action as he always does. 3, 8, 1 and 7. Good evening to you, Craig, for the first time from myself.
Has broken 22 here and is back here fresh up tonight. I was had a little freshen up, so it's equal favourite with 1 another 8. It was a bit out of sorts here on Sunday night, didn't get much luck and drifted back in a race behind leading Diva. 8 Good Charlotte at $5 is in the market, along with 2 Dr. Topaz at $5.50 and 7 Lovely Xena at $6.50. The other 2 at big odds. So race number 5, the Sky Racing. Another 8 will try and take advantage from that inside box, and Misdemeanor with the vacant box to its outside looks an advantage for it. And we're getting close to start time now. In fact, just ticking over now, waiting for these greyhounds to be called in. Wentworth Park not too far behind us here. So they're moving in now. Another 8 going in with Misdemeanor, Misconduct and Outside Chance take their spots. Lovely Xena just struggling to find its best form at the moment. Hasn't had much luck with the boxes either. Doesn't like to draw in Lovely Xena, but not a bad class race for it. And now the evens taking their spots. Dr. Topaz, See Me Bespoked, and Good Charlotte, an honest performer. So we're set to go now for the Sky Racing. Favourite at $2.81, another 8, just shading 3 Misdemeanor. Green light on, lure in motion. Set. Away, another 8 seemed to go up with the lids and missed the start, and Lovely Xena took advantage with Good Charlotte. There, 1-2 early stages, then another 8. Misdemeanor's getting around the outside of Dr. Topaz, but spots a start. Behind those Misconducts, See Me Bespoke, the leader down the side, Lovely Xena. Good Charlotte 2 lengths away, a gap then on the inside to Dr. Topaz, but Lovely Xena drives to the line, the winner. Back in winning form, Lovely Xena beating Good Charlotte, Misdemeanor, and then Dr. Topaz, another 8 in behind those Misconducts, See Me Bespoke.
7, 8, 3 and 2, Lovely Xena, 7.30, $3.90 wins. Good Charlotte, 2.70, Misdemeanor, no third dividend. Now let's head to Wenty Park for race number 9. Please note the 3 and 5 boxes are both spare. We don't share. Following back-to-back wins, 2.30 into 2.20. Turbo Cash, 2.90 into 2.50. Cash Magic, 2.90 out to $4.80 goes the opposite. Bang Bang Buy, 11s out to 14s, and nothing else to report. This fave, We Don't Share, looking to make it 3 on the bounce. Matty Jackson's thoughts ahead of this event. He think it can. 6, 1, 2 and 8.
$4 Bang Bang Buy at 11 to 13. But the favourite is number 6 here. We Don't Share. 2.20, 2.50. Turbo Cash, 4.80 Cash Magic. Runners at the start here, race number 9. 4.80 Cash Magic. Runners at the start here, race number 9. So they're down at the start here, race number 9 on the program. Favourite here, number 6, We Don't Share. Favourite here, number 6, We Don't Share. A nice record. A nice record. It's going for 3 in a row. Winner of 3 of 7 overall, and of course the $1 Million Chase maiden winner here. Going back 6 weeks ago. He's the favourite. $2 about him. $2.40 Turbo Cash. $2 about him. $2.40 Turbo Cash. 6 of 18. It's had 2 starts here at Wenty Park for 2 runner-up placings. The first of those was behind Club Model. The second, Our Amelia. Both very smart greyhounds in their own right. Cash Magic comes to Wentworth Park for the first time. The littermate to Turbo Cash steps up in distance, but has the good draw. Has been a big drifter, however, on the fixed odds. So they're loading up well. Race number 9 here tonight. So it's $2 we don't share. $2.40 Turbo Cash. $5. $50 about Cash Magic. The last of them placed in. Green light is switched on. Lewis in motion now. Favourite box 6 here we don't share. They're ready. And they're racing. Cash Magic down on the inside was the first one to leave and will lead at the first corner from Turbo Cash, who railed up into second. We don't share third down onto the rail. And fourth is Orson Charlie. They're followed then by Suki Lala and Bang Bang By. Down the back, Turbo Cash moved up and went past the leader mate Cash Magic. We don't share. The favourite's got to the outside. He's 2 lengths off the leader around the turn. Turbo Cash had a kick. Shot away from We Don't Share, who could offer no resistance. And Turbo Cash bounded clear late, won by 3.5. We don't share. Photo third, Cash Magic or Suki Lala. Then Orson Charlie and Bang Bang By. The time 29.99. Number 2,
264, your numbers. The Red Rug runs home into 4th. 264.1. Turbo Cash, $2.60, $1.20. We don't share, $1.60. Suki Lala, no third dividend. Race number 10 from Terralgan. Quick look at the late cash before we do join the team on track once again. And $2.90. Chop Scotch from the inside, out from $2.50 this morning. Parkour, $3.60 out to $3.80. Rasputin, $4.60 into $4.20. Fractured, $7 currently on offer, out from 6s this morning. Ambush, 6 out to 9. Anything else being back for $26 into 15s. Billy Bob Jordan has a few fans, as does Night Zipper, 41 into 23.
4 is now $4.20. Fractured $5.50 out to 7, and the other runner for Ned McDonald ambushed $5.50 out to 9. So both the McDonald runs have been easy. Billy Bob Jordan, the local at longer odds, 26 into 15 is now $16, and they're at the start. Okay, Dave, they're at the start here. Race 10, good field. This one for the 450 metres here. Mixed 4-5s engaged. Nice lineup, and the favourite here, Chop Scotch at $3. Been a bit easy. $2.40 out to 3. Money coming for Rasputin late, and the runners at the start about to get set. So Chop Scotch $2.40 out to 3 on fixed odds. Rasputin continues to firm. It's into $3.80 from an opening quote of $5.50. It's been a late firmer. In between those runners in betting, Park Hour around the $3.50 mark, firming in slightly as well from $3.80. It's bursting to win one. Park Hour since resuming has been in the minor money at most of its runs. And a good quality race here. Race 10, the Fennec Curtains and Blinds. As the rain returns, the runners are now being placed away. Third last tonight. So final check of the board. Chop Scotch favourite at $3.40, $3.70 Park Hour, $3.80 Rasputin, fractured at $7, and then out to $10 for its kennel-mate ambushed. Track being cleared now. Race 10 of the night. Light is on. Lures on its way. Set at Terralgan, third last. Lures on its way. Set. Third last. Racing, and stepping smartly there was Park Hour. Rasputin underneath it, away fast and going forward as well. There was Billy Bob Jordan out 3 deep, just off those Chop Scotch as they settle. They've raced by 2 lengths to Night Zipper up to the corner. Further back was ambushed with Fractured and also Alicia. A good charge here. It's Rasputin and Park Hour neck and neck. Rasputin kicks, Park Hour comes again. They bumped on the corner. Chop Scotch behind those. It's Rasputin, Park Hour. Here's a go. Rasputin just flashing through Chop Scotch with Park Hour, and just off those runners, Fractured and Alicia for fourth. That's tight. Further back was Ambushed in a great contest. Night Zipper Billy Bob Jordan in 25.75.
Rasputin takes out an outstanding finish there in the 10th. Pays $3.40, $1.50. Kennington race number 5 up next, only 80 seconds away. 2, 3, 5 and 8 will be joining Peter O'Neill in a matter of moments' time. Please note the Red Rugs are late scratching. Midnight Shine, 260 into 230. Ollie, 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 $5 into 370. Winnie Woo Woo goes the opposite. The Kennel Mate, 280 out to $4. Goes the opposite. The Kennel Mate, 280 out to $4. Goes the opposite. The Kennel Mate, 280 out to $4.
So the runners are getting to the start for the running of the first leg of the quaddie. Race number 5, the Full of Fitness over the 520 metres. Midnight Shine at $2.30. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie at $3.90. Winnie Woo Woo at $4.40 for the running of the 5th event on the card as we count down to day 2 of Royal Ascot. Looking forward to after what was a wonderful night last night with all Aussies celebrating the brilliant sprint victory. And looking for more action there tonight, and you'll be able to see it all on Sky Racing. But Midnight Shine here at Cannington's the favourite at 2.30 for Crystal Shinners, greyhound who won on debut, ran second last start behind Winnie Woo Woo after getting an early check. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie is a greyhound who won a maiden on debut last week. Winnie Woo Woo drawn wide, but won from box number 1 last start. Both victories have come from the inside draw. And 8.50 about Special Gun, thanks Chatty, a greyhound who certainly has a lot of ability, just needs to put it all together. Late scratching of number 1 because of you through weight variation. And the runners are about to link in for the 5th event on the card. Midnight Shine's the favourite. She's drawn in box number 3. And the Tab Touch boxes are about to be loaded. Big night of chasing tomorrow night up at Albion Park, with Panama Pepper going around tomorrow evening in the Group 2 Flying Amy quickest qualifier, and although drawn wide, certainly has a big chance to do very, very well for the WA connections. The first row's in, the second row's locked away. The Tab Touch box is loaded. Midnight Shine, the favourite at 2.20. Red Light to Green. Lure on its way for the 5th, and Midnight Shine's the favourite. They're ready. Racing. Midnight Shine came out awkwardly, showing early speed up on the inside was Special Gun, and on its outside was Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Working across was Winnie Woo Woo. Scraping the dual arcs, Midnight Shine goes up to 4th. In behind them next of all was West On Cup, Ice Angel, also Your Mate. Down the back straight they travel, and still in front is Special Gun out by 3/4. In second place was Ollie, 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 who's using plenty of the track again. In third place, Midnight Shine, and then followed by Winnie Woo Woo around the home corner. Special Gun on the outside, Ollie, 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 but Special Gun wins from Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Third in was Midnight Shine, Winnie Woo Woo, then followed by Your Mate, Ice Angel, West On Cup at the rear in a time of 30 and 17.
2.538. Special Gun scores at about $9.10. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie second, and Midnight Shine at $1.04. Rocky next. Rocky next.
Hey, number 6 and one of those, please. Hey, number 6 and one of those, please.
Forgot this?
Love you, Dad.
There's a glass and a half in everyone.
He's a working class man.
Race number 10 from Rocky. We close off the card up in central Queensland. Wybro Beach, $2.10. Apologies, $3.10 is joint favourite here. Footsteps. $3.40 was shot from Mybro Beach into that quote now. Well, here Footsteps, $3 into $2.80, back out to $3.10. Velocity admits rock solid on the third line of betting, falls into $3.40, while Until Late, $3.30 out to $3.90. 51s or better for the final 3 in the market. 8, 2, 1 and 3. Thank you very much, Liam, for your work as always. 8, 2, 1 and 3.
Thanks very much, Grant. And they'll load them away shortly for race number 10. Thank you, Brody. Race 10 at Rockhampton. Tab Masters 5th grade over the 407. 1, 2, 3 and 8. There's only 80 cents separating the 4 of them. Of course, a big night coming up at Albion Park tomorrow night. Final of the Group 2 Flying Amy Puppy Classic with Group 1 prize money, $150,000 up for grabs, part of the Tab Queensland Greyhound Winter Racing Carnival. And of course the Group 3 dashing course there for the Stayers as well, a last chance to perhaps put your name forward for the Super Stayers the following week. Look forward to being on track at Albion Park tomorrow night with Jason Lincoln. Bring you all the action from a wonderful night at Albion Park. Green light for the last. Ready? Racing here, Footsteps out wide began well. Speed from Lockie's Girl in the middle. It's going to lead here. Footsteps until late, and Velocity Admit. Mybro Beach is back midfield. Surreal, and last of all is Sienna's Ace in front. The roughy Lockie's Girl challenged by here. Footsteps certainly close enough. 3 away until late, and Mybro Beach is running home well. Here, Footsteps in front. Mybro Beach, the inside is rolling through now. Up goes Mybro Beach, took the lead. Defeated Lockie's Girl. Here, Footsteps third. Fourth, and then came Velocity Admit, followed by Sienna's Ace until late dropped out, and Surreal near the rear.
Mybro Beach wins $3 and $1.30. Lockie's Girl $7.60. Here, Footsteps $1.30. 1, 4 and 8. Mybro Beach, well tried, concludes the card up in Rocky.
Burst from the boxes this Thursday night. On races 1 to 6 at Sandown Park, Dapto, Albion Park and Angle Park, back a winner on the tote and its winnings paid. Plus, you'll stake back as a bonus bet up to $25. Tab. Long may we play. Gamble responsibly.
Yeah, I hated watching the game with mates because the Ashley and Martin adverts would come on and they'd always be like, is it time for your turning point, Tay-Tay?
Make today your turning point, and the doctors at Ashley and Martin could help regrow your hair. Doctors at Ashley and Martin could help regrow your hair.
Race number 6 from Darwin, less than a minute away. Tab number 5, $2.70 of shopping, that is bailing out. Tab number 7 on the second line. They do have a spare draw inside it. Bindi Girl, $3.60 into $2.90, back out to $4. Everything else drifting further down the board. Your Fay bailing out is looking for win number 2 at start number 4 over the track and trip, and it's jumped from box number 5 and 1 before. Selections here for Craig, 5, 4, 1 and 8. Selections here for Craig, 5, 4, 1 and 8. Selections here for Craig, 5, 4, 1 and 8.
Race number 6 on the card. This is the CUB and the favourite 5 bailing out. Just needs a good start here. It's crucial for its chances. I suppose it's crucial for most races, but more so for it. 4 Bindi Girl at 4.20. Tier 7, she's all gone solid there. 3.50. It's actually on the second line. It's put a couple of good runs on the board. In the last couple, and ready to break through, running about the right sort of time you need here. 1 Rockstar Duff at $9, 8 Rain at $10 under double figures. Greyhound's going over now. Rockstar Duff draws inside. Yvonne's got socks at big odds, shining on fire. Coming back to 383 here tonight. Then Bindi Girl bailing out. I'll be looking for smart starts here. Vacant box in the 6. She's all gone. Brown with a good chance, and Rain at each way odds there for Adam Poulter. So 6 of 8 tonight. Beautiful night. Conditions fine and good, and starters now calling these in for race number 6. Couple of races to come. So far tonight, still Bolton with 3 winners. Ronnie Phillips and Andrew Lesker have chipped in for a winner apiece. Now in goes Yvonne's got socks. Bindi Girl link away. And a Rain the last to go in. So $2.45 bailing out. Green light on. Lure in motion. Set to go. And away. Away they go. Bindi Girl begins well with Rockstar Duff, with Bindi Girl on the outside of Rockstar Duff. Rain getting into the race, and She's All Gone's right there pushing forward. Bailing out just needs a run, not a lot of room there. A gap in the field then to Shining on Fire, and Yvonne's got socks. She's All Gone hit the lead at the top of the straight, trying to come at it. Bindi Girl, She's All Gone with the advantage. She's All Gone goes on to score, beat Bindi Girl. Rain gets the third, tight the minor end of the prize. Rockstar Duff, and coming through late there, Shining on Fire. Well back, Yvonne's got socks, and the favourite bailing out. He got worried out of it mid-race. He's back towards the tail.
7, 4, 8 and 3 your numbers. She's All Gone wins. 370, 230. Bindi Girl 270, and Rain no third dividend. Race number 10 from Ballarat. Our next commitment, only 75 seconds away. Short price fave draw on the inside is the tab number 1. However, the Watchdog's keen on the 6, sitting just alongside it at 2.15. Looks a 2-dog race according to the market. The Watchdog has it 6, 1, 2, 8. Rob Tester has it as well, as does the late mail 6, 1, 2 and 4 for Rob. As we join him here, tab number 6, Wilson Bale on top, does have the spare draw inside it. Wilson Bale on top, does have the spare draw inside it.
Handed the ticket in. Oh, gee, they carry on, don't they? Oh, dear. And runners on the track heading out, they're going to the start. This is race 10 of the night. The Southern Sheep Medal, they're on the track, in fact, nearly at the start. Race number 10, they're at the boxes now, and the favourite, Zambora Lou at 180, 215 for Wilson Bale, 240 into 215, 270 to 180 Zambora Lou, 750 Ravenna Bale, 41 Alamosa Bill, 31 Trickety Click, 71 Padrino Rocks, 61 Indy Corey. Thanks, Dave. They're at the start. Race 10, previous tonight, and a close finish went to Kanji Exiled. Just beat Unleashed Kalinda, Hydro Glide, and Lily the Thief, 6-1-4-3. A nose, the winning margin by 10 in 22.25 on the previous. This is race number 10 this evening. The Southern Sheep Medal about to go. Favoured 270 into 180 Zambora Lou's got the red rug here. Number 1, the favourite. Wilson Bale, 215's in good form. Wilson Bale over longer trips and does excel here at Ballarat. $8 Ravenna Bale, 41 Alamosa Bill, 26 Trickety Click, 71 Padrino Rocks, 81 Indy Corey. They're moving in. Runners getting set. Race 10 of the night, last of them being locked away. The 10th of 12, the favourite drawn 1, 270 into 190 Zambora Lou. They're all in. Set to go, green lights on, they're all in, right to go, race number 10. They're set, ready now, racing. Slow Zambora Lou and Wilson Bale came out hiking from the outside straight over to lead Trickety Click and Zambora Lou, followed by Ravenna Bale, Alamosa Bill on the tail end to Indy Corey. Wilson Bale with a good turn of foot's going to turn in front to Zambora Lou by 3. Zambora Lou running on, but Wilson Bale turned in front. Zambora Lou driving hard the rail. Wilson Bale in front, and Zambora Lou's put a big dive in right on the post, finishes hard, and has grabbed Wilson Bale on the line and might have got through to win. Finishing clear to Ravenna Bale, Trickety Click, Padrino Rocks, Alamosa Bill, and Indy Corey in the run there, 22.01.
Heads up, heads down. I think the red rug might just hold on, but keep an eye on your board. That's awfully close. Ravenna Bale runs second. Let's head to Melton for race number 11. Let's head to Melton for race number 11.
Of April here in a feature race. Only beat one home, then sat parked from the widest barrier and was third, beaten just under 5.5 metres in a feature race here on the 4th of June. Very heavily backed here. Who's watching Lily? A few people would have watched her trial because it was a pretty, would have heard about it and then would have watched it. It was pretty impressive. And she's the second pick. Third pick is Credulous, is at the 3 trials. First of those is back in February. Most recent trial was at Bendigo about 2 Mondays ago. It was a victory. Lizzie's Legacy, 1 start for 1 win. Led took the sit-mid race, used the sprint lane to score at Yarra Glen, and that was 9 days ago. They're set to run. Close to a start. Lizzie's Legacy has wanted to go out to the right into a gallop there, and the score up and gallops again. Gets down. Zanozio trying to get up her up into her spot. Tabgate swings into the back. Set. 2-year-old juvenile fillies, 17-20 metres, race 11, the 6 of them dispatched. They're racing race 11. And the first of these 6 2-year-old pacing fillies to go was this very well-backed favourite, Snow Hunter. Odds against and to odds on, and went straight to the lead, 7 metres from Who's Watching Lily in second place. 2 metres to Credulous, who's behind the leader, and is going to hold up to hold the spot behind the leader. They've gone hard here. 15 away was Hold On To Me fourth. Now they drop anchor. 5 metres to Lizzie Mack in next place, 4 back the inside, and then Lizzie's Legacy is effectively 1 by 1. So coming to the top of the straight at the 1200, the lead time was 7 seconds. Now they run to the 1200 metres, the first quarter 27.9, but they did back it off for that last bit of that first quarter. Snow Hunter bowls along 6 metres in front. Credulous, the yellow sleeves in second, 5 metres away third is Who's Watching Lily, who just slotted onto the peg line 3 back, and now Lizzie's Legacy moves up on the outer. Then came Hold On To Me, who's 4 back the inside, and Snow Hunter is effectively 1 by 1. So go again, Lizzie Mack is effectively 1 by 1. 15 first to last, out to the half-mile mark. Snow Hunter in front, 4 metres. Credulous behind second, 4 metres. Who's Watching Lily is 3 back the pegs and locked up now. Lizzie's Legacy improves 1 off. 4 metres, Lizzie Mack 1-1, and Hold On To Me 4 back the inside, 12 off the front. Second quarter in 30.4, and down the back it's Snow Hunter in front by 4 metres to Credulous. A neck away in the death was Lizzie's Legacy. 3 metres to Who's Watching Lily, 3 back the inside, and now locked up. 2 metres Lizzie Mack 1-1, and 8 metres away Hold On To Me struggling. Coming inside the 400 metres, Snow Hunter cruising along. 4 metres to Credulous behind second. A neck the outside Lizzie's Legacy. 3 metres Who's Watching Lily, has got nowhere to go. 3 back the pegs. Then Lizzie Mack 1-1, and 20 away Hold On To Me. But Snow Hunter, Alfred releases the brakes at the 200. 29.4 third quarter, found 10 metres Credulous. Who's Watching Lily's been badly held up. Now goes to the sprint lane, but Snow Hunter's off and gone. They knew what they were doing here. Odds against into odds on, went to the front and never saw another rival. 12 metres Snow Hunter. Who's Watching Lily did her best work late, probably a bit unlucky in second place. 4 metres Lizzie Mack third, fourth was Lizzie's Legacy. They were followed by Credulous, and 20 away Hold On To Me. 29.9 final quarter, 59.3 last half, and the mile rate 156.7. First horse number 5, Snow Hunter, Chris Alford. Second 2, Who's Watching Lily, Kate Gath. Third 4, Lizzie Mack, Glen Craven. 140, 104 for the odds-on favourite on Super Tab. Second at 2 and on Super Tab. At 180, and third 4, no dividend. Lead time 7, first quarter 27.9. Lead time 7, first quarter 27.9, second quarter 30.4, third quarter 29.4, fourth quarter 29.9. Placings 5-2-4-6, 5-2-4-6. First horse number 5, Snow Hunter. Second 2, Who's Watching Lily. Third 4, Lizzie Mack. Fourth 6. Second 2, Who's Watching Lily. Third 4, Lizzie Mack. Fourth 6.
Yeah, thank you to you as well, Gran. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday night. Runners down at the start here for the running of race number 10. This is the last, and of course Brody at Sky as well. $2.40 Sharky's Wish. He's just holding favouritism for the last event. 270 Cumbria Gym. 420 Hello Dream. 950 You Know Why. $41 Memories One. The runners are being called up now. They're getting set. Coming forward. Race 10, the Where Else But Wenty. This is the Masters race on the program. Field of 5 only. To the withdrawal, 3 and 6. The vacant boxes. And the favourite has the outside draw. Sharky's Wish, $2.40 to 70 Cumbria Gym. $5 Hello Dream. They're set to run for the last tonight. Ready now. Racing, Sharky's Wish away okay out wide, gathering momentum into the first turn with Cumbria Gym. They'll carve across and lead together. Hello Dream just had to check momentarily off heels, getting up on the inside as You Know Why, and Last Memories One as they bunch into the back. We're at Sharky's Wish, who's still trying to get down to the rail. Cumbria Gym's holding him for the time being, and there's Hello Dream letting rip around the outside. The others got tangled up. He went bang, Hello Dream. Dash 6 lengths in front, and she's got it one. Hello Dream easily getting home. You Know Why grabbed second from Sharky's Wish, then Cumbria Gym. Those two went 12 rounds. At the end, Memories One, the time around 30 and 52. Number 1, Hello Dream, Troy McDonald. Soundly from the inside, got on heels at the first corner when 2 out wide, Cumbria Gym and Sharky's Wish carved over in front of her. She then gathered momentum. Those two were We're going toe-to-toe down the back. There was a number of bumps between the two of them as Sharky's Wish was trying to cross. And it just held them up, and that's when Hello Dream got to the outside and launched at them, and Dazzle passed and raced away and won well. Number
8 is a late scratching, along with the reserves out in the last of the night. The 8 came out during the kenneling. So a good race here. 370 into 240. Unique Mundine heads the market. 480 into 350. Hacker did touch 330 at one stage. Elswick Geordie 10 into 4. So the top three have all been spec'd. And Dr. Macy 550 out to 8. Red Like Rico has been a drifter in betting 9 out to 18. So an interesting betting affair. And runners now arriving at the start here, race 11. Unique Mundine has won 2 on the trot here over the 350 in mixed 4-5 company. Steps out to the 395 again tonight. And has won 6 from 18 with 7 minors, Unique Mundine, and runs the favourite here. 370 into $2.30 on fixed odds. It hits the tote market as well at $2.50. Hacker is 480 into 340, is now out to 370. Elswick Geordie at longer odds, 10 into $4 has had some solid support. And Dr. Macy 550 out to $10 as runners are behind the start. Red Like Rico, box 3 for trainer Ken Bailey has been a big drifter, 9 out to 19, back into $18. About to be called up now for race 11 tonight. Previous one by Rasputin, a 3-way finish, getting the bob in over Park Hour and Chop Scotch. It's a good quality affair, that 10th event, and Rasputin won in a 3-way go. Green light on here, race 11 of the night. Also a good race, and we're about to see a start affected. Ready for a start here. Set. And away. Caught them as one. Pace from box 6. Hacker showing good speed. Getting up on the inside. The reserve Violet Rose is handy early. Shuffled out the back was Kazu Giblet, but Hacker got away. Running into second now was Unique Mundine after the leader. Then came Daddy's Magic, followed by Violet Rose. Further back then Elswick Geordie, Red Like Rico as they swing for home, and Hacker's got a nice break. It's a race winner. Hacker to score by 2 lengths. Unique Mundine second. Third goes to Daddy's Magic. Wide out on the track there was Dr. Macy, who was prominent for fourth, ahead of Violet Rose and Elswick Geordie. Shuffled back was Kazu Giblet in the affair. Was back towards the rear with Red Like Rico in 22.45. 6 is first. That's Hacker for John Martinovic, and has been too good. Double for the kennel tonight. Ocean Beast won earlier on at decent odds, and Hacker at around $4 takes out the 11th event tonight. 4 even and 140 for the winner. Unique Mundine at 110, and Daddy's Magic at value for third at around $5.90. All honours with the winner though. Number 6 Hacker. Numbers here 6, 4, 7 and 8. Had been runner-up in its last 2 here. And only beaten a half length on both occasions over the 395. In straight grade 5 company, goes around in a mixed 4-5 tonight. Has been too good. 6, 4, 7, 8. Winner at 4 even and 140. $1.10 second, $5.90 third. Quinella 420, the exactor 1160. Trifecta at 92.50. First 4, 6, 4, 7 and 8, 454.10. And the running double 3 and 6 has paid $14.70. 2 1/4 by 2 with the margins here. Sections 378, 892 and 14.10. And the overall 22.45 on race number 11. And we'll have the all clear shortly. The winner is a black.
Saturday fortnight ago, I think it might have been, and drops back into a mixed 4 and 5 grade provincial, so this is a lot easier, and he is currently the favourite at $1.45. Elite Weapon at $7. Greyhound who's been racing without a lot of luck. She's now got a losing sequence of 11, but she's got a good record from outside draws. $10 about Weekend 2, a young pup who doesn't turn 2 until October, so a big rise in company for him, and Manzu is the favourite. Thanks, Chatty, as these runners get to the start for the running of race number 6 on the program. The Tommy Shelby at stud over the 520 metres. So Manzu, all the rage here in the running of race number 6 on the card. As we mentioned, tomorrow night at Albion Park, the final of the Group 2 Flying Amy. with Photo Man currently the favourite at $3.10, Amron Boy at $3.90, and Panama Pepper, the WA train chaser for Steve Withers at $4.60. In with a real big show as well. Equal track record holder down at Mandurah over the 490 metres, and he was the quickest qualifier last week, so don't disregard him. The first row is about to move in. Manzu, $1.45. He's won 13 of 17 over this distance. $80,000 in stake money, the Group 2 WA Derby winner of last year, drawn in box number 3. Second leg of the quaddie, and the red light's about to go to green. Lewis set in motion now for the 6th event on the card, and they're set. Ready, racing. Manzu came out only fairly, showing early speed was West on Fire. Driving through was Lavishly, out wide a Glorious Gun and also Elite Weapon. Manzu gets up just behind them, trying to push through. Gets through now and goes to second. Deep on the track was Weekend 2. Little Miss Ava and Magic Salutes last of all. Down the back, Lavishly found the top out by 2.5. Manzu works into second, then followed by Weekend 2. Behind it, Glorious Gun and Elite Weapon as they come to the corner. Lavishly trying to get up on the inside. Manzu, Lavishly in front, and Lavishly beats the favourite by a length. Lavishly over Manzu. Third in was Weekend 2, Elite Weapon, then followed by Glorious Gun, Little Miss Ava. Behind them, next of all, was West on Fire Magic Salute in a time of 30.07.
Hey, number 6 and one of those, please. Hey, number 6 and one of those, please.
Forgot this? Forgot this?
Love you, Dad. Love you, Dad. There's a glass and a half in everyone. There's a glass and a half in everyone. Be captivated by our brightest self-lit OLED. Light up your world. LG OLED Evo.
Lap 6. Second last time up, they're loading up at Swindon. Second last time up, they're loading up at Swindon. Second last time up, they're loading up at Swindon. Hare's running. It's the 113. Hare's running. It's the 113. Hare's running. It's the 113. Off they go. Slow start from Confi Hero this time around. But Baddy McLove's got the lead and the rail early stages here to Gert Empire, who's in second place. They run into each other though. That puts the field pretty much in a bunch together down the back straight. Baddy McLove just about out in front. Ballynabol and Moz, Sawpit Sabbath right with them down the outside. Not a lot of room for Mohican Tara. They turn for home. 4 in line. Mohican Tara coming through, picks it up. Mohican Tara the winner. Had to squeeze through, but she did, and she's won it. Bally McLove's going to be second. Tight third, maybe Ballynabol and Moz, but we'll leave that for the judge. 4-1 in the photo.
Hey, number 6 and one of those, please. Hey, number 6 and one of those, please.
Forgot this? Forgot this?
Love you, Dad. Love you, Dad. There's a glass and a half in everyone.
Chasing
runners at the start, race 11. And Oliver Bale runs the favourite here as they arrive at the start. So runners about to move in. Second last here, one to go will be the free entry every meeting. Grade 5, the last of the night at 10:37. Scratch out 8, and there's 7 to run in the last at 10:37. So at the start, $2 Oliver Bale, $2.40 Daff's Yak, 13 Sarah's Shout as they get ready, $7.50 Duo Glide, 13 Sarah's Shout, and then the outsiders Ice Star 26, Wild Harmony 26, Super Bloom 21. Good Dave, thank you. They're getting set, $2.80 into $2.40 Daff's Yak, 2 into $1.80 in there, $2 Oliver Bale. Moving in, second last of the night favourite, 7, best backed will probably be number 2 Daff's Yak. Had good finishes the last 2 races here, and they're all in, set to go. Ready, race 11. They're all in. Green lights on, set to go. Racing, Daff's Yak began well near the rail and musters good pace to go through and hold them out in leads initially. Over Wild Harmony, Oliver Bale, wide out Super Bloom, followed by Duo Glide, Ice Star, Sarah Shout the tail ender. Daff's Yak away from the rails, going to turn with a good break to Wild Harmony, Oliver Bale, on the rail Super Bloom, but Daff's Yak puts the foot down and the favourite, or second pick in fact, Rom's clear to win well at the finish over Wild Harmony and Oliver Bale. It might be Oliver Bale second to Wild Harmony in a tight one, and then close fourth, Ice Star and Duo Glide ahead of Daff's Yak and Super Bloom back on the rail, and the run there 22.18.
I always knew Harvey Bay was the top spot for Wales, but I could never have imagined being so close. And they seemed to kind of like me. It was amazing. Everyone else was heading in for lunch, but I stayed, and a whale sang to me. It would have to have been one hell of a sandwich to beat that.
Those years on tour were crazy. I reckon I spent more time on the road than I ever did at home. So it's nice to finally spend some time in it. If you're like me and driving less these days, Apia's comprehensive car insurance rewards you with a drive less, pay less discount on your premiums.
Get a quote today. Call Apia on 13 50 50.
On Sunday night where Aunt B was able to scoot away and set it up, but Midnight Vandal draws a little closer to it tonight, so punters suggesting that Midnight Vandal might just get a look at Aunt B, but I tell you what, Aunt B was good. Outside that, 8 Nigel's Chance at $3.90, box to sort of put itself in it, and outside that, Dr. Archer looking to get back to a bit of form at $12. Freddie Loco's been easy at $26. So Aunt B draws inside. I'll be tuning in South Australia for this one, the owners, and she's been a beauty. Ronnie's had a winner tonight, so looking for a double. He also had missed him in the first race at 100 to 1, lead him for a long way. So he's had a good night, Ronnie. And Aunt B goes in now. She's been a great little performer. She's up against the best ones here, but she's capable. Now Midnight Vandal, Dr. Archer, Freddie Loco and Nigel's Chance. Just the field of 5. $1.75, number 2, Midnight Vandal. Green light on. Lure on for race number 7. The favourite in 2, Midnight Vandal. They're set. And away, Aunt B, Midnight Vandal, they begin together. Aunt B trying to hunt up. Deeper out on the track, Freddie Loco's trying to cross him. Aunt B holding the inside. Deeper, Nigel's Chance, Dr. Archer. Aunt B gets up inside, Freddie Loco trying to come on Midnight Vandal. Aunt B sights the judge first. She's kicking, yes! Aunt B beat Midnight Vandal. Third will go to Nigel's Chance. But close up behind those, Freddie Loco, Dr. Archer, the last one home. Oh, she had to fight, but fight she did. Number 1, Aunt B. It was tight. Fight, but fight she did.
That's Sarah from Home Loans.
We're not going to let this one get away.
Sometimes you need an expert in more than just money. No, more than money. More than just money. It's lighter together. It's lighter together.
Dan and Maddie, hi, come through.
We are the lifeblood. If you look, you'll find us everywhere. We might not look alike or sound alike, but we all share one thing. And together, we're a force to be reckoned with. We're not just blood donors, we're the lifeblood of Australia. Join us.
Another good 12 race card coming up here. Righto, Dave, thank you. RSN on board for the last of the night. Thank you once again. On board for the last of the night.
Always start to, and I never went to the basketball game. He's a very smart man, and he's a lucky man. Which owner, having horses for 1 year, is which owner, having horses for 1 year is.
Couple of longer price winners. Many favourites successful. Good racing right the way through the night. Been another top night of chasing here at Terrelgan. And in the last event, one of the shortest favourites all night, Dr. Madison, $1.12 for Bill McMahon. $8.50 about Next Teardrops, the only other one under double figures. It's 11 into $8.50 actually. Naomi Butterfly, 11 into $7.50 out to 11. The favourite is $1.60 into $1.12 for the last. $2.70 on offer on tote at the moment. Being boxed here for race 12. Last tonight, the Surface Coast Stake. Late scratching was number 8. The sub will be number 7, of course. And up they come for the final event here tonight. Over the flying 350. Almost set. Track being cleared now. Last of a dozen. Green light is on. And the lure's on its way. They're set to go. Ready. And away, and the favourite steps smartly. Dr. Madison from out wide, shoots across, takes up the front, and it's home, I'd say. Next Teardrops run through to second. They were followed by Clan Macmillan. Another attempt, and further back was Galloping Albie, Naomi Butterfly, and Finlayson. But they're running for the minor money. It's Dr. Madison a mile in front, and Dr. Madison on the arm is won by 7.5. Second goes to Next Teardrop. Third, sneaking up along the inside, Naomi Butterfly might just get that over Clan Macmillan. Back behind those runners, then we had Galloping Albie, or should I say Finlayson, and another attempt, and the last is running 19 and 71. 1971 for the last. 6.53, 11.63, 19 and 70 the confirmed run, and the favourite wins in a breeze. 1970 the run here, 7.31. 1970 the run here.
The horse was 4th, 29th of May, beaten 23 metres. The horse was 4th, 29th of May, beaten 23 metres. And 3 back at Warragul, 23rd of May, went around in a handicap. There was beaten 12 metres behind. Petite Love, Sovereign Tiger. Majestic Jewel, the other one on the market. Last start 6th, and that was here on the 20th of April. First up from a spell, trialled here recently. So they're close to a start. Last event of 12, field of 8, Anthony Butt onto 3, 2,240 metres. Field of 8, Anthony Butt onto 3, up to 45 rating trot restricted event. Up to 45 rating trot restricted event. Up to 45 rating trot restricted event. 2-1 chance Countess Q on number 3, the favourite. Bartley, the second row runner, the sole second row runner. She fills her spot. Tabgate swings in. Set for the last. Away they go. Green light they're racing, and beginning well was Countess Kieron from gate 3, and the favourite went straight to the lead for Anthony Butt, who's looking for a treble. 3 metres in front in second place, Aero Carpe Diem up into the death. 3 metres Irene Rose behind the leader. Majestic Jewel fourth, 1-1. Jenny's favourite 3 back the outside. Barley, the mainly all yellow jacket on the pegs, is now Aero Carpe Diem up front, goes clear. 4 or 5 metres, maybe a tad less to Countess Kieron. 7 metres Irene Rose. 3 back the inside. 7 metres Barley, 4 back. First one off is Majestic Jewel, but looking for cover, and Jenny's favourite leaves the 1-1 to go into the death, but 25 off the front. 5 metres off those, Buzzle and Brody's about to be 3 back in the 1 deep lane again, and then 7 metres to Well Deserved, 4 back the outer, 25 off the front. Along the back, 1600 to go. Aero Carpe Diem, 4 metres in front of Countess Kieron, 4.5 metres away Irene Rose third, 4 metres to the Royal Blue Jacket of Jenny's favourite, 1 off the pegs, 3 metres Barley in 5th place, 4 back the inside. 1.5 metre Majestic Jewel, 1-1, 4 metres Buzzle and Brody, 3 back the outer, and 4.5 metres Well Deserved, 4 back, 20 off the front, 47.4 lead time. Aero Carpe Diem leads 4 metres, the red sleeves of Countess Kieron behind second, 4 metres Irene Rose, 3 back the pegs, Jenny's favourite in the death, Barley 4 back the inside, Majestic Jewel 1-1, 3 back the outer Buzzle and Brody, 4 back Well Deserved, 25 off the front, 32.1 was the first quarter. Here's the bell ringing for the last time tonight at headquarters at the Orange Light in the Bell, 1,000 metres of Tapcourt Park, Melton to go, 1 lap out in the last. Aero Carpe Diem, 4 metres in front of the favourite Countess Kieron, 4 metres Irene Rose, 3 back the pegs. First one out, Jenny's favourite, 4 metres Majestic Jewel, 1-1 ahead away, Barley, 4 back the inside, 3 metres Buzzle and Brody given a flick with the Shillelagh, 3 back the running line, 5 metres Well Deserved, 4 back the outer, 20 off the front. To the back of the course, second quarter 31.5 after a 32.1 first quarter and a 47.4 lead time. They head towards the final half lap, and it's Aero Carpe Diem 4 metres in front. In the second place behind is Countess Kieron, 4 metres Jenny's favourite driven up in the death. Irene Rose 3 back the in and nowhere to go. Jenny's favourite slowly but surely making ground, so is Buzzle and Brody left the running line, moves up strongly 3 deep, grabbing its back Majestic Jewel. Jenny's favourite galloped up to her tricks, Well Deserved behind those, 20 Barley at the Ferris Road side of the track last time tonight. Aero Carpe Diem being swapped. In the centre, Countess Kieron, and out 3 wide is a Buzzle and Brody, the third quarter 30.7. Countess Kieron, the favourite, moved up in the centre, took the lead. Aero Carpe Diem under pressure. Majestic Jewel runs up behind them, gets through in the centre. Buzzle and Brody's runners come to an end. Countess Kieron in front. Majestic Jewel's going to get closest on the line, but Countess Kieron's clear, and Countess Kieron takes the last. Favourite scores, gives Anthony Butt a treble and Ray Cross a double. 4 metres Majestic Jewel, 5 metres Aero Carpe Diem third, ahead in front of Buzzle and Brody, who ran well, but just weakened up the straight fourth. Then Irene Rose, Well Deserved, 30 to Jenny's favourite, and 35 or 40 to Barley. 31.2 final quarter, last half 62, mile rate was 24.3. First 3, Countess Kieron, Anthony Butt, giving him a driving a treble, and is paid on Super Tab. 281.60, second 4 Majestic Jewel, John Caldo 240, third 5 Aero Carpe Diem, Monique Burnett 170. So Countess Kieron, a Bay 5-year-old mare by Imperial Canet of Kumbaya, is raced by R-Cross and J-Cross. Anthony Butt, the driver, a driving treble. Trainer Ray Cross with a training double from 2 runners. Breaks $50,000 in prize money tonight. Countess Kieron wins at start 90. 3-4-5-6, 3-4-5-6. First horse number 3, Countess Kieron. Second 4 Majestic Jewel. Third 5 Aero Carpe Diem. Fourth 6 Buzzle and Brody. 3-4-5-6. The placings 5th 1 Irene Rose. 3-4-5-6. Fifth horse number 1. Second 4 Majestic Jewel, John Caldo driver. Third 5 Aero Carpe Diem, Monique Burnett. Fourth 6 and fifth 1. Lead time 47.4.
Instructed to move forward. Trent Manelli, a last start winner over the 275 in 16.24, comes up with box number 1, where he's yet to win from 4 attempts, but he was placed on those other attempts from this draw. Big Boy Bundy, a greyhound with a big motor, but slightly out of form. He's been racing consistently, though, into the placings in country class racing, as the first row is about to be instructed to move forward. Blackwood Blues run 1-3 of his last 6, including placings at Mandurah over the 302 metres. The first row moves forward, and now the second row's joined the line. Having trouble with one, it's in now. The red light goes to green, Lewis in motion. They're set for a start. Favourite number 1, Trent Manelli. Ready? Set for a start. Favourite number 1, Trent Manelli. Away racing. Trent Manelli left out well. Showing speed was Big Boy Bundy. Zipper Rogue. Wider out was Bill Manelli from Blackwood. Blue Scared Lomar with Zipper Zip Zip. Last Maximum Sarah off the back. Trent Manelli clear by a length on Big Boy Bundy. Then followed by Zipper Rogue. To the outside was Bill Manelli. Well back through the field was Blackwood Blue as they turned for home. And Big Boy Bundy rails underneath of the favourite and goes home to score by a length. On Zipper Rogue, Trent Manelli. Then followed by Bill Manelli with Blackwood Blue. Scared Lomar. Well back through the field with Maximum Sarah and Zipper Zip Zip. The time is pretty good. 21 and not 85. 21 and not 85.
Little Sunny ready. Settle the dust. Little Sunny ready. Settle the dust. Master Josh steps into line. 1,200 metres to sprint. Starting at field clear. They're racing from the 1,200 metre marker. Green Falcon, little slow to stride. That'll tuck in behind runners. Las Vegas, Nevada, bounced out smartly and goes up looking for the lead. Dave the King and Bardolina deeper out. Then Master Josh between runners. They've been followed by Settle the Dust. William Rufus and Little Sunny in behind those. Inamarara further back in running. Jack Ryan's further back in running. They race through the 800 metre mark. Dave the King, Bardolino in the centre. Master Josh down towards the inside. Las Vegas, Nevada. Then came Settle the Dust. Then Little Sunny in behind those, further back in running. Then it's Green Falcon, Inamarara tucked behind runners, about 3 lengths off the lead as they race down to the final 500. Dave the King and Bardolino in the centre. Master Josh along the inside. Little Sunny between runners. Inamarara still 4 to go from there. They're inside the final 400 now. Master Josh skip for home from Dave the King. Out after them, Bardolino. William Rufus tries to close ground up the outside. Inamarara tries to close in, but Master Josh is the one in front, and Dave the King is starting to close ground up the outside. Dave the King puts his head in front. Master Josh down towards the inside, but Dave the King goes on the better, and Dave the King draws off to win it. It's going to be tight for second. Inamarara flashed up for second. Master Josh in behind those, and then came Green Falcon. Master Josh in behind those, and then came Green Falcon. Well, the first timer, Dave the King, and the Jabu Jacobs has picked it up and gone clear. And
the TAB Queensland Winter Greyhound Racing Carnival is the place to chase. This year's Winter Carnival offers $1.9 million in prize money and ramps up this week with the Group 2 Flying Amy Classic at Albion Park, Queensland's richest event for the age-restricted greyhounds. The blockbuster card also includes the Group 3 Dashing Corsair. Check out everything you need to know at racingqueensland.com.au. Queensland is racing.
Stay in control. Leave before you lose it. Gamble responsibly.
It's all done for you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Cash flow is my Yoffie thing.
Staff comfort is my Yoffie thing.
Focus is my Yoffie thing.
My tax return is my Yoffie thing.
Whatever you need to do your best work, Yoffie thing you buy at Officeworks before June 30 could be tax deductible.
Business is growing. You have had your eye on that high street space for a while.
I think we are ready.
That's Sarah from Home Loans.
That'll be your home run approval.
Fast?
We're not gonna let this one get away.
Sometimes you need an expert in more than just money. No, more than money.
Captivated by our brightest self-lit OLED. Light up your world. LG OLED Evo. LG OLED Evo.
Meet my boyfriend, Jake.
What's up, everyone?
What is all over your feet?
They're flowers. I study botany.
Resting dad face back there likes plants too.
Grab some pruners.
Let's prune. Grab some pruners.
Business is growing. You have had your eye on high street space for a while.
I think we are ready.
That's Sarah from Home Loans.
That'll be your home run approval.
It's fast.
We're not gonna let this one get away.
Sometimes you need an expert in more than just money. No, more than money.
At the start, last race of the night here at the boxes, race 12. $2 no payer, right into favourite now. Yeva Bale at 2.15. They're at the start, last of the night's 30 seconds away. And the best backed runner here, number 1, no payer. 6-time winner out of box 1. And runs the favourite at $2. 2.15 Yeva Bale, 2.80 into $2 no payer, 1.95 into 1.75 back to 2.15 Yeva Bale. So runners at the start, one's the favourite. $2 no payer, 2.15 Yeva Bale, $7 Pay Gow Poker. Won the favourite ahead of 4 and 3. And then 16 Jackie Boy, 23 Zambora Bear, 71 Little Rage and 81 Wish You Well. Moving in, race number 12. Best back runner here, number 1, 2.80 into 2.40 as they get set for race 12 at Ballarat. All in, set to go. Green lights on, they're ready. All in and locked away at Ballarat, they're set for the last. Racing. No payer left well near the rail, goes straight through to be a joint leader with Pay Gow Poker. Yeva Bale coming around the outside as no payer holds them out. And there followed by Zambora Bear wide out. Then Little Rage, Jackie Boy, Tailender, Wish You Well. No payer with a kick's going to turn in front to Zambora Bear and wider out Pay Gow Poker. Front runner though is No Payer doing it well. And No Payer goes on to win the last over. Zambora Bear, Pay Gow Poker, followed by Jackie Boy, Yeva Bale, Wish You Well. And the Tailender, Little Rage, and the run there, 22.42. 22.42 to number 1, No Payer. Number 1 makes it 7 wins off the red box. And he's been too good for Zambora Bear, running on well. 3 runs third, Pay Gow Poker, ahead of number 2, Jackie Boy. 8.52 and 13.91. 8.52, 13.91. 22.43 the run. 22.43. It's 1.63. And the fourth number 2, 163 and 2, 163, 2 runs fourth, and the run there 22.43. It's a length and a half by a half length, 22.43 on the last race on the program. No payer should pay 220 and 150, round about 220 and 150 for the last race winner. In fact, 220, 150, Zambora Bear 10.50, no third, 3, fourth, 2, 20.50 Quinella, 23.30 exacta, trifecta 93.50, double 2 and 1, 7.80 in the first 4, 249. 1.5 by a half, 22.43, 8.52, 13.91. All clear down the line, Dave. We'll bid you good night at this point. Hope you found a winner, and we'll catch you soon. Thanks, mate.
Sarah from Home Loans.
We're not gonna let this one get away.
Sometimes you need an expert in more than just money. No, more than money.
Anything can happen on your next trip. Et voila! Ah, this is a life, eh, Sergey? Just you and me and the sun. Oh, Mr. Alexander? Oh.
Travel with confidence on your next holiday. My travel insurance at Compare the Market.
Simple. You can let go now, Sergey.
My tax return is my e-office thing.
The Offie thing you buy at Officeworks could be tax deductible, like a J. Burrows premium A4 copy paper carton, only $23.50, or a J. Burrows lever arch file, just $1.99.
Greyhounds arriving at the side of the boxes now. Race 8 on the card, and this is the Coolalingga Mowers Dash to bring it home. Just about time for drinks, and still Bolton certainly holds the key here. He's got all runners except for 5 wide. Adam Poulter representing that greyhound, and get a shot, $1.60. Versatile type, never runs a poor one. Gets box 1 here. And try and get the job done here. The short price select. Still Bolton looking for 4 winners tonight. Ronnie Phillips has chipped in for 2. He's had a good night. Andrew Lasker and Rob Brown also picking up winners on tonight's card. Now in the market here, 2 Dingy Asset at $5, 7 on Pursuit at $6. Pepperbury 10s. Porsche Melly comes off a win here on Sunday night over the 537, led throughout, so it certainly informed the 4. It's at $11 and wide the outsider at 26. Adam will try and upset Steele's party here. So get a shout, the favourite, $1.70. Loading in nicely. And just about time for drinks here. Number 1, get a shout, $1.70. Green light on. Coolalingga Mowers to bring us home. Lure in motion, set. And away, Get a Shout begins okay from the inside. Plenty of company in it though. And Get a Shout's been checked out of it in the early stages. Wide the outsider goes through with On Pursuit. Getting up in the 3rd spot was Pepperbury, and then a gap to Get a Shout. Now back 5th down the side. And back towards the tail, Dinky Asset. The leader is still wide at the top of the straight. On Pursuit's coming at it, and through the centre, Pepperbury. On Pursuit. On Pursuit in the drive to the line. Beat wide. He ran a big race. Pepperbury close up behind those. Maybe getting into 4th there was poor Snelly in front of Get a Shout, who just didn't get into it after a pretty poor start. And the last to clock in will be Dinky Asset. 22.43, 11.14 the first section going out, 11.29 on the way home, 22.43, 7 wins it On Pursuit. Well timed run late to get 5 wide, who at the big odds was given plenty, and 3rd goes to 8 Pepperbury in front of 4 Porsche Nelly. 7.584. Favourite Get a Shout was just never out of harm there, just found a bit of trouble, squeezed up, put out of it. And Dingy Asset likewise just getting shuffled back. 3/4 the winning margin in the drive to the line by a neck. And the winner, number 7 On Pursuit, Fernando Bell. It's a wink for the Mudflaps Racing Syndicate, still Bolton. And posts another win here at Winnelli Park. 2nd 5 wide, Marrera Dasher for Adam Poulter, and 3rd goes to 8. And that was Pepperbury, Shanfui, Black Ember for Steel Bolton, who owns and trains. So 3/4 a neck. We stand by for all clear to wrap it up. We'll be back here on Sunday night. Again, a good quality card. Fields will be out tomorrow, racing back at Fanny Bay as we start to count down towards the carnival.
See, 5-1 by those. They're behind the traps at Swindon. They're behind the traps at Swindon. They're behind the traps at Swindon. Last one's going in. Last one's going in. Hare's running. Hare's running. off at Swindon. Where to go? Mohican Louis, the first one to show. Here comes Bubba Jim down the outside. Vanessa's Boy right with them as well. And Popular Eleanor starts well. So it's Vanessa's Boy down the inside of Bubba Jim. Popular Eleanor's in third. Very Fourth Patsy has gone fourth. Mohican Louis lost its posse on Adira Violet's behind those. At the third bend, the one dog, Vanessa's Boy, just in front of Popular Eleanor. In between us, Very Fourth Patsy. Down the outside, the three. Popular Eleanor. Favourite comes through and wins it. Going away in the end. Favourite comes through and wins it. Going away in the end. Very Fourth Patsy just second. Vanessa's Boy in third. Patsy just second. Vanessa's Boy in third.
Undress your eyes, undress your eyes. Skin can feel my...
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options. Personal loans.
My tax return is my e-offie thing.
The offie thing you buy at Officeworks could be tax deductible, like a Blue Yeti USB microphone, a low $198, or a Google Nest doorbell, just $248.
That's Sarah from Home Loans.
We're not going to let this one get away.
Sometimes you need an expert in more than just money. No, more than money.
Leg 1, you need number 2, Special Gun. Leg 2, you need 4, Lavishly. Leg 3, you need 2, Big Boy Bundy. To be alive in the quaddie here at Cannington. So we welcome our Sky Racing audience for race number 8, the Sully's Painting Novice over the 520 metres. So on course point, patrons join us here for race 8 here at Cannington. The favourite is with number 1, Gracie Lou, 330, 130. Number 6, No Limit Needed, 360, 130. And 4, West on Sadie, 420 and 140. Thanks for that as our TAB radio audience join us for race number 8, the Sully's Painting City Class Novice over the 520 metres. The first row is just about to be instructed to move forward. Favourite is number 1, Gracie Lou, 350 now and a 130. She won 2 back in 30 and 16 in this company. From a wide draw, gets box 1 tonight for the first time in her career. The first row moves forward and the second row is just about to join the line. Cannington, race number 8, favourite number 1, Gracie Lou, 350 and 130. Red to green, Lewis in motion, they're set for a start. Ready. And away and racing. Gracie Lou only fairly out showing speed was Jumping Jules to lead. West on Sadie, roll with it. Gracie Lou then followed by No Limit Needed and Olfetta Knight with Dirt Demon Mustang Max last as they make their way down the back. And Jumping Jules in front by a length on Gracie Lou from Roll with It, Olfetta Knight, No Limit Needed. West on Sadie. Well back was Mustang Max and Dirt Demon. Off the back, Jumping Jules now tackled by Gracie Lou. Cutting back to the fence was Molfetta Knight from Roll with It as they swing down the straight. And Gracie Lou on the far outside wins by a length on Molfetta Knight. Jumping Jules, Roll with It, then followed by West on Sadie. Well back through the field would have been No Limit Needed with Mustang Max and Roll with It. Dirt Demon back with them. The time is 30 and 32. 1, 5, 3 and 8. I might have called Roll with It twice across the line, but he's definitely run 4th there. 1, 5, 3 and 8. Number 1, Gracie Lou, a black bitch out of Mapunga Blaze, a Corporate Storm. Owned by Jodie Jennings, trained by Christine Robertson. That's win number 3 at start, number 12. Second at number 5 in Molfetta Knight, who came home strongly. A black dog at a Fun Boss, Brutal Lomar, owned by Annan M. Minatillo, trained by Nick Minatillo. And third across the line, number 3, Jumping Jules. A blue brindle bitch at a Beast Unleashed. AVB, owned by P. Noden and A. Butterley, trained by Rob Noden. Fourth across the line at number 8, Roll With It for Enzo Credelli.
He's produced was at Southall back in March on the all-weather. That was over a mile and a half, but north from 13, rated 46. He hasn't earned any higher mark for those performances.
And just revisiting a horse with a fair bit of hurdle form on his handicap debut on the flat, Billy Bathgate, the outsider of the party.
And you would have thought going up in trip would suit him, considering he was second in a jumpers bumper at Newcastle last year, north from 4 over hurdle. So a mile and 1 would have been on the sharp side at Carlisle. He's got 62. I think 62 is high enough for what he's achieved, because he's been beaten 23 lengths, 12 and a half lengths, and last time out he was beaten 11 lengths, having had a wind operation beforehand.
Ghostly then the 10 to 11 favourite. IE's on 5 to 2. Inside Intel 13 to 2. Regimento 11 to 1, and Billy Bathgate, the outsider of the 5, on 14 to 1, and being led forward there. She's just giving a little bit of, you know, temperament showing there, Mark.
She is, yes. She's not overly keen. Hopefully she's the stalled handlers. They've won.
She's gone in. She's gone in. Let's go up to the top of the grandstand then, because the man with the best view of this mile and a half start is our commentator here at Hamilton Park this afternoon. It's a very good afternoon to Stephen Powell.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gordon. Good afternoon, Mark. Lovely day up here in central Scotland. A pleasure to be here. First of 7 races about to get underway. Good luck, everyone. Last of the runners going forward. Billy Bathgate into stall 1. Just one final push for Billy Bathgate. Hander clears the course, lined up, ready. And they're off. They race away then over a mile and a half for the hamiltonpark.co.uk apprentice handicap, and the 5 runners set off on their journey, racing away from the enclosures with the early lead, seeing Ghostly in the red jacket, one of the first to show. Away towards the right as we look at them on the pictures is Ear in the yellow sleeves, nose-banded blue cap of Inside Intel also in the front rank as well. They're being followed through in a share of 4th, which is also last place if they're sharing it, by Billy Bathgate, light blue, and Regimento in the green and yellow as they go left-hand down and race off onto the loop. And it's Inside Intel and Rona Pindar leading by a neck to Ghostly and Oisin McSweeney, who's in 2nd position towards the outside. On the running rail and making a bit of headway into 3rd is Billy Bathgate. Conor Murtagh through right onto the heels of the leader now, and is half a length in advance of Regimento in 4th, and 2 lengths away Ear, dropping back to the rear of the field and sitting around 5 lengths off the leader Inside Intel as they go to the point furthest from the grandstand here at Hamilton Park and swing right-handed to come back towards home and go just about towards halfway. And Regimento just being squeezed for a stride or 2 back in 4th place by Gianluca Sanna, sitting 3 or 4 lengths off the leader Inside Intel, who turns by 3 parts of a length to Ghostly. Billy Bathgate still 1 length back in 3rd on the running rail. In 4th, Regimento has got Ear directly behind last of all, but on the front, Inside Intel's just trying to get away from the field here, has opened up 3 or 4 lengths as they line up for home and come down the hill to race on towards the final half mile. Inside Intel bidding for a first win at the 22nd attempt from Ghostly. The market leader moving up, travelling well for McSweeney towards the outside. Billy Bathgate a length and a half away in 3rd place. They've opened up 3 lengths on Regimental, who's being pumped along. Ear still last of all and will also come under pressure as they race on towards the final 2.5 furlongs, and Ghostly in the centre, Inside Intel on the left, and Billy Bathgate ranging up for a line of 3 on the outside, and these have kicked right away from Ear and Regimento, who's last of all, and Billy Bathgate making Ghostly work hard as these 2 race on from Inside Intel. It's Ghostly on the left, Billy Bathgate on the right, and these 2 battle it out with Ghostly now beginning to stay on slightly the better as they meet the rising ground, and he's beginning to draw away in the hands of Oisin McSweeney, and Ghostly after 3 placed efforts will gain a well-deserved win. Ghostly strides out to win the opening good style from Billy Bathgate, Inside Intel, then came Regimento and Ear.
Ghostly then under Oisin McSweeney wins the opener here at Hamilton Park in the Stella Barclay Racing Club colours for the Lancashire trainer Stella Barclay. In second place, Billy Bathgate. That's a big run. I'm sure he'll be winning a flat race based on that. Inside Intel was third. We've got Regimento fourth mark, and IE took fifth place. Ghostly in the end made a lot of the running, got headed by Regimento, took it up again about 2 out, and went away to win fairly handsomely.
He did, and justified his short price favouritism, and that was on the back of 3 placed efforts going into the race today. Got a fairly positive ride as well. Had been running over 2 miles 2 start spats, so no surprise that he was ridden fairly handily, and that, as I said, just deserts for some consistent efforts prior to today.
Yeah, and with Lightning Attack out, who was a previous runner, Ghostly the only other remaining horse in the race that had won before.
And that's his 4th career win. He won towards the end of last season over 1.25 miles, but the longer trip was never going to be a problem. He was ridden to the fore, as was Inside Intel, the mare of Liam Bailey's.
And just hearing officially, he's won by over 6 lengths.
Yeah, well, he's well on top of the finish here. Sheen McSweeney riding him for the first time. I'm sure there'll be plenty of more options, even he'll get a fairly handy hike in the ratings for this, but there's plenty of these sort of 0 to 60s, 0 to 65, and he's versatile trip-wise. He's won over 1.25 miles. He's got the stamina for 2 miles.
Been tracked and overtaken now, as we mentioned. Regimento took it up, and then we had Inside Intel in front as well, so it's Inside Intel that's in front. The winner's tracking that one through round that famous loop. I thought it was a decent enough run from Billy Bathgate in second place.
It was. I think probably step up in trips suited him. He'd had the three runs prior to today. Last time out was over 1.1 miles. That would have been on the sharp side, even though it was at Carlisle. So a step forward from him. He's rated 62. He's run a good race, but I still don't think you'd say he's thrown enough a rating of that nature. IE was... I mean, that performance today was nothing like the previous
Never getting the race.
No, she just dropped out the back and just never looked like getting competitive. So hope she can revert to a previous start, because the last run showed that she's better than that.
Yeah, she ran over 1 mile and 5 furlongs here last time, off the same mark, and she stuck on nicely through the last couple of furlongs to finish 5th, beaten under 3 lengths. She's never got competitive today, dropping back in trip. You can see her out the back against the rails there, and this is where the winner's just about assert again. Billy Bathgate just green enough in front, maybe just the head a wee bit high, maybe just most of his jumps form has come in deeper ground.
It has, yeah, and he keeps on at the one pace, doesn't he? He in turns starts to pull away from Inside Intel as well, but the winner's in front now, staying on strongly. Though the horse we haven't mentioned, Regimento, he was in the rear all the way up the home straight. He's never got competitive. Again, he's got a mark of 46, which looks high enough on the evidence of that performance.
Yeah, the winner's gone away in the end. I think I had 6 1/4 lengths mentioned. Put them to the sword in the end, and experience also on board. Oisin McSweeney, I think he's a good kid.
He's doing well. He had a good season last year, 23 winners, and I think that made that 8 winners for 2022 now as well. So he's getting plenty of opportunities, plenty of different yards are using him, and first time on Ghostly today, and he's certainly made most of the opportunity.
Yeah, sticking his right hand at this point. We're coming to the furlong marker. The winner's going clear, and they're strung out well behind as well. Billy Bathgate chasing home the easy winner under top weight. Inside Intel, the mare under Rona Pinda, was third. Regimento, who had hit the front at one stage, finishes 4th, and Aia, who never got involved, has trailed in last of 5. So happy scenes, Tom, in the sunny winners' enclosure here at Hamilton Park, as Ghostly wins the opener for Stella Barclay and Oisin McSweeney.
Yes, indeed, jubilant scenes after the opener at Hamilton, and a nice ride that from Oisin McSweeney aboard Ghostly, who deservedly gets his head in front once again. 11 to 10 on favourite, goes in for Stella Barclay and the Stella Barclay Racing Club. Second was Billy Bathgate at 12 to 1, 6.5 lengths was the winning distance. And the winning time for the opener was 2:36.02, 3.02 seconds above the standard time. 3.02 seconds above the standard time.
Here we go then. Swindon 159 coming up. Swindon 159 coming up. Trap 1, the favourite Ballymac Buzz at 7 to 4. Trap 1, the favourite Ballymac Buzz at 7 to 4. Trap 1, the favourite Ballymac Buzz at 7 to 4. Trap 1, the favourite Ballymac Buzz at 7 to 4. Pairs running at Swindon. Pairs running at Swindon. Pairs running at Swindon. And away they go. Good start the outside. Dundrum Blake gets out quickly. Sporting Brazil, Ballyregan Lena also with good early speed. Jets Razzle just in behind with Nighttime Pride. At this stage, Ballymac Buzz is out of shot at the moment. The sixth dog, Dundrum Blake by a length to Sporting Brazil in second. Ballyregan Lena is in third place. Then we've got Jets Razzle, Nighttime Pride. They turn for home. Pretty open still. Dundrum Blake down the outside will win it. Sporting Brazil was second. It's a photo third. Sporting Brazil was second. Six the winner ahead of four. Looks like five's got third. That'll be Ballyregan Lena. Looks like five's got third. That'll be Ballyregan Lena. Looks like five's got third. That'll be Ballyregan Lena. Looks like five's got third. That'll be Ballyregan Lena.
Quit my job and I left my wife. Headed out west for a brand new life. Get away, living and working on the land. What a change, what a change it's been. Working at 9 to 5. How strange it's been. Last I get the feeling that I'm really alive. Need a house made out of fiber cement. Don't need no money, 'cause you don't pay no rent. Yeah, it's all so cheap. Living and working on the land. La 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 la. La 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 la
A country class novice over the 380 metres. The favourite is with number 8 Ripping Harry, $3 and 120. Then we'll go out to number 1 Simple Dimple, 340, 120. And then out to number 7 Global Gain, a last start winner, 460 and 140. As we welcome in our Sky Racing audience for race number 9 here at Cannington, the Property Plus Real Estate Novice. Greyhounds are behind the boxes and about to be instructed to move forward. Greyhounds are behind the boxes and about to be instructed to move forward. Thanks, Ash, as our TAB radio audience join us here for race number 9, as well as our on-course patrons for this Property Plus Real Estate Country Class Novice over the 380 metres. Number 8, Rippin' Harry, ran second last start behind National King, beaten a half length on the line after challenging in the concluding stages. Global Gain from box 7 is a last start winner in 22.20, and he has a personal best here of 21.89. Youthful Spirit's been mixing distances and classes. Drops back to the 380 metres here tonight. Has a personal best of 21.89. If she can recapture that, she should be in this all up to the nose. As the first row moves forward, and the second row is just about to join the line. Race 9 here at Cannington. Last one's just about locked in. It's in now. Red light goes to green. Lures in motion. Set for a start. Favourite and 8, Rippin' Harry. Ready. Set for a start, favourite and 8, Rippin' Harry. And away on racing, Ripping Harry was only fairly away. Showing speed was Simply Rich. On the fence was 2 to Romeo. Wider out was Global Gain with Simple Dimple. Oh Please, getting shuffled out the back was Ripping Harry with Youthful Spirit and Bomber's Power. Off the back, Simply Rich in front by a length. On Simple Dimple, 2 to Romeo, Ripping Harry as they round the home corner. In front, it's Simply Rich to the inside. Simple Dimple. Simply Rich will hold on from Simple Dimple. Ripping Harry, then followed by 2 to Romeo. Well back was Oh Please with Global Gain. Well back was Youthful Spirit. The time is 22 and a 49. The winner, number 5, Simply Rich, has just held on for Trudy Mitchum from 1 Simple Dimple and 8 Rippin' Harry. Number 5, Youth Simply Rich, ends a losing sequence of 8. A Black Bitch at a Black Bear Lee, quick to go, owned and trained by Trudy Mitchum. That's win number 2 at start number 26. Second, number 1, Simple Dimple, a Black Bitch at a Fabregas Misjudge, owned by Eric Campana, trained by Tim Gummo. And third across the line, number 8, Rip and Harry, battled on strongly for Shane Williams, a Black Dog at a Collision, Rip and Rose. And fourth across the line, number 2, Tudor Romeo. So 5, 1, 8 and 2 on race number 9. The margins were ahead by 2 lengths, 22 and 49. Race number 10. It's the Zach Manelli at start, a country grade 5, I should say, over the 380 metres. 1, 2, 4 and 5 are the selections. Chasing Pearls on top for John Carmody, and Jimmy Chad will have the dividends for you shortly.
Mate, I've said to the owners, you know, maybe if we can't do anything, then maybe we need to move it to somebody else and see if they can get the best out of it, because she shows so much potential, but I just can't get the best out of her. So we're going back to the mile. I've been riding her at home, and she feels to me like a miler, so I'm going against what I've been advised, and I'm hoping that maybe it will work, because to me she feels like a miler, so we're taking our chance.
Best of luck. Hope you get some luck today. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Pete Borden. So let's go back to Stan in the studio for race number 5.
This is the De Grendel Wine Estate Special Weights maiden. It's for fillies and mares over 1,000 metres. It looks to be a race between 1 and 4. De Melzer is Pitt's horse. We've heard his opinion about it. I like this horse's form. The second behind Louis Diamond. There's been 4 or 5 winners come out of that race. And then last time out behind What Estate, well, the winners come out and won again. The second is also won. So very good form for De Melzer. And the other one is number 4. If I can just get there, number 4 being...
Absolute Pleasure.
I can't get there. Something wrong with my computer.
Number 4, Absolute Pleasure.
Yes, Absolute Pleasure. 2-year-old filly. But 5'11" on debut, and sure to have come on with the benefit of that run. Do you also like those 2 feet?
I do. I actually like 2, 1 and 4. I do like 4, and I like the look of her as well. As I said, we couldn't see too much of them in the parade ring because they had their rain sheets on, but when the rain sheet was taken off, I like the look of her. She's a nice water winter. She looks very well there. She is on the track, just walking, but a very nice looking filly, and she looks a nice size as well. And she did have an excuse on debut. She was not striding out, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot more from her today.
Yeah, that was 6 weeks ago. You'd think it's been long enough to fix up whatever was not right?
Yeah, absolutely. I would imagine she'll be spot on to make a better account of herself today. I really like the look of her.
Okay, I'm with number 1. They're going in, they jump in. Okay.
Runners loading for race number 5, the De Grendel Wine Estate maiden special weights, fillies and mares over 1,000 metres, most of the field installed. Drakva, Absolute Pleasure. Drakva, Repasses installed. Time Flies. De Melzer drawn towards the inside. Goes in this time, 1,000 metres to sprint. They sprinting from the 1,000. Repasser missed the break. That'll tuck in behind runners. De Melzer responded well. Drakva very quick. Absolute Pleasure. Time Flies in behind that and repasses the back marker. De Melzer shows the way. Leads it from in behind those. Drakva races in second. Absolute Pleasure further back. Repasses in behind those, and Time Flies is the back marker. De Melzer still the one in front. Has the lead from Drakva. Absolute Pleasure's in behind those. They've been followed by Repasser, and Time Flies can't go him. The race down to the final 450, and De Melzer's the one in front. Has the lead from Drakva. Absolute Pleasure in the centre, then came Repasser further back in running, and in behind those Time Flies, but De Melzer is the one in front, and Drakva starts to close ground. Absolute Pleasure's outside of runners, starting to kick on. De Melzer's in front. Absolute Pleasure. Drakva between runners. De Melzer still the one in front, and Absolute Pleasure starts to close ground up towards the outside. De Melzer's in front from Absolute Pleasure, and De Melzer go all the way. De Melzer goes on to score from Absolute Pleasure. Drakva in behind those. Time Flies came from last to run on to 4th, and then came Repasser. Well, De Melzer under Richard Ferree, Absolute Pleasure up the centre is trying to give cheek for a while, but De Melzer go all the way, and De Melzer goes on to score, wins down that inside running rail, wins it by about 3.5 in the M1 De Melzer. From Absolute Pleasure, the 4 back in second. They being followed after those by Drachma. The two will just hold on to third. The three-time Flies was totally outpaced and runs on nicely back into fourth. They being followed after those by Rapasa. Head-on shows Demelza down towards the inside and Richard Faree. They've taken over. Drachma, Absolute Pleasures running on in behind those. But it's Absolute Pleasures running on in behind those. But it's Absolute Pleasures running on in behind those.
Alan Barber's in the light blue with the maroon star and moon armlets. Janice Drinkwater. And playing for £5. The cheek piece is on for the first time today. Hello, Barber. We'll take a check on the betting with the runners now gathering at the starts. Marucci at 2-1 heads the market ahead of Jessica Rabbit at 100-30. Hello Bob is 7-2. Branson, Missouri 4-1. It's Fleur Sal's next in at 14-1. Miss Bambi is 16-1 and Snug as a Bug 22-1. Runners are at the post. Snug as a Bug 22-1. Runners are at the post. Snug as a Bug 22-1. Runners are at the post. Runners just circling at the start for this, the third race. There's Marucci, purple with the orange stars and orange sleeves. Best turned out winner is Jessica Rabbit in the purple with the red sleeves and the white cap. Hello Bob in the light blue with the maroon star, maroon armlets. And we've got a jockey change here. Tom Bellamy now rides Marucci in the purple and orange. Flags have been raised. Runners about to come forward at the 2.5 mile start. Flags have been raised. Runners about to come forward at the 2.5 mile start. Flags have been raised. Runners about to come forward at the 2.5 mile start. They're off. This is the Royal Ascot on Sky Sports Racing Mares Handicap Hurdle, heading towards the first flight of hurdles. They jumped 2 in the back straight first time round, 10 in total. Marucci makes the early running from Branson, Missouri. Miss Bambi's in third. A couple of lengths break back to Fleur Sal's, who races alongside Snug as a Bug. Hello Bob at the back, along with Jessica Rabbit. They jumped the first flight of hurdles, may have just been Marucci, but only narrowly from Branson, Missouri, and they race in unison as they head on towards flight number 2 over on the far side. Also matching strides, 3rd and 4th. Miss Bambi in the red and beige, red and yellow are Fleur Sal's, and then a clear 5th at this stage is Snug as a Bug, and that leading group are being followed 2 lengths back by Hello Bob, and the back marker a length or so away is our best turned out winner, Jessica Rabbit. They continue over on the far side, jump the second flight of hurdles and all clear it without problem. So heading over the rise on the far side of the track, and a long run now before they'll take another flight of hurdles. That'll be in the home straight. Top weight, Branson, Missouri, and Sam Twiston Davis. Sam's only ride on the card this afternoon. Disputing it with Marucci. Tom Bellamy now in the saddle, having switched from Air of Elegance, who's a non-runner. Half a length to Fleur Sal's, tracked closely in 3rd place, with on their heels in 4th, Miss Bambi. This little break then of 4 lengths to the light green and yellow of Snug as a Bug, Sean Houlihan. White cap of Jessica Rabbit, Keelan Woods, and 2 lengths to Hello Bob and Danny Burton. In line for the judge this time round. On the right, it's Branson, Missouri. On the left, Marucci. Only a length away, Fleur Sal's racing alongside Miss Bambi. Front 4 are 2 lengths ahead of Snug as a Bug. So they rise at the first of 3 in the straight. Branson, Missouri with a definite advantage that time. And they head on then towards their next flight. This is number 4 of 10 in total. Branson, Missouri's advantage 3/4 of a length from Marucci as they cross this flight of hurdles. And they're 2 ahead of Fleur Sal's and Miss Bambi. And Jessica Rabbit has improved. One who is struggling at this stage is Snug as a Bug. She's dropped back to be last, and she's being driven along by Sean Houlihan. Over the next flight as they come up towards the stands, Snug as a Bug losing touch now with the main body of the field, who are fairly closely grouped. Patiently ridden at the back of the bunch is Hello Bob, the big white face and the maroon armlets on the sleeves. as they race past the stands in this Royal Ascot on Sky Sports Racing Mares Handicap Hurdle. And there's about 6 lengths between the leader of the main group and the last of that leading bunch, and then there's this 12-15 length break to Snug as a Bug, who's being pushed along quite vigorously and at this stage struggling to keep up with the others. Going down the far side, Branson, Missouri still has company in the shape of Marucci as they go towards the first down the back. Fleur Salles and Miss Bambi have always been in close attendance, with 2 lengths to the patiently ridden Jessica Rabbit, and then Hello Bob, another one who's been waited with, as they cross the first flight over on the far side. Marucci, Branson, Missouri together. They race then over on the far side and pulled up at the back of the field, Snug as a Bug. So going towards the last on the far side, 4 from the finish. And Marucci on the far side of Branson, Missouri. They've been disputing it for much of the journey, with chasing them in third, Miss Bambi and Fleur Salles. And then Hello Bob and Jessica Rabbit still to play their cards as they jump the last on the far side, and they've all jumped it without problem, and head now towards the end of the back straight, inside the last 7 furlongs. 3 flights await them in the home straight. The front 2 both travelling strongly. Branson, Missouri, Marucci, Fleur Salles right behind Branson, Missouri, Miss Bambi tracking Marucci, and then in behind them, Hello Bob on the inside of Jessica Rabbit. All 6 travelling pretty well as they swing the corner, head towards home. Half a mile to travel, 3 more flights to take. Branson, Missouri, previous course winner, bidding to give weight to her rivals, leads Marucci a close 4th here last time out. Coming there between runners is Fleur Salles, and on the right, Hello Bob being shaken up. On the left, Miss Bambi still to be asked for her serious effort. Jessica Rabbit also patiently ridden. They jumped 3 from home, and it's Branson, Missouri ridden along in front. Marucci between runners now. Fleur Salles putting in a strong run. Miss Bambi making a move, and Jessica Rabbit continues to travel well. Hello Bob looks to be labouring. 2 from the finish. Branson, Missouri, Fleur Salles, Marucci, Jessica Rabbit waiting in the wings, coming there pretty strongly now towards the near side, then driven along Miss Bambi as they head towards the final flight of hurdles. Marucci now tackled by Jessica Rabbit. Jessica Rabbit jumps to the front over the last. Miss Bambi the near side, Marucci the far side. Jessica Rabbit with the lead now inside the final 3 parts of a furlong and is drawing clear. Jessica Rabbit has been given a fine ride here by Keelan Woods and produced to a nicety to go on and score a 2nd hurdles win for Jessica Rabbit. Beats Miss Bambi. Marucci was 3rd and fellow front runner Branson, Missouri was 4th. Branson, Missouri was 4th.
Just begins to fade by itself. It's a drink I learned, though it took so long. Bitter tears, just so sweet.
Grade 5 over the 380 metres. Thanks Ash, as our TAB radio audience join us here for race number 10, and our on-course patrons for the Zach Manelli stud grade 5 over the 380 metres. Number 2 Rumbling Moment 230 and 110. Number 1 Chasing Pearls 290 120. Number 8 Tanny Moral Lass $5 and 130 for Damien Credelli, drawn in the pink. Double figure odds for the remainder of these runners as they make their way to the start. For the race number 10, number 2 Rumbling Moment, the favourite, was a last start winner over this trip in a country 6, beating Provider by 5 1/4 lengths, running 22.14 on that occasion for Sarah Appleton. Number 1, Chasing Pearls, has a personal best of 21.93, has won 3 times from 10 starts and 5 minors over the distance. And the number 8, Tanny Moral Lass, who was unplaced on debut last week from this trip, been racing well at Mandurah over the 405 metres. The first row moves forward. Now the second row is just about to join the line. Race number 10 here at Cannington, the Zach Minnelli at stud. Favourite number 2, Rumble and Moment, 2.20, 1.10. Second elect, Chasing Pearls, $3 and 1.20. Red light goes to green. Lewis in motion. They're set for a start. Race number 10, ready. Awan Racing, Rumble and Moment missed the start. Showing speed was Chasing Pearls, Rumble and Moment. Malika, wider out was Tanny Moral Lass from You're Kidding. Well back was Simply Pick Me with Moment to 12. Last was St. Ruby off the back. In front, Rumble and Moment rails underneath of Chasing Pearls. Then followed by Malika and Tanny Moral Lass as they round the corner to the inside. Moment to Rumba, then followed by Chasing Pearls, and Rumble and Moment goes on to beat Chasing Pearls. Malika, then followed by Tanny Moral Lass with You're Kidding. Well back through the field would have been Simply Pick Me with Moment to 12, and St. Ruby, the time 22.04. To the winner, Rumble and Moment, a red fawn dog at a Orson Allen. Moment to Rumba, owned by R. Jones, Sarah Appleton, trained by Sarah Appleton. That's win number 6 from start number 20. Second, number 1, Chasing Pearls, a fawn bitch at a Aston DB, Juniper Tweedo, owned by John and Diane Carmody, trained by John Carmody. And third, number 4, Malika, a black bitch at a Cromler Bow, So Suracura, owned by El Vag and P. Noden, trained by Rod Noden. Fourth across the line, number 8, Tanny Moral Lass for Damien Credelli. 2, 1, 4 and 8, 1 1/4 lengths by 2.5 the margins. 22.04 is the run on race 10. Race 11 is the like share follow at Greyhounds WA, a novice over the 275 metres. 8, 1, 2 and 4 are the selections for Pete, and Jim Chandler will have those dividends shortly. Race 10, Cannington, 2, 1, 4, 8, 2, Rumble and Moment, 250, 132, and second, number 1, Chasing Pearls, 104, third, 4, Malika, 240, and fourth, number 8, the Quinella, 250, Exacta, 450, Trifecta, $22.50. The first 4 and 2, 1, 4, 8, $69.40. The double on 5 and 2 is a carryover. Race 11 coming up in 17 minutes' time.
Yeah, thanks, Bruni. Just the one to go in now, and that'll be your favourite. Santa Bella going into stall 2 to complete the lineup for race 2. That's
Is it both from the blue? Then what is it both? Is it glorified screw that doesn't hold nothing together? Far from these nonsense boys, and they know if music it's making me sick. I know it's making you sick. There's nothing there. It's like eating air. It's like drinking gin with nothing else in. That doesn't hold me together. But for one, cried it out, you were the only one in the room. I sailed around all those bumps in the night till you become in the gloom.
It's an interesting question, Matt Chapman. 5-2 each of 2, and about 250 bookmakers here at Royal Ascot this week as you dramatise and Love Reigns. 5-2 each of 2, 9-1 Maria Branwell, Katie Content 10-1. All the time you can see Katie Content 10-1. Lady Tilbury 14-1 for David Marnan. Sid Hooper here, John Hooper, one of the major bookmakers who takes lots and lots of money. John, what's the market like?
It's very strong here today. It's very busy. There's a lot of reasonable sized wages.
And yesterday, good business?
Good business yesterday for Ascot, and it's great to be back.
Lots come around here, you can see. This is where the stock exchange. It's green, 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 but there is one red, and the red is dramatised. Dramatise a loser. That's what happens here at Royal Ascot. It's always good fun to come to the betting ring.
And it's good to hear the ring is busy as number 18 goes past us. That's Primrose Ridge, one of the ammo races. One of the horses for them, Gary Halpin riding for Darrell Holland. And the top of the market, Jason, it's Yorkshire against America. Which do you prefer?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how they priced it up yesterday with Dramatized being a pretty solid second favourite, if you like, but just the strength of that Newmarket Victory, the good speed figure. She ticked a lot of boxes, didn't she? And of course, Carl Burke was fairly bullish beforehand. We saw Steve Parkin, the owner, he gave it the big fist pump afterwards, and it was all systems, all roads lead straight here to the Royal Meeting. So she's a fascinating runner. This is her, and it was straightforward, Ed. You know, she jumped, she travelled, and she quickened. This is a good debut effort, Johnny.
She did, yeah. She's a bit green coming down the hill there at Newmarket, Jess, you know, as they always do. But it's her first run, and obviously she's gone back. She's pleased connections at home. She's going to have to improve, Jess. There's a lot of good fillies in it. This is the best two-year-old race for fillies. Fastest of the week, and there's a lot of unbeaten horses here. A bit like the Coventry yesterday, maybe look and running, which side is going to be the best, but usually the best one wins, and as I said, it looks like a high-class field this year.
For Irad Ortiz, after what happened yesterday, he was looking round because for him it was so alien the fact that Mondemege was being withdrawn. I think he was still assuming Mondemege, as Ruby said earlier, was going to run, so he was looking the wrong way. The gate's open and it's all over with Golden Pal. How much pressure is he under now?
A massive amount. Look, he is a world-class rider. There's no getting away from that, and he needs to bounce back very, very quickly. Now is the time.
Down to Luke.
For trainer Clive Cox. The grey filly going to post was Queen of Deauville. Will Buick riding for Jabra Abdullah and Charlie and Mark Johnston. Black colours of Carmella. Number 2 for the Many Saints, Dave Lockman and Richard Kingscote in the saddle. She goes to the start with All the Time for the Royal Ascot Racing Club, Simon and Ed Crisford and James Doyle. White with the dark armlets and cap. Funny Money Honey's on the way to the start, and the colours of Owner Mrs. Marnon. Florian Guiada trains, and Tom Marquand takes the ride. Colours of yellow and black with the striped sleeves. Meanwhile, number 15, Olivia Meralda, is about to make her way out for the Amo Coutinho partnership. Silvestre de Souza in the saddle aboard number 15. Olivia Meralda, one of the Irish raiders in the lineup. Another of her owner mates, Primrose Ridge, is in the violet with the red cap. Gary Halpin taking the ride for Darrell Holland. Lady Bean, meanwhile, is in the yellow and white colours of On-Tour winner and Andy Finneran. Gerard Mosse riding for Adrian Keatley. And Lady Tilbury is about to make her way out under Gary Carroll for Dave Marnon and MRC International. Black with the light green chevron, the light green sleeves and cap for number 8, Lady Tilbury. So the runners making their way down to the 5 furlong starting point for the Group 2 Queen Mary Stakes. Dramatised and Love Reigns are currently joint favourites at 5-2, 2 point at 5-1. Maria Branwell is an 8-1 chance. Katie Content is at 10-1. Some interest in Yarsat, number 21, who's into 11-1 from 16-1. All the Time is a 14-1 chance with Lady Tilbury. 22-1 then for Carmella. Manhattan Jungle is also at 22-1, as is Miami Girl. Malin Sea a 33-1 chance with Olivia Meralda. Grand Oak of 40-1, 50-1 for Funny Money Honey, Omni Queen, One More Ollie, Queen of Deauville and the Platinum Queen, all that cluster at 50-1. Lady Beano is generally 80-1, and Lost Angel is at 100-1. Same price as Primrose Ridge. 21 fillies then beginning to assemble at the start for the opening race on day 2. Hope you have a really enjoyable afternoon. And welcome along to Royal Ascot with the runners making their way to the start. We are about 3 minutes away from the off time of the day 2 feature. And they're betting 5-2 the field at the moment. All the Time, one of those just arriving at the start. And 1 or 2 of the others drifting straight off behind the stalls. Lady Tilbury is the one who's gone down a little behind the others. And Connection seemed at pains to make sure that was the case with her. She was taken down very steadily. Just heading off behind the stalls, Yarsat and Lady Beano. Lady Beano in the yellow and white colours of On-Tour winner. And if you're on any of the fancied horses in this race, well, you've got the likes of the joint favourites, Dramatised. Well, she's going to be coming out of stall 17 in grey colours towards the stand side. Love Reigns, well, she's going to be coming from stall 5 towards the far side, and that is Dramatised in the shot there. Last one just about to arrive at the start, Lady Tilbury. Last one just about to arrive at the start. And the others have gone straight off behind the stalls and fairly relaxed as well as they go behind. I can see Mayland C in the Midland Park Silk circling in.
Discipline, slightly different ask for the jockeys, and of course remember this horse carrying 9.8 with the 6 pound allowance that the jockeys have now, and Irad's used to riding around 8 stone 4, 8 stone 7 consistently, so big saddle, lots of lead, and sometimes that feels a little bit uncomfortable, a bit alien to what he's used to.
Were you surprised last week when the news broke that Wesley was going to use him, one of the best jockeys in the world, and not like previous years where he's used Frankie?
Yeah, not at all. I did have a quick chat with Frankie about it. I said, you've been jockeying jockeys off and now you've got it the other way around. He said, look, Wesley's rang me, had a chat, we talked about it, there was no falling out whatsoever, and he will be booked for the filly that hopefully goes to Goodwood later on. So it's just a one meeting deal.
Back to the ring.
Irad Ortiz's wife Melissa is here. Welcome to Royal Ascot.
Thank you. Very excited to be here. It's a pleasure. It's a dream come true just being here. It's wonderful. We love it here.
She's riding this wonderful filly in the first train by Wesley Ward. She's extremely fast.
Yes. I hope we can do the best we can and come with the win.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Johnny, Clive Cox and Adam Kirby won this in 2017 with Heartache. They've got Katie Content here.
Yeah, looked good in the ring, Ed. Nice and calm, relaxed, looked very strong, looked very fit. She's ready to run a big race. She did, she took it all in, which is, it's quite a big atmosphere here today, Jason, but she took it on in really, really well. And jockey and trainer have a great record together this track.
Yeah, she managed to carry the penalty for that success at Windsor. She's also closely related to Al Caballo, who's been making rapid strides for the Carl Burke team as well. So she's got a lovely page to boot. Carl's other runner down the bottom, Yashat, we shouldn't underestimate her. Excellent second in the Mary Gate, very good run. She was always up towards the front end. Expect her to be a little bit of pace from the low numbers. And if I was going through it, maybe leaning towards middle to high as the main pace angles.
In 16 is Maria Branwell. Were you impressed with her last time?
Yeah, the national win was really good, and obviously we're talking about jockey bookings. Kieran Schumacher comes in for the ride because Danny, who rides for Carl in here, who won on Maria Branwell, is retained by Clipper Logistics.
Who's going to go off favourite, Matt?
It is, Ed, but really worrying news for Dramatised fans that the big gamble of the race now is Yarsat, the stable companion. 16, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 to 1 now. Yarsat is Dramatised, not the right one of the Carl Burke team. That's the big question.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Clifford Lee rides that one. The Johnson team, who've won this attraction, the most famous winner, they've got Queen of Deauville.
Yeah, and they've got a massive batch of juveniles to choose from. I'm fascinated that she turns up here. Saw her, Ed, walking around in the prelims. They'd washed her off, i.e. hosed her down. She then dried out, so all the grey colour had gone dark. Then it came back light. They also dipped the rug, or the cooler sheet that they had, in ice water and then threw it over the top of her, all to keep the temperature down.
Irad Ortiz, that's his view. He's in, he's looking round. Will Love Reigns get away well? There they are, ahead of the Queen Mary. Richard.
So last couple heading forward, Ed, Miami Girl, going in the quartered cap, and Dramatised, one of the leading fancies, also moves forward. So the Queen Mary, 21 runners spread right across the 5 furlong track. All set, and they're off and racing from the stalls. Love Reigns encouraged to move forward and draking well. Primrose Ridge in the red cap. All the time heads over to the far side in company with Grand Oak. A full step was taken there by Omni Queen, who just stumbled slightly as they race in 2 groups. On the stand side, Primrose Ridge with Dramatised, tracked by Manhattan Jungle. They're being followed also on the near side by one more Ollie. Near side as well for Lost Angel. Over on the far side, Love Reigns continues to lead there with Katie Content, Grand Oak. They're being tracked by Yarsat as they make their way down with a couple of furlongs to go. All the time is also there as well with Funny Money Honey. Lady Tilbury on the far side, Love Reigns, Katie Content over on the far side with Yarsat. Dramatised coming into it. Maria Branwell trying to stay on as well in company with Mayland C. It's now Dramatised who's moved to the front on the near side. Mayland C over on the far side. Love Reigns and Maria Branwell. Dramatised leads the Queen Mary by over a length. Mayland C in second place and just pushed out towards the line. Another for Danny Tutto. Dramatised won the Queen Mary from Mayland C, tight for third. Maria Branwell, Love Reigns behind these Miami sixth place Olivia Moralda, and then behind those was Carmella. Dramatised has won comfortably, the Queen Mary. It's a winning margin of possibly as much as a length and a half, and a third winner already of the meeting for Danny Tudhope. Carl Burke with the winner of the Queen Mary. Mayland C was second, close for third. Drop of their heads, near side Maria Bramwell on that, may have just nudged out Love Reigns, and then we had the cavalry with Katie Content just tracking home Miami Girl, Olivia Moralda, Funny Money, Honey Carmella, Lady Tilbury, all in that group. Omni Queen has finished mid-division as the one that looked a little bit unlucky. She seemed to get hampered quite early on. The Platinum Queen never showed with a chance all the way back to the likes of Lady Beano, One More Ollie, and All the Time. But Dramatised, 2 out of 2, made a favourable impression at Newmarket. She hung left in the closing stages that day, and she was straight and true here, and was the decisive winner of the Queen Mary.
And Johnny, that's quite something. Danny Tudhope has just ridden 3 winners in a row at the Royal Meeting, and for this one, he didn't even need his whip.
No, listen, that's what happens in this place. When you get on a roll here, you think you're invincible. After winning 2 races yesterday, you know, he'd be high in confidence. This is probably one of his best rides of the week. He's going through the gears here. He gives her a slap down the shoulder. But watch here, Ed. Just as he's about to... there it goes. Oh my God, worst thing that can happen in a big race like this. But thankfully this filly has her head down. She's galloping really strong out to the line. Big strong glad Danny, so you know.
And of course,
it didn't need it.
Yeah, she lent really badly left-handed when she went down into the dip, and obviously this kind of finish here, if you like, just a slide climb and then levelling off for the final furlong. She didn't have anything to any reason to lean left-handed.
No, and Jason, she did a lot of the work on her own. On the right side looked like all the pace, as you said, was on the right side. They were going fast over there, so she had to commit pretty early. But hey, she's a very nice filly. You'd love the way she gallops out to the line there. Danny is just, you know, he knows he has it in the bag here. He's just getting down for the photo, and that's
like one of those great stats. You know, they talk about the golfers, don't they? And he's had 27 consecutive pars because they run the next day, or they're one game into the next. Danny, just a treble on the board, the 1, 2, 3. That's what it means.
There's Steve Parkin. Remember, he pulled his calf last time he had a winner on ITV. He puts a lot into this game. He's just sold Clipper Logistics, and he loves his filly Dramatised. And Danny Tudhope is on some roll.
He sure is. It's a hat-trick for Danny Tudhope here at Ascot on horse number 3, Dramatised. And we're just having a chat to trainer Carl Burke. Did I just hear you say you dropped your stick?
Yeah, it was a nightmare, to be honest.
What happened?
You just went to spin it, you know, sometimes you lose it. And I dropped it probably a furlong and a half out.
No way.
I only gave her one little smack, and then she's obviously very good.
Yeah.
She's got so much talent, so much speed. I feel like I maybe went too soon as well. She was getting a bit lonely in front. She's unbelievable pick. She's good.
Look, I know it goes without saying she's just won a very high-profile race at Ascot, but it is the world this filly's oyster, do you think, Danny?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 2-year-old, your dream is to find a nice 2-year-old cold filly this time of year, and you know, Carl's been great the last few years. We've got some lovely horses with him, and again we've got another star here.
Yeah.
So yeah, listen, the world's a oyster.
Some week for you as well. Well done, Danny.
Led up there by Lucy Brocklehurst. Looks absolutely thrilled on the right. What happens when you drop your whip? Do you get the mickey taken out of you?
Ed, when he goes into the weigh room, I'd say every jockey in the weigh room will put their stick on his peg. So when he comes in, there's about 50 whips outside. Or there's one there with a bit of tape on it, you know, like a pony club put around your wrist. So listen, he won't mind now. The filly didn't need it. And hey, I think she's a nice filly, Ed. I think she has a future.
A future as a speedster, or could she go further?
She has plenty of speed, but she looks to me like this. She could be a Guineas filly, Ed.
Really?
Yeah, I like her.
I think that Carl Burke deserves a pat on the back in his team, because she was fairly lively down at the gate. She was on simmer, you know, one of those where you might just throw your race away, but she's got all the gears.
And Midland Park, who are here in force today, they'll be thrilled with the run of the second.
Mayland C, you know, there was it's not like the yard, Michael Bell, to just throw one in like that. So the daughter of Havana Grey, 100,000 as a 2-year-old she was, has run a blinder.
There's Carl Burke on the left there joining the party. He's having a tremendous season, as here's the welcome for his brilliant 2-year-old filly, who's won the Queen Mary. In the Clipper Logistics colours of Steve Parkin, it's Dramatised. Steve Parkin there. Well done, Carl Burke, a family operation. There'll be some celebration. They know how to celebrate, these guys, and dramatise one at 5-2 on the right there in the orange box. That's the tote return, the whirlpool in operation all week, and the Japanese will be watching with the big race to come later. £4 the return, which is effectively 3-1. Malin C, second for Midland Park at 28-1. Maria Branwell was third at 9-1. The American horse Love Reigns finished fourth at 11-4. To Rishi.
With the winning trainer, Carl Burke, who first thing he did was admonish me for not mentioning her more this morning. And Carl, she has won, like obviously she deserved a very strong mention. She's a very, very good horse.
Well, I've probably been saying too much, but that's basically what I have been saying. You know, she's shown us that at home, and a lot of natural speed. She lengthens and she keeps going. You know, I'm sure she'll stay 6. Although Danny just said there, keep her at 5 at the moment, but I'm sure she'll stay 6.
The way she races, would it be fair to say that she's still green? You know, the first win, obviously, she went in the dip and looked a little bit at sea, but here today, she's still, Danny didn't have the stick in the closing stages, she still looks like there's a lot to learn.
There's still more to come from, I'm sure. I wouldn't blame the dip. I think it was just greenness being in front at Newmarket. If you watch the last 100 yards, she actually was jabbing on the brakes, and Danny Half went up her neck at Newmarket, and she still clocked a very fast time. She's grown, she's physically grown well over the last 2 months, and you know, she's a very good filly. I'm delighted to get it job done.
I've seen you talk about good horses. I've seen you talk about Lawrence, obviously was a top-class filly. I get the same sense from you, and you could correct me here, but that you think we're talking about a horse that's going to go on season after season potentially, certainly this season and next, and be very, very competitive at the highest level.
She's definitely a Group 1 horse, ability-wise. Ahead, as you know, she's a little bit of a diva, but she was very good today. You know, I haven't spoken to the lads that was down at the start with her, but she looked very good today, and she took the prelims really well. So she's growing up, and fingers crossed.
What will be next for her?
We've spoke about the Mornay, and that's she'll certainly we'll certainly consider that an easy French 1200 metres. But you know, those races at the end, the Lowther obviously at York would be right up Steve's alley. So you know, there's lots of options.
Where is Steve? Is he over having the photo?
I'm going to have a photo with him.
Just going to have a photo. Might have a wander over if I can, if I have enough time, and go and grab a word with Steve. Steve, come on.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you very
Carl's
much.
already lined up the Lowther for you later on.
Yeah,
so that will help you up your street.
under a penalty, we'll go for the Lowther.
But what does today mean to you, and how satisfying is it to get this filly to do what she's done today?
Well, I started in racing about 20 years ago, and through a guy called Joe Foley, I created a breeding operation, and this is our first big winner for what we've bred. So it's come from the farm. A huge thrill. Yeah, I'm better than buying a horse. You know, to breed it yourself. We saw born as a baby, and to watch him come through on the farm and develop like that, very special. Very, very, very special.
Well, enjoy every
emotional.
moment. Enjoy every moment. Well done.
Thank you, Manush. Thank you.
How he'd love to win a race like the Lowther at his beloved York. He's punching the air at Royal Ascot, and his party, which is always known as the best party of the year, could be spectacular this year if she could go and win there. She is talented, is dramatised. And from the Queen Mary, we'll go to the Queen Vases next. Then it's the Prince of Wales Stakes, the Group 1. Then the Duke of Cambridge, the Group 2 over a mile. It's pretty spectacular on the track again, and this meeting attracts big names.
We have popped up to the ITV box to see some familiar faces. We've got Oti Babusi and Jason Manford. Welcome to you both. Oti, it's your first time at Ascot. How are you finding it?
I'm so excited to see everything, everyone, also the fashion that is happening over here.
You just looked at you.
The M&S collection.
Speaking of someone who looks fab, you look absolutely stunning today. What a dress, what a hat.
I love it. I can't breathe in it, but I'm totally loving it.
That doesn't matter. That's a minor thing.
Breathe when you get home, I say.
Now listen, you may be wondering, you know, if you're going to put a bet on how you work out what horse to go for. Some people go for the name, some people go for the, you know, the colour of the jockey's silks, but we've got an expert here, haven't we?
You are the expert.
You do this a lot.
Rumour seems to have spread. I came in today and people went, "Hey Jace, any tips?" So something must have happened. I don't remember this.
I'll tell you what's happened, because you mentioned that you had a system, and I think as soon as people say that...
The problem when you've got a system is, you know, I mean, I'm banned from several bookies actually, because I've got a system. My system is it's just sort of confirmation bias, I've called it, which is essentially I have a look on the tipsters, obviously your good selves.
Of course.
Your man in the Sunday Times is pretty good. I have a little look, and if either of you say the same horse, I think, hang on a minute. And then I've got two mates, Dion Dublin, who's very good, and another mate of mine, Steve. I text them. If they also say the same horse, the bet
Then
goes
that's
on.
in, they're in.
So it's not a system, is it?
For Oti, I was going to say for Oti, it wasn't that long ago. You only saw a horse in the flesh for the first time.
Yes, I literally have not been around horses, and it was when I was with Bill Bailey, and then I saw how beautiful they are. They're literally majestic, and I was like taken away almost. And so I'm really happy.
Did you go to his zoo?
No,
He's got a zoo at his house.
He does. He actually does. No, they came to us.
They came to you. I mean, can you imagine? Bring some horses to me when you see them in action today.
We need to put money where your mouth is. Have you got your racing card there? Right, let's have a quick nosy. What are we thinking?
Well, I won't mind down. I've gone for Elderov at 305.
Right.
And I'm liking Rocket Rodney at 535.
Well, we will wait and see how that goes.
He was 10-1 a minute ago, and I imagine that's about 6-1 now I've said it.
My top tip is never ask me and Charlotte. That's all I'm going to say,
yes,
all right?
Basically. Thanks so much. Catch you later.
So Jason tipping up Elderov. As you know, Johnny, he's a Bahrainian combat fighter.
Yes.
He's also
all right, yeah.
he's also a good horse. And you tipped that, Luke Harvey tipped that when we went up to the ITV box earlier. So
yeah, well, it wasn't too hard tipping that one, was it?
You got very upset with me. I hadn't spotted the picture of you behind you on the wall. I'm sorry about that. Right, Ruby, what did you spot in the first?
Well, Richard Hoyles highlighted it for us, even Ed, and that was Omni Queen quite early in the race, and how she ended up close enough to the floor. She's in the middle of your shot, chestnut filly, white face, purple colours with the white stars. Now left and right of her, the yellow colours in the navy. As they follow Irad Ortiz across the track, watch how Tom Marquand and Adam Kirby come closer. Lee Roach in the middle gets bumped left, bumped right, then runs out of room. It's the scrimmaging early in a race where they're all funneling to follow Irad, and here's Danny dropping his whip, as Johnny said, just goes to twirl it, loses it in his fingers, and you can see him almost punch his leg then. Didn't make any difference, but I bet he would have loved to have had it.
Made no difference though, winning brilliantly. Good horse, Ruby, in the first. Thank you. We'll be back with you shortly. Presentation for winning the first race is underway. Famous actress doing it, actually. There's Helen George, best known for her lead role in a BAFTA award-winning series, Call the Midwife. Good series, that, Johnny. Highly recommended. Trixie Franklin, she was. Well done to Carl Berg there. Steve Parkin in behind with his daughter. And Danny Tudhope getting another prize. 3 in a row for Danny. He will keep that armband. Right, the action keeps on coming. It's the Queen's Vase when we come back.
Are you ready to play Australia? With Play Central on the Tab app, get unrivaled access to all 3 Sky Racing channels.
Fireburn went past She's Extreme.
And build your racing IQ.
He looks the natural leader.
With tips and analysis from Sky Racing's leading experts across thoroughbreds, greys and harness. Only on Play Central and only on the Tab app. Tab, long may we play.
Stay in control. Leave before you lose it. Gamble responsibly.
Just a perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought I was someone else, someone good. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You're going to reap just what you sow.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
We're so close.
close. I could actually find the lost city.
Loretta Sage, getting you out of here.
Why are you so handsome?
My dad was a weatherman.
Hey, whoa, she doesn't need saving in there.
Okay.
What are you doing in there?
Express release. Available now in Foxtel Store.
Unchain me!
That's her seatbelt. Loretta Sage is missing.
I'm gonna rescue her. I just want her to think of me as more than a cover model.
Start living dangerously.
Alan, what are you doing here?
We're here to save you.
Ah, what is that?
Get it off.
Please.
I can feel him sucking my soul.
We're so close. I could actually find the lost city.
If I don't get to this island, my friend and her cover model are going to die.
I am driving.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh! 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 Oh!
Loretta Sage, getting you out of here.
Why are you so handsome?
My dad was a weatherman.
Hey, whoa, she doesn't need saving in there.
Okay.
What are you doing in there?
Express release. Available now in Foxtel Store.
The track, and there on the left is the restaurant I was talking about with Charlotte Hawkins. Brand new, on the veranda. And Luke, I assume you're down at the start. Ish, not far from the start. Anyway, now I've come out to the veranda. This is absolutely glorious facility. Let's just go in here. Come on, girls, don't run off. I was talking to you earlier on. Come over here, Lucy, because what's it like working in here?
Yeah, it's really good. It's a new venue, so yeah, it's something a bit different.
And what do you do in your real life?
I go to uni currently.
What are you studying?
I'm studying criminology.
Oh, are you? Do you know Jason Weaver?
No.
No one do that. You might do soon. Right, let's have a look over here. Go look at now. If there was an award for best turned out, madam.
Sorry.
If there was an award for the best turned out, you're absolutely home and hose. Are you having? You look like you're having a good day.
Is it? Where's this broadcasting?
Well, there's a clue.
Oh, sorry, I'm from Yorkshire. I don't really understand a lot.
So whose idea was it to come? Your husband's or?
It was mine. It was mine and my husband's, and we love Ascot. We come every year. We love it. But it was mainly to see you, Luke. That's really why we're here.
Do you really? At least I know you can read. I know, we'd better get out because the Queen's Arse is going off, but do you know what? If I had the choice, I love racing, but I think I'd rather be down here.
You know what, he is safer at the start. Luckily, he's only got about 100 yards until he gets to the start for this next race, which is going to be right in front of the main grandstand here. Just over a lap of the track for the Queen's Vase, a race that used to be run over 2 miles, dropped a few years ago back to 1.75 miles, and won by a certain Stradivarius back in 2017. Let's take a look at the runners for this year's renewal. We have 12 of them going to post. Number 1, Al Kareem will head them here. Carl Burke, the trainer, double already on the day. Clifford Lee will take the ride. Number 2 is Anchorage, ridden by Ryan Moore. Ryan has ridden the winner of this race on 5 occasions. Aidan O'Brien, the trainer, has sent out the winner 7 times. Number 3, Baltic Bird. The Goslings have won this race twice in the past, so too has rider Frank Dettori. Number 4 is the unbeaten horse in the field, Eldar Eldarov, the mount of David Egan, riding for Roger Varian. 5 is Green Team, the mount of Marco Gianni. The trainer is Owen Burrows. A couple of runners here in Godolphin Blue. Second colours, a white cap for number 6, Hafit, who is ridden by James Doyle. For Charlie Appleby, who also sends out Nahani, unlucky in the Epsom Derby last time. William Buick has the ride. For Ireland, number 8 is Ruler Legend, the mount of Jamie Spencer, looking for his 27th winner at the Royal Meeting. Number 9 is Zachariah, the mount of Colin Keane. He rides for the Meads. And there are 3 fillies in the lineup. The first is Emotion, another runner here for John and Thady Gosden. Kieran Fallon is aboard. Her Match to the Queen is the owner of number 11, Perfect Alibi, Tom Marquand in the famous silks. Number 12 is Typewriter, the mount of David Probert, and Andrew Balding has already won this race once back in 2019.
Just down here getting a look at these runners for the next race, and we'll catch up with a few of them now as we go around the parade ring. This is number 9, Sicaria by Nathaniel. And that's for the Freddie and Martin Mead team, and we'll drop back and have a look at a few of the others as well. This is number 11 for the Queen. This is Perfect Alibi, and Perfect Alibi is trained by William Haggis, will be the mount of Tom Marquand. Bred by the Queen as well, this filly by Le Havre. She's at least 6th generation bred by the royal family, which is something I really love about the Queen's breeding. She sticks with these families and she breeds generation after generation and keeps faith in them, and they all have lovely names too. She goes back through her dam Daphne, right back to the Expansive, and she's the first foal out of her dam. She's been improving with each of her 3 runs, and she won last time out by a head at Newbury over 1.5 miles. Drop back and catch a few of the others as they're coming from round the bend. Got a few of them coming off around the bend around here. We've got number 3. This is Baltic Bird for the John and Thady Gosden team, a Frankel filly owned by Gestut Ammerland, major German stud farm. She's followed by number 10, Emotion, another runner for the John and Thady Gosden team. We'll catch up with a few of the others in a minute.
Oh, it's the Queen's Vase is our next race at Royal Ascot. And lads, if you can turn here, I've come down here to the horse walk where you have about 7 or 8 bookmakers, lots of different opportunities to come and have a bet as your horses leave the parade ring onto the horse walk, onto the racetrack proper, and then you have an opportunity to have a wager. Eldar 4 to 1 this morning, up within 5 to 2, 2.5 to 1. Horse number 4, the Dubawi colt. Nahani representing the Derby form, 4 to 1. Anchorage for Aidan O'Brien. Number 2 is the Galileo colt, is 7 to 1. Baltic Bird for Frankie Dettori and John Gosden. Horses in tremendous form, 10 to 1 into 8 to 1. Half it is 8 to 1. And what about the Queen's horse as well? Perfect Alibi at 14 to 1. But Eldarov 4 to 1, now 5 to 2.
Well, one of the most exciting horses in this race is Eldar Eldarov, who's unbeaten in 2 starts. He's owned by KHK Racing, and someone who's involved in helping the syndicate is Fawzi Nass, a familiar face. You've had runners here yourself, Fawzi, in time. Yes. But there's a gentleman who's wearing the waistcoat of the colours of the horse. Yes. Just enlighten us about the syndicate and who's involved.
Well, KHK is owned by Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa. We're based in Bahrain, but he recently got involved into horse racing in the UK. And he's got 2 or 3 horses with Roger and a few with other trainers as well. And so far it's been almost a successful ownership.
Well, a lot of pressure on for today then, because this horse has got what we all think is a very, very good chance. You obviously train yourself, you know what it takes to win at the highest level. Has he got what it takes to win this race today?
I think he does have the ability to win such a race. Unfortunately, we would have liked a bit of cut in the ground for him, being a Dubawi and high knee action and all. But it's been well watered last overnight, I think. I'm told it's had 4 to 5 millimeters of of water. So we're hopeful.
Fingers crossed. Best of luck, Filsey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back down to get a look at a few of these other 3-year-olds for this Queen's Vase. This is the Aidan O'Brien runner, Galileo colt called Anchorage, bred by Barnestown Stud. He's the first foal out of an unraced mare by Reduced Choice. Aidan O'Brien is currently 7 winners in this race, including Kew Gardens, Santiago and Leading Light. He's actually the joint top trainer, current trainer in this race with Mark Johnson, so a win today would equal Henry Cecil's record in the race. This horse was 5th on his only start in 2022 in a Group 3, which was his furthest trip to date over a mile 2. He's followed by number 4 as the bell goes for jockeys to mount up. Number 4, Eldarov for the Varian team. David Egan will be in saddle on this horse. Bred by Kirsten Rising, is a colt by Dubowie, who already had 2 winners yesterday. He's 110,000 Goff's Orby purchase, and then he made £480,000 when he went to the Arcana Breeze-Up sale, where he was consigned by the same Breeze-Up consigner, Norman Williamson's Oak Tree Farm, as Native Trail. He's 2 out of 2 and strong finish over a mile 2 on the all-weather last time out. Number 6 following on behind him is Hafford for the Appleby team, a Dubowie filly who cost 2.1 million guineas at Book 1, Tattersall's Book 1 sale. When she was consigned, she is the second foal and she is the granddaughter of Attraction out of a Galileo mare. She's a beautiful filly, 3 runs at 2. She was second in a listed race and then 3rd in a Group 3, and she was beaten in a French listed last time out, wearing cheek pieces for the first time today.
Well, Charlie Appleby has just been keeping an eye on Nahani, and I'm just going to try and grab a word with Charlie, if that's okay. Charlie, thank you. I just watched Nahani half fit, very chilled out and going down. Nahani's just a little bit on edge, and obviously he had what was an awkward experience at Epsom. Just wondered what your thoughts were about the way he's handling himself at the moment.
Yeah, look, that has been his characteristics before Epsom, even, shall I say. Even when he went down there for that blue ribbon trial, the team said he just got a little bit toey for that occasion. So that's the nature of the beast. He's a funny character. At home, you'll have a job to get him revved up at all, but he seems to know when he's at the sport. So he's come out the race what we've seen very well. Weight-wise, he's put that weight back on since Epsom, and we've done an easy week after Epsom, one piece of work, and we were pleased with that. So we felt he deserved to take his chance today.
And just about the Epsom effort, obviously a lot of us are talking about the fact that the pre-race fireworks, etc., may have put him off his stride. How much better than the 7th of Epsom do you think he was, considering everything that went on before the race?
I was very pleased with the way the horse was going into Epsom. I'm not going to make any excuses for that. Look, he's the sort of horse, as we've seen there, these are the sort of characteristics we don't see at home, so they can only deal with them on the day. And Adam just said he was very good beforehand, just got a bit toey in the gates, and as always when you just meet the bob at the wrong time, and that's what it was. He was just coming up as the gates open, so therefore unfortunately fluffed his lines, but as I say, more importantly, he's come out the race well, and we're looking forward to today.
And a brief word about Harfit, who's been to France a couple of times.
Yeah, he's a horse that stepping up in trip is always going to be what we felt was going to hopefully seek further improvement, and he needs to improve on what he's done today, but 2 nice horses, and I think we've got a live chance today.
Kariba's come out okay after yesterday?
Delighted, came home, went straight into his feed pot as he always does. He lost a bit of weight there, but it was, as we all know, he's not going to go back. It was a bit of a messy race, but class prevailed in the end, and delighted to get the result.
Best of luck here, Charlie. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Richie.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
And Charlie Appleby, he really treasures being the world's #1 trainer on rankings, but he's just been usurped by the magnificent Chad Brown, and he's now #2, Charlie, so every point counts in trying to regain his crown. I can't emphasize enough what the owners of Eldarov were telling Rishi a little earlier. I spoke to John Egan, David Egan, I should say, earlier. His old man, of course, John, and David was telling me that ideally he'd want soft ground for Eldarov, possibly good to soft. He's got loads of ability, but the going is not what he likes, and he happens to win. He's a monster. Nahani at 4, Anchorage at 15-2, Baltic Bird at 70-2. Harfit was the favourite for this race at the 48-hour stage at 3-1. Is now a 9-1 shot, 10-1 bar, 5-2 Elder.
And Johnny, you said you liked Eldarov in this race. On the right, in the black and yellow there, David Egan riding. The Timeform star of the day on the opening show this morning. The opening show back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on ITV4. How concerned are you about what the owner said about the ground?
Yeah, the Bowies are like that, Ed. They have that short, choppy action, but a lot of them handles fast ground. You know, the ground's going to be good out there. And, you know, he should be travelling for a long, long way in this race. It's concerning for the owner, but I think they're so genuine, these Dubawis, that he might get away with it today.
There's a whole host of these, Ed. The favourite included jumping up half a mile in trip. You know, he's winning an inferior race over much shorter and hitting the line strongly, jumping up in grade and jumping up in distance, but a lot doing the same.
Luke.
Just down here, straight in front of us, is Typewriter in the very familiar Fitchery Hay colours. David Prober, a horse who ran well at Chester last time. Of course, these are older horses now, 3-year-olds. They've got a bit of experience. Just a couple to note. Harfit, who has the cheek pieces on for the first time, I can see why. He was just showing a little bit of temperament down here, just looking behind him. Obviously, that's what those cheek pieces are there to do, just to stop him doing that. And it's really interesting you're saying that Eldarov, who just worried about the ground for the horse. As he came past me, I thought, well, there's one horse who really enjoys this fast ground. He's got a really daisy cutter low action, and here comes Aidan O'Brien's horse just going past Anchorage. So he's got that grackle noseband on. He hasn't got much equipment on, so he looks as though he's a pretty straightforward ride. Aidan very kindly, let's put a neck strap on for Ryan.
And I heard you, Jason, saying to Johnny as these guys were walking around the paddock, this is a good-looking bunch.
Yeah.
Which is the pick?
Yeah, I mean, they are all, you know, I'm sure at one time or another, and we've got a Derby runner in here. That was the key as to where they were possibly going to end up. Now it's how far can we stretch the elastic band and keep continuing to climb the ladder. Harfit bumped into 3 horses recently, Ed. They were Triple Time rated 107, Gold Spur rated 107, and Walk of Stars rated 107. He's not had much luck in the races that he's been bumping and knocking heads with some really good types. I just think he's got a good upside to him.
One of the girls there in the royal colours, Perfect Alibi, Good Luck Her Majesty the Queen, Estimate winning this race in 2012. The start right in front of the stands. What a thrill for the spectators. How do you see it, Ruby?
Nahani is the one, Ed. I thought they obviously got squeezed out at the start of the Derby. I didn't think Adam Kirby knocked him about thereafter, and he still ran reasonably well. I thought he was the one under William Buick. Glad to see him settling down a little bit when he got the post. The red hood is off. He looks okay there in the stall, so he'd be the one for me anyway.
I imagine Connections delighted. No fireworks going off on top of the stand, which made us jump out of our skin at Epsom, and I think it did similar to Nahani. Final thoughts, Jason?
Yeah, I think that the draw is often underestimated here. The mile and 6 start now for this particular contest. It'll be tight, very tight going into that first right-hander. Positioning early, key.
3 to come forward. All yours, Mark.
Thanks very much indeed, Ed. Still waiting for the likes of Typewriter to go forward, also Zachariah, and also taking a turn is Harfit. 3 fillies in this race. The last filly to win, Her Majesty the Queen's Estimate back in 2012. Can Perfect Alibi repeat the feat here, breaking from stall number 5 with Tom Marquand in the saddle? It's a big prize to do so. The last one moves forward is Harfit. That's it. The field is set. They're in the gates. A long hold here. Settle, and they're off. Eldarov was a little restless in the starting stalls. He wasn't that fast away. Neither too was Harfit. And as happened at Epsom, Nahani is certainly towards the rear of the field in the very early stages. Green Team is the one who's keeping company at the back of the field early, and they had a coming together. Meanwhile, at the head of affairs, it is Al Kareem, who scoots off to a lead of 2.5 lengths in the early stages. Baltic Bird is racing in second. Then lit up and very keen is Ruler Legend to the inside in 3rd place. Perfect Alibi is racing in 4th. Then Harfit, who's made up for that step-slow beginning. He has now taken 5th place. He races on the inside rail alongside Perfect Alibi, and 3 deep is Zachariah as they make the run down the hill. Another one lit up is In Motion, the filly with the white blaze, racing in midfield alongside Eldar Eldarov, who's in front of Anchorage as they go now down towards Swinley Bottom. Typewriter is in the last three. Nahani is also towards the rear of the field, and having got a bump going into the first turn, it is Green Team who's at the back of the field. He spots the leader 10 lengths as they go towards halfway in the Group 2. Queen's Vase, the leader is Clifford Lee and Al Kareem, an easy and uncontested lead which has opened up now to 6 clear lengths. Baltic Bird will go into the turn, racing in second. Around the outside, Zechariah has now taken third. Ruler Legend against the inside rail has raced keenly to halfway and is in fourth. To the outside, Perfect Alibi is in fifth as they now turn to make the run up the hill. To the inside is Harfit, who's racing just better than midfield. In advance of Emotion and Eldar Eldarov, the yellow towards the inside rail. Anchorage is next to the field with less than 6 furlongs to go. Nahani is still towards the rear of the field together with Typewriter, and still in the cheap seats at the back is Green Team as they continue to rise, and now they're entering the final 4.5 furlongs. The lead is still 7 lengths for Al Kareem over Baltic Bird in second place. Zechariah on the outside of Ruler Legend in third and fourth. Ryan Moore has switched Anchorage out wide to try and make a move, but he has been hustled along to do so, and still Al Kareem is going really well in front. He's making the turn with just over 3 furlongs to go. Al Kareem, but now he's being reeled in by Zechariah around the outside of Baltic Bird, and these are then being followed by Harfit, who's now beginning to stay on. Just came into the lap of Eldar Eldarov. Towards the outside is Anchorage. The Royal Runner Perfect Alibi is trying to pick up, but it's Colin Keane and Zechariah who now have the lead as they go inside the final furlong and a half. Zechariah drifting towards the inside rail, staying on is Harfit now in pursuit in second. On the outside, Eldar Eldarov is also heating up ground. A half furlong to go. Zechariah needs the line. Eldar Eldarov is flying on the outside. It is too close to call. On the inside, Zechariah. On the near side, Eldar Eldarov. Between those two was Harfit, and they pull clear of Al Kareem. Is it the horse who needed the line or the deep closer on the outside? It's Eldar Eldarov who might just get there. Very close. He got his head in front, but has the head started to come back just as the line came? This really is on the bob. The numbers here for Eldar Eldarov, 9 Zechariah, Harfit only just in behind them. This is a case of Eldar Eldarov got his head in front with a yard to go, but his head was coming up as the line hit. Too close to call.
Initially on the exchanges, Eldar Eldarov was very short. Now 1 to 3, having seen that replay. 2 to 5 now, having seen the replay again. The punters. Who do you think's got it, Jason?
Just very, very good. He was in front a stride before the line. The bob is going with the horse on the inside, and I think he's just managed to hold on, hasn't he?
I think the inside one. I think the inside one. I think
You
Colin
think
Keane-
insides now?
Inside. Zechariah.
So you think Zechariah?
Yes.
Jason Weaver thinks Eldar Eldarov.
I wanted to be the third, but it quite clearly wasn't.
I'll go dead heat then. I'll go dead heat.
He had his head down on the line. As I said, Young Egan had his head up, down, but just on the line. I think Colin Keane just forced his horse's head down again.
So Eldar Eldarov gets in front here.
Yes.
And then Colin Keane gets a last thrust on the far side on Zechariah. Has he got back up?
Could be a dead heat. Could be a dead heat. Could be a dead heat.
Must be agonising, that last uphill. You talked about it yesterday, the climb to the line for Colin Keane. That must have gone on forever.
You usually know. You usually know, but sometimes you're just hoping. You're just hoping.
And the horse down at the...
Colin Keane, Jason, just said to Ollie, I don't know.
I can tell you James Doyle has got off Harfit down the bottom as he finally pulled him up to turn around and come back. I'm hoping it was just a tack adjustment rather than some sort of problem, but Luke did mention that he was being a bit sluggish behind the gates beforehand.
When it goes on this long, the longer it goes on,
you accept
the more chance of a dead heat. You're saying, I'll take half the cake now.
He didn't mind the ground, that's for sure, Eldar Eldarov. Pulled wide in the straight, making ground.
Strange race. The pacemaker set off. Colin Keane was the first one to attack, and it looked like he was home and hose, but the last 150 yards here is a long way. He was getting lonely in front, and they did come home. They did come home very strong. The
multiple champion jockey in Ireland, setting the bar very, very high, Colin Keane. The youngster coming through, David Egan. Two really, really good riders going at it.
Yes, and Colin Keane, he needs to be here this week. He does not need to be home in Ireland anymore, trying to win another championship. He is the champion back home. He's the guy everybody wants to be like in Ireland, but he needs to come here now. He needs to get the exposure on the international scene, but he is top class jockey.
This is a big moment for the Meads. With Freddie on the licence now, it would be huge for the father and son combination, with David Egan looking anxious. There is number 4, if you're on the favourite Eldar Eldarov you want called. Number 9, Zechariah for the Meads, and Colin Keane.
Again,
riding.
For those as well.
It's fine, I'm hearing.
Here is the result. Photo finish for first place. First, number 4, Eldar Eldarov.
It's Roger Varian and David Egan who've won it by a whisker, with Eldar Eldarov. For KHK Racing, who we heard before the race were worried about the ground, he got there, Ollie.
And that was an almighty cheer. It's still going on for the winning jockey, David Egan. You can see that meant an awful lot to him. That was a nervy wait for you, wasn't it, David?
Honestly, I've never hit the line so strong in a Malin 6 race and end up by the St James's Palace stand. Honestly, he was full of running, doing a nice gallop, everything worked out well, just delighted to get his head in front, and it's all down to this man, my sponsor, KHK, Sheikh Khalid. Obviously his brother, His Highness Sheikh Nasser, had a winner with Holly yesterday, Archie Watson's 2-year-old, but Sheikh Khalid is a man who, from the beginning, he started having race horses. He said he wanted a stallion. He wanted to make a stallion, and to win a race like that, I think he's done that. So I'm just over the moon for him.
Did it go according to plan for you?
Yeah, I was happy to sit mid-div. I was actually hoping I'd be able to sit one off the rail, but I was very lucky to be able to follow the Godolphin horse in front of me that was going well. Switched out, and it was just a case of winding this lad up. I was happy he ran in this race and not the mile and a half, because stamina seems to be his biggest attribute, but he's ran well there on quick ground, but we always thought he was an ease in the ground horse, so there's a lot more to come.
We'll continue giving him a shower. He's earned it. Well done, David.
Got a shower as well, so I might come in over.
High fives all around. Well done, guys.
Well done.
One for Bahrain, this, with the horse named after that fighter, Eldar Eldarov, that you pretended you knew, Johnny. But for the brothers, Victorious Racing won yesterday, won the Coventry, and this is his brother, who we heard from before the race, winning with Eldar Eldarov. That's KHK Racing. So what a day for the two brothers. And the matching waistcoat on the left there to boot. Oh, I feel sorry for the Meads, for Freddie and his dad. That would have been their biggest winner as a combination. Missing out by a whisker.
It would have been their first winner as a combination. It would have been their first winner as a combination, and I've got to say, tip your hats to them, because they very, very nearly pulled off a huge performance here. Obviously, technique doesn't go a little bit later on. Just watching them close up to the line, half it in the middle, he just keeps finishing in that position. Is it a lack of aggression late on, or does he just keep finding a couple too good?
Yeah, just a couple too good today. You know, it was a great race, a great finish, but it's huge. It's huge.
Hold on, Johnny, look at this. You need to look at this a few times.
I know. I was often on the right, I was often on the right end, and I was often on the wrong end of one of them, and it's pretty sickening. But
Second, number 9. Third, number 6, the 4th place horse. Number 1,
it's huge for these new owners coming into the game, Ed. You know, racing these new young owners coming in who are willing to put their hand in their pocket, who are willing to buy these horses, you know, and they will get a great kick out of it. You know, they haven't had many horses for many years, but imagine walking in under the arch here to the winners' enclosure at Royal Ascot. Hey, they've got the bug now. This is a game of dreams, and their dreams are being fulfilled.
Yeah, brilliant. 24 hours for Bahrain. Nice touch that from young Kieran Fallon, congratulating David Egan, who's won for favourite backers here in the tightest of tight photo. That's as tight as you'll see, with the result called. Eldar Eldarov beating Zechariah in the Queen's Vase. And these guys will see the rematches, Jason, probably with these guys all the way through to St Ledgers and things like that.
I'm fascinated to see how much this lad can continue. Remember, he's jumping up half a mile in distance today and in grade. David has said that he's never hit the line so strong, so we know that he's got significant stamina. So the stronger the pace, the better for him.
And tipped by our number one tipster, Jason Manford. And for the followers of the Timeform Star of the Day on the opening show this morning as well. The opening show, as I say, back tomorrow morning, each morning this week, 9 o'clock on ITV4. 5-2, the winner, well backed. Came here with a big reputation, one of the buzz horses of the week. Paid the same on the tote, as I say, the Whirlpool in operation this week. Zechariah beaten by a whisker in second for the Meads at 20-1, half fit third, and perfectly okay. Just knocked himself, so he was absolutely fine. Nahani never really went a yard in the race. Rishi.
Yeah, Roger Varian is just sort of monitoring proceedings here post-race. He was trying to organise the photo, and now he's decided that he's going to just make sure that Eldar Eldarov is just cooling down, and then we're going to try and grab a quick word with Roger once the photo's done. I'm kind of getting in one photographer's way, but here we go. I'm going to slide across them, and I'm going to come over to photographers. And Roger is here alongside me now. Roger, congratulations. Before the race, just get Sheikh Khalid over as well. Before the race, I know I spoke to Fawzi, and the main concern seemed to be the ground for this fella today. But I have to say, the way he's finished off the race, he's won regardless.
Yeah, I suppose the ground was a concern because he's so inexperienced with such little racecourse evidence to go on. And I didn't know if we'd won or not crossing the line, but I knew we had a good horse. You know, he put in a hell of a performance on only his third start, and I'm delighted for KHK and His Royal Highness Sheikh Khalid and everyone involved.
David said to Ollie after the race that he doesn't think he's sat on a horse over a mile 6 to hit the line quite as hard as that, and ran on all the way down to the start of the St James's Palace Stakes. I mean, just what type of horse are we dealing with? Are we talking about leisure horse, a horse that could do better over shorter?
Well, we just got to wait and see. He's a very good horse. He showed that today. He stays very well. That's why we jumped from 1 1/4 miles to 1 3/4 miles. We knew he'd have the stamina, and I think he's only going to improve. He's a late maturing type of horse. He's put in a hell of a performance today. You'd have to hope down the road he could develop into a St Ledger horse, and you'd hope even looking ahead to next year he's going to keep improving.
Well, it's a very exciting time for you, and also a very exciting time for the owner, who I'm just going to wander in. He's having more photographs done again, but he has promised before the race, I have to say, went over to ask for an interview, said after, guess there were some nerves, but after the race...
A lot of nerves.
Tell me about the nerves, because I know we know about the ground being a bit of a concern today.
Yes. We were worried about the ground because of being firm, and you know, the horse is a special horse to me, and I didn't want to.
Why so special to you, sir?
Because I am the one that chose him. You know, there is no me and Oliver. You know, we saw the sales and I saw the horse. I liked him, so I bought the horse, and he was so special since day one. And alhamdulillah, he won the first race for him, the second race, and he was impressive. So getting him into a group race, it was a concern for me. You know, I didn't want to push the horse to the limit. But alhamdulillah, he showed that he can do better, and he will do better in the future, inshallah.
What did you think at the line? Were you sure you'd won?
Well, my brother was sure, but I think I was blinded. So I couldn't focus really properly. But alhamdulillah, it was a very tough win.
David mentioned after the race that you're very keen to find a stallion. Is this the belief that one day this fella, Eldar Eldarov, will become a stallion?
I'm sure, inshallah. Hopefully. In the soon future, inshallah.
Fingers crossed. Lovely waistcoat as well, sir.
Obviously. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Bahrain, a real growing force in the sport. For Roger Varian, that's a 10th Royal Ascot winner, second for David Egan. And Ruby, do you like the winner?
I do like the winner. He's a tough, honest horse head, and when you look at it, a millimetre, where do you make up a millimetre, where do you lose a millimetre? Well, Johnny described it as a strange race. It was actually an uneventful race to watch. They were in stalls 3 and 7, the winner in the yellow and black stripes, Colin Keane in the light blue colours, just outside Her Majesty's colours. He rides forward, but David Egan, after being slightly slow, gets lucky because James Doyle in the Godolphin blue, he rides forward hard to claim a spot on the inside, and that leaves David Egan in a nice position, 3/4 way back against the rail. Now, he's gotten to the rail, David Egan, and he stays there. Colin Keane has only gotten to maybe 3 off the rail, and that's as close as he gets to it. So when all is said and done, he has probably covered a little bit more ground than David Egan has, but David gets lucky here because he gets a beautiful split outside Godolphin inside Her Majesty's colours with the red sleeves. If he gets stopped there, he never gets up. Colin Keane is getting to the front, gone past the 2-pole when he set sail. He might look back on this evening and think, oof, if I hung on for another 5 strides, would I have, before I sent my horse, would I have hung on and won it? Who knows, but that's the way he'll be thinking. I'm sure David Egan was delighted to get there, but he definitely covered a little less ground than the runner-up, but he took the chance and got the run off the bend. That was ultimately decisive, I think.
Yeah, the fine margins, look at that. Barely a millimetre, the near side. The winner in the yellow and black. Right, the big race comes next. Before that, let's hook up with Chris.
Well, you bump into everybody here at Royal Ascot. ITV Racing's very own Alice Plunkett, converted from the jump racing world. You come to watch a bit of flat racing today.
I tell you what, it's so different, isn't it, from when we were here in the winter watching Shishkin win the Grade 1 in the mud and the cold. But what an atmosphere. It's such a privilege to be here. Do you know, it's so nice to come racing and not be working. I'm here with my husband, having a few drinks, having a few bets. It is the best day out. If you haven't been here, put it on your bucket list.
Absolutely, and tickets still available. Saturday is a sellout, so make sure you try and get yourself down here. Looking very colourful as well, but this is so good in it, Royal Ascot. Best of British, international runners, Japanese runners, so good.
I'm so proud of the racecourse and what this is, because it's more than just racing. Of course it is. It's a national event, but everybody wants to be involved in it from around the world. And jump racing, we don't get that, but we've got Japanese runners, Australian runners, American runners. So it brings that extra spice to the racing. The racing is top class, but the people watching is almost better.
Absolutely, yeah, well said. And a word on the Royals as well. It's been absolutely fantastic seeing the carriages. You were on a carriage once upon a time, I believe. When was it?
2015. I have to say it was one of the best days of my life.
Amazing.
William had ridden at London 2012, and we got invited by Her Majesty to come racing with her. It was extraordinary, and I hope we see Her Majesty here this week, and she might get a winner.
Fingers crossed. I'm still trying to get my carriage invite, but hopefully one day that will come. But
it won't be long. And look at you, you scrub up. I tell you what, I think you suit better this outfit, don't you, guys?
She flirts with me all the time. This is
I'm
why
better in the woolen coats.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Oh, lovely to see Al, one of my favourite people in the world. Here they come. The winning owners from our last race, well done to them, KHK Racing. And in charge of this presentation, that's Matthias Breschen, the watchmaker, historian, artist as well, with the appropriate prize. Right, it is high stakes to come next with Sir Michael Stout back in the big time, which is such a popular thing. The Derby winning trainer. Will he now win a Prince of Wales with this horse? Bay Bridge, we're about to find out.
It's a shame Harry's locked out, because we're locking in the best possible starting price with the lock from Tab.
By activating the lock when placing a tote win bet, you can be confident that if Tab's fixed starting price is better, you'll be paid the difference in cash.
And if the lock doesn't activate, you can use it again.
The lock, only on your Tab app.
Open the door. Open the door, dude.
Tab, long may we play.
Stay in control, leave before you lose it. Gamble responsibly.
Tab Ipswich Cup Day features 3 high-class listed races as showcase coverage of the Tab Queensland Racing Carnival continues across the Sky Racing Network. Saturday, June 18. Graham White, Sky Racing tipsters, getting big results.
Carnival Miss stands your ground. She's turned the clock back and goes back to back in the Queen of the South Prelude. They'll fight it out. Northern Hero's got its head in front. Northern Hero. Roman's in front, and Roman books its ticket to the Gold Cup, beats Unique. Ella Amelia's just in front. Bon Volante flashed Ella Amelia.
Graham White, Sky Racing tipsters, getting big results.
Make sure to join us on Black Bookers every Thursday on Sky Thoroughbred Central, where hopefully we offer you more of this. You did tip the feature winner. Well
I
played.
did, and I tipped it before you. However, you decided to take the credit for it. Look at this. The boys getting around you. They were so excited.
So that was a great result for the team.
Yeah, for the team.
Don't forget where it's aimed.
For the
Let's have a look at our
I found hope.
darn good tips.
Black Bookers, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us.
The winners keep rolling in for our team of tipsters. Michael Charge.
Grandalago just in front of Cephalonia. Cephalonia, Grandalago, they're drawing to the line. Grandalago.
Michael Charge, finding great value. Still plenty of thoroughbred racing action in New South Wales, live across the Sky Racing Network.
It's lovely to have you with us on this Wednesday afternoon of live racing from Royal Ascot. It's some sight, isn't it? It's some place. It is enormous. And once again, people having fun in the sun. And favourite won the last race. In fact, the favourites won the first two. And Eldar Eldarov becomes Dubawi's 150th individual group winner. And he could be seen on ITV and races like St Ledgers later in the season. There we are in the Royal Enclosure with the £1 million race next. And Bay Bridge goes for Sir Michael Stout and Great Britain in an international affair. But Japan will be watching in big numbers. Welcome to you all. Here is Shahryar, Japanese Derby winner. Won the Dubai Shima Classic, and Japan in the last 12 months have won Breeders' Cup races at the Saudi Cup, at the Dubai World Cup. Will they win a first race at Royal Ascot? Richard.
So, as Ed mentioned, £1,057,500 to be distributed amongst 5 runners for the Prince of Wales Stakes. Bay Bridge, so impressive in the Brigadier Gerard. Steps up in grade here, but carrying all before him. Domestically, Ryan Moore and Sir Michael Stout, the combination here. Number 2 is Lord North, Frankie Dettori and John Gosden. Horse who's won this race before in 2020, dead heated in Dubai, in the Dubai turf, trying to regain that crown. He's won it twice. Won it once and shared it once. Can he win this race twice? Shahryar for Japan, whose raids at Royal Ascot haven't been great so far, but round the world in the last 12 months they've carried all before them. Shahryar third in the Japan Cup, winner of the Shima Classic in Dubai on the same card that Lord North dead heated in that Dubai turf. State of Rest, another Globetrotter, Clocks Plate winner for Shane Cross. Unbelievably, Joseph O'Brien yet to have a winner at Royal Ascot. Can he lay that ghost in this contest? And Grand Glory, Mikel Barcelona. Stranger to winning major races in the UK. It's in Pourmois. Grand Glory steps up in grade, slightly faster ground than her victories in France. A quality international globe-trotting field of 5 for Sally Ann to take a look at in the paddock.
down here in the parade ring. We'll get a look at all 5 of these runners. Just have to skip through all the people coming in from the pre-parade ring, and we are here with Lord North. This is the Gosden runner for Frankie Dettori in the saddle on this 6-year-old Dubowie gelding who was bred by Godolphin. He beat a Dave in this by 3 3/4 lengths in 2020. He's since won the Dubai Turf in 2021 and 2022. We know how good he was. He really wasn't at his best the last day in the Curragh. He's looking well. He's taking it all in his stride. We've had a nice cloud come over the sun, so it has cooled the temperature down here. You can see there isn't even a bit of sweat on his neck, though a little bit under his saddlecloth at the back, but he's taking it all well at the moment. We'll drop back because this is the one that everybody wants to see. This is Shahryar. This is the Japanese runner. What a good-looking son of Deep Impact this 4-year-old colt is, bred by Northern Farm. He won the Group 1 the Dubai Shima Classic by a neck, and he won the Japanese Derby last year. It's such a lovely horse, but you can see he's on his toes. He is kicking out, so just keep an eye that he takes all these proceedings in his stride as the bell goes for the jockeys to mount up. Now, it's no secret I'm a massive fan of Star Spangled Banner. This is his son, State of Rest, for the Joseph O'Brien team. It's a little bit warm, but look how strong he is. He was a little bit coltish, calling out earlier when he was one of the only ones in the parade ring, but he's calmed right down now. He's got that cross noseband on, keeping an eye on Shahryar, who's kicking out in front of him, but it's not upsetting State of Rest at all. This horse was a 45,000 guineas foal to a 60,000 guineas yearling at Book 2. He's the second foal out of Repose, who was an unrosed mare, and she's since been bought privately by Juddmonte, so we know what they think of her for breeding purposes. Behind, we have number 1, Bay Bridge. Of course, would be a popular winner for Sir Michael Stout if this horse was to win. This lovely son of New Bay, who stands at Ballylange Stud. He's a 3rd season sire now, New Bay. This horse was bred by London Thoroughbred Services, and James Wigan is a co-owner. See, James Savage from Michael Stout's team is just about to put Ryan Moore in the saddle, and Stout won this race, of course, in 2019 with Crystal Ocean and 2018 with Poet's Word.
It's amazing how everyone seems to feel that it was the return of Sir Michael Stout when Desert Crown won the Derby the other day, but he's bidding for the 3rd win in the last 5 years in the Group 1 Prince of Wales Stakes after the great Crystal Ocean and Poet's Word, and Baybridge is odds on. Very well backed on the day, 10 to 11 Baybridge. Shahryar from the might of Japan at 7 to 2. Lord North, who was brilliant in Maidan at 6. The Cox Plate hero, State of Rest at 17 to 2. And Grand Glory at 11 to 1. A select 5 for the Prince.
Yes, I did see momentarily, Matt, even money about Bay Bridge. Just as you come to me, now calling 10 to 9 Henry. Where's the even money gone?
And even 5 grand twice, and even 2 grand, and even 3 grand.
Show us off, offer us even money.
It's gone, and it won't be coming back. The event is gone, it won't be coming back.
It won't be coming back. Will he win Bay Bridge? No odds on.
Hideaki Fujiwara is just about to unleash Christian Demuro and Shahryar on this race, and Shingo is going to do the translating for me. How is the horse? How is he trained for this Prince of Wales Stakes?
グッドですごくフレッシュな感じでいい状態で来てます。 It's very fresh. Everything is going very well.
On his best form, is he the best horse in this race?
全出走馬の中で彼が一番だと思いますか？能力。いや他に強い馬いっぱいいるんですけれども、ベストを尽くします。They are good contenders, but we try our best.
And tactics-wise, might he make the running on?
まあ展開的に先頭に行くっていうこともありえますか？まあジョッキーと相談してるんでいろいろなパターン考えてます。We've been discussing a lot with the jockey, so we'll figure it out. And yep.
Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Good luck to them. We've got the different countries. We've got 5 horses who between them have won 29 races, 9 Group 1s and over £12 million in prize money. The Prince of Wales is moments away. Here's the Gannett winner, State of Rest. Already won 3 Group 1s. Shane Cross looking for a first Royal Ascot winner. For Joseph O'Brien, who rode the winner in 2012 on So You Think. Ryan Moore with his game face on with Bay Bridge, running for Sir Michael Stout. Ryan, who won this on Highland Reel in 2017, the Brigadier Gerard winner. Amazing to think he started out really his winning run in the London Gold Cup. How he's improved since, but this is his first race in a Group 1, and yet he is odds on. Are you surprised by that, Jason, when you've got the Japanese horse with Japan conquering all around the world up against Bay Bridge, who hasn't run in a Group 1 yet, and yet he's odds on?
Yeah, because he has the profile of a Sir Michael Stout inmate that's rapidly going through the gears, and if we were to look on the official ratings at the moment, he's already £1 superior to the Japanese runner, despite not dipping his toe in that company.
Here's the parade then, led by the previous winner. Lord North won this 2 years ago. No one's won back-to-back in this contest since it became a Group 1. Led up there by Willie Walsh. Good luck to him on the right in the white shirt. Tony Proctor on the left. Followed by State of Rest. For the State of Rest partnership, these familiar colours. MJ Dora leading up. Shane Cross riding for Joseph O'Brien. 8-1 chance. Then comes the odds-on favourite. Might that bookie be wrong? Might we see more even money? Bay Bridge for Sir Michael Stout, who first won this in 1981. Another example of his longevity. Then comes the mare, Grand Glory, who was supplemented for this, looking to become the 7th French winner of this race. Other great mares to win it, Ouijables and the Fugue. Jean-Marco Guella, very elegant leading up. There's the Japanese horse at 130, Rishi.
Ken Pedersen talking about the 5 runners in this race. Ken, who is the pick for you?
It's a good field, Rishi, I've got to admit. I mean, Bay Bridge he'll dominate any paddock. I mean, he's such a good body type. He looks well. I do like him. He's improved from his first run at Sandown. Sharia, first time I've seen him, he's more an athletic type, but I do like him as well in condition-wise. And I've got to say, Lord North looks the best I've ever seen. So I think it's a good field, but I think Bay Bridge, he looks the one that's got plenty more to offer.
Would you back him?
At the price, probably not, but I think he will win.
Cheers, Ken.
Thanks, Rishi.
Well, there's a Japanese horse, Christian Demuro, just having a chat with one of the starters. He's a fair looker, isn't he? Gorgeous looking horse. Look at the muscle definition in his shoulder and just off of his neck. He is literally a ball of muscle. He's a really intelligent looking horse. And Christian, who obviously is a world-class rider, but look how relaxed he is, and that's the difference. You know, sometimes if you're watching a game of football, you can tell that that particular player is going to miss the penalty because you can see their bottle going beforehand. But Christian, look at him, just patting him down the neck. I mean, really cool. First time I've actually seen this horse in the flesh, and I love him.
Most well known for riding Sotsas. Remember when winning the Arc, and his brother Mirko is based in Japan with a Japanese link. Here come the other 4, and in the white on the left there, Mikel Barcelona. Johnny, I saw you talking to him earlier on. What did he say?
Yeah, he really fancies this horse, Ed. You know, he said she's a very, very good filly. She's the outsider of the entire field, but he says he really likes her. No pressure on him today. He can sit in, he can let it all happen in front of him, and he can pick up the pieces, but he's quietly confident, Ed.
Yeah, and as far as that mare is concerned, you know, we're looking at the 2 easy wins, if you like, when she came back, a listed success and a Group 3 victory. So they were small pickings for her, which she should win. However, she has a 5th in the Japan Cup behind Contrail, which was a massive performance from her. So, you know, she's shown ability to go on the ground.
Johnny, a few years ago, it was regularly pacemakers in these big races. We don't seem to be seeing pacemakers anymore. The St James's Palace became a bit of a mess yesterday. Could this get messy?
It could, although I do think the Japanese horse there, I think he needs a mile and a half. I can see him making the running. I can see State of Rest, Joseph O'Brien's horse, going forward, because he just got tapped for a bit of toe when it really mattered at the Curragh, but he was staying on best of all, and Ryan Moore is going to get the perfect sit. He's going to be sitting 4th or 3rd, just following the 2 fancy runners, and then in the straight, if he's good enough, he'll be able to pick him up.
But Lord North is another horse who we know loves it here, and has a serious turn of pace at his best.
Oh, my word. When he won this in 2020, we thought, hold on a minute, what have we just seen? James Doyle on board, he absolutely opened up to win, and then he's come back. That was a spectacular victory. He wins the Dubai Turf in 2021 and Dead Heats in 2022 as well. So he's got some profile.
He has. It's going to be a different test. I think it's going to be more of a test of stamina today. I think his stamina may come into play the last 150. And with this company, he's going to have to get the trip really, really well, and they might just outstay him at the end.
Ruby, where do you stand on the Japanese horse here? They've run riot around the world, as I've been saying, not yet here at Royal Ascot, but at Meydan he had the likes of Hukum, Alan Kerr, Dubai Future, without a fight behind him in the Shima Classic.
Yeah, he had it. It's pretty good form, Ed, and I think, as you said, you've been saying all through the show, the Japanese are becoming dominant worldwide, what they did at the Breeders' Cup. This was a good display. He was tough. He raced just behind the pace on this occasion, switched out and kept at it well. Pile Driver was probably unlucky in this race. He runs into a bit of trouble in the red cap down the inside now, but you know, the Japanese horse Shariar was a good winner. I'm not certain that he'll go quick enough. I wonder, is this race set up for someone to go and sit on the front end, Johnny? I thought maybe State of Rest would jump and go forward and dictate this from the front, because whilst that horse wants further, he's not necessarily a front runner, Johnny. Would you do that on State of Rest?
I definitely go for my draw. I definitely would go forward, and I'd try and go a nice even pace, but I do think the Japanese will pressure him, and you'd be worried if he started pressuring from 5 out that they'd get into a bit of a speed duel and then set it up for a closer. But he will go forward on State of Rest. It's just a matter to see will the Japanese take it off him either at the first furlong or from 5 out.
Will it be France? Will it be Japan for the first time? Might it be Ireland, or will it be the home team? Richard?
It'll be one of them, but which one? Baybridge moving forward. Market leader if you're a supporter of those cornflower sash on the cherry jacket. And Lord North last in for Frankie Dettori and John Gosden. Winner of this race in 2020, slots into stall 5. Mile and a quarter they start on the descent to Swinley Bottom, leaving the stalls, and State of Rest it is. And Lord North, the blindfold was late off Lord North, and he's given them about half a dozen lengths start. So dramatic beginning, blindfold seemed to be removed late, and effectively his race may already have been run as State of Rest leads Shariar through the first furlong. Baybridge races in 3rd, Grand Glory in 4th, and Lord North just trying to gradually recover. Is about 3 or 4 lengths behind them. As unpestered, State of Rest, Shariar sitting passively in 2nd place at the moment as they make the turn right at the far end of the racecourse, and having run downhill for the first quarter mile, from now on for the next half they climb steadily, and out in the lead State of Rest has the advantage. Shariar's just been moved off the rails by Christian De Muro, but is still sitting quietly in 2nd place. Racing in 3rd is Baybridge, and completing the first quartet is Grand Glory, and last of all is Lord North as they continue to make their way steadily uphill. State of Rest with Shariar just moving a shade closer now, about half a length outside the leader. Baybridge getting a nice toe in 3rd. Grand Glory's been joined by Lord North, who's recovered some of that ground lost at the start, but still as they pass halfway is at the back of the pack. State of Rest, Chain Cross still rather unpestered. Shariar in 2nd, Baybridge in 3rd, no change in the play as yet. Lord North off this steady pace has been able to close and gets into 4th place with Grand Glory as they make the turn for home. State of Rest with Shariar still breathing down his neck. Baybridge poised to angle out off the home bend as the pace just begins to lift. Lord North is now feeling those exertions of having to make up the ground. Japan poised with Shariar on the outside of State of Rest for Ireland. Baybridge now the moment of truth up in grade. Lord North is still trying valiantly to stay on, but it's State of Rest who has the lead. Shariar beginning to come under pressure as Baybridge down the outside tries to run down State of Rest. A furlong and a half to go in the Prince of Wales's. State of Rest still out in front. Baybridge with over a length to find, and State of Rest at the moment is holding Baybridge on the run to the line. State of Rest driven out for Shane Cross, and a Royal Ascot winner for Joseph O'Brien. Won the Prince of Wales's under a peach. In 2nd was Baybridge, close for 3rd. Shariar being closed on by Grand Glory, and Lord North finished where he started at the back of the pack. Left alone by the Japanese runner, was able to climb the hill. Phil the tank and off the final bend. Had enough to repel. Baybridge, State of Rest. It's been a long wait for Joseph O'Brien as a trainer. He rode winners at Royal Ascot. This is his first as a trainer. Shane Cross is first as well, and he'll ride few better. Third place is going to go to Grand Glory, just ahead of Shariasa. Still the wait goes on for Japan. Royal Ascot doesn't quite appear in the calendar at such a convenient place as some of the other overseas meetings they have managed success at, but State of Rest waited in front, had enough to repel Baybridge. Fine ride, Shane Cross.
That's absolutely right, isn't it? As Ruby said, took control from the front. How good a ride was it, Johnny?
Brilliant, brilliant ride, Ed. He jumped from the front, he went forward, he got no pressure. He got no pressure whatsoever all the way around. He only started up in the ante at the three furlong pole. By then he was gone. Ryan Moore came out, he angled out, he had every chance, but the speed horse won today, Ed. The speed horse, the horse that's after winning over shorter trips, loads of speed, got them couple of lengths, and Ryan could, as hard as he tried.
That's absolutely stolen up on the front end. What a brilliant ride that is from Shane. Fantastic, under maximum pressure, gone out there, taken the race by the scruff of the neck, cantered around on the front. Often when this horse has been asked to go into a battle, he often comes out in front. He's super, super tough. And isn't that right with Shane? Didn't he miss out on the St. Leger winner? Didn't he get, he had a time where he was, you know, a little bit unlucky with one or two Group 1 winners going the other way against the grain, if you like, and then he just sat quiet, kept biding his time. Talk about repaying the boss.
Yeah, well, Joseph has got a couple of young, really, really top-class riders. None as strong as this guy. Big guy, works hard at his weight, and listen, this will be extra special. And Joseph to have his first Royal Ascot winner, Group 1, the biggest one of the big ones of the week.
Yeah, and he's won races as a trainer already at his tender age. Melbourne Cups and all sorts of big races, but this will mean a lot. First winner at Royal Ascot for the trainer. 10 years ago, won this race as a jockey. Now he's come back and won it as a trainer. Big moment for Shane Cross too, his first Royal Ascot winner, and the State of Rest partnership, and the winner will now be paraded in front of the stands. He's just so tough, this horse. A four-time Group 1 winner now from just 12 runs. He won the Prix Gannet, then was third to Alan Kerr in the Tassels Gold Cup. And now he's got Eclipse and all sorts of races on his agenda.
It was COVID. It was COVID, the reason why he wasn't able to come over and ride Joseph St. Leger winner, where Tom Marquand stepped into the breach. And, well, I'll tell you what, having to sit at home and wait and watch that, he's obviously thought about coming round here on a big occasion. What about that? Some resume, isn't it? If you think, you know, a Saratoga Derby, a Cox Plate, and now the Prince of Wales to boot as well.
Led up by MJ Doran. We'll look back at more drama at the start this week in a moment, but this is about the winner, and Ollie.
Yeah, Shane, firstly, a huge congratulations on behalf of all of us for riding your first Royal Ascot winner. Did you always plan to make the running on him? Because it was an excellent ride.
Thanks very much, Ollie. Yeah, look, the plan beforehand and speaking to Joseph was a small field and we'll uncomplicate things, and from our draw I thought it was probably the best possible way of winning, and you know, fair play to this horse. He's done it all, and he showed what it's all about today. Just over the moon.
It's amazing when they come in this tunnel, when you hear that round of applause, a real appreciation for him, and there's an appreciation for this horse all around the world, given what he's achieved.
Of course, you know, in the space of the last 12 months, he's done a lot, and has to be credit to MJ, who looks after him every day, and Jim, you know, it wouldn't be done without them, so yeah, over the moon.
I'll have a quick word with MJ in a moment, but just finally, Shane, to ride a Royal Ascot winner, what does this mean to you personally?
A dream, you know, an absolute dream. To get here and participate is a huge thing, but to be riding a horse like this into top class races, that is a dream. There's no other way to describe it.
Shane, well done. I'll just grab a word with you, MJ. You're about to lead in the Prince of Wales winner. How special is that to you and all the yards?
Unbelievable. I'm delighted for the horse because I don't think he genuinely gets the credit he deserves for what he's done around the world for the last year. So I'm just happy for the horse and everyone at home. The man on top, so it's brilliant.
I'll be amazed if he doesn't get the credit after that. Well done.
So, thanks.
And this is a moment you treasure, isn't it, when you're walking in on your first Royal Ascot winner?
Unbelievable moment, Ed. You'll never forget it. As I said, top young rider, attached to Joseph O'Brien, works hard his weight, he's big, but he works hard, and it just shows you if you work hard, the results do come, and no bigger than today.
The 5-1 winner of the Prince of Wales Stakes, our Group 1 today. The first £1 million prize at the Royal Meeting goes to State of Rest.
Returning to this enclosure for our feature.
Shane Cross, all smiles. Likewise, Joseph and the State of Rest partnership going all around the world with this horse, who won at Royal Ascot for the first time for Joseph at 5-1 with a much bigger tote dividend on the right there, the Whirlpool. I imagine that's because round the world the Japanese would have been backing their horse Shariah. Hence he's gone off a bigger price on the Whirlpool, paying £8.65. The question got to ask again this week, Jason, what on earth happened at the start?
Yeah, now, Frankie Dettori had his hand, when we looked on the side view, he had his hand up on the blind. He goes to pull it, and of course sometimes it's tucked into the cheek pieces of the horse's bridle, and Dettori has then gone for the pull. It's not come out, and when it does, it's all too late. Obviously the horse can't see the gates opening. That's an absolute shocker, that is, isn't it? One of those nightmare moments where it's tucked in too tight, got caught on the bridle, no chance.
Strange race. You know, I was expecting maybe a bit more from the Japanese horse. He never pressured. He won over 1.5 miles in Dubai. I would have liked to seen him being ridden a bit more aggressively. Even coming up the hill, he still sat in the box seat, letting the winner have a freebie. So, you know, he's a stayer who didn't really get to play to his true strengths today. But
do you think Ryan is following the Japanese runner, thinking that's the one who's going to take me into the race? Meanwhile, Shane is saying, thank you very much, I will take this by the scruff of the neck.
Well, you could see Ryan at the 5 out. He was kind of moving out, and he was hoping that the Japanese horse would put more pressure on, because he knows they're going slow. The winner, the horse in front, has a good turn of foot, and that's the way it played out. He just got those couple of lengths on him, and fair play to the horse. And it's tough. He's genuine, and he really ran those last
New team have bought into him fairly recently. I think his stallion career is already organised. He's going to shuttle between Ireland and Australia.
He's delivered on the big stage. What an expensive error on this stage with Lord North at the start. The wiggle from Shane Cross, away they went. In a race that's been won by the likes of Brigadier Gerard, and Toto won it twice, Bosra Sham, Dubai Millennium, Ouija Board and Highland Reel. The latest winner is this horse, State of Rest.
Tab Ipswich Cup Day features 3 high-class listed races as showcase coverage of the Tab Queensland Racing Carnival continues across the Sky Racing Network. Saturday, June 18. Graham White, Sky Racing tipsters, getting big results.
Carnival Miss Stand your ground. She's turned the clock back and goes back to back in the Queen of the South Prelude. They'll fight it out. Northern Hero's got its head in front. Northern Hero. Roman's in front, and Roman books its ticket to the Gold Cup, beats Unique. Ella Amelia's just in front. Bon Volante flashed Ella Amelia.
Graham White, Sky Racing tipsters, getting big results. The winners keep rolling in for our team of tipsters. Michael Charge.
Grandalago just in front of Cephalonia. Cephalonia, Grandalago, they're drawing to the line. Grandalago.
Michael Charge, finding great value. Still plenty of thoroughbred racing action in New South Wales, live across the Sky Racing Network.
Make sure to join us on Black Bookers every Thursday on Sky Thoroughbred Central, where hopefully we offer you more of this. You did tip the feature winner. Well played.
I did, and I tipped it before you. However, you decided to take the credit for it. Look at this. The boys getting around you. They were so excited.
So that was a great result for the team.
Yeah, for the team.
Don't forget where it's aimed. Let's have a look at our
I found hope.
Darn good tips.
Black Bookers, 7 p.m. on Thursday nights. Join us. Black Bookers.
So we've We've just had our Group 1, the Prince of Wales Stakes. There's the punter's view as State of Rest holds off the hot favourite, Baybridge. And Shane Cross celebrates his first Royal Ascot winner. And you called it, Ruby. He got that freebie on the front. Good ride, wasn't it?
It was a wonderful ride, Ed, but it kind of looked that way on paper. There was no front runner, and it's set up for somebody to go and do what Shane Cross did. Now, look, we've already watched what happened in North with Frankie Dettori in the stalls. That was unfortunate. Not anything I've any experience with, but I'd say frightening all the same as he comes out without it. But watch Shane Cross on the inside in the red. He let State of Rest run down the hill. No slack, reins or slack and dangling. He's making sure he gets to the front and he gets everybody else happy behind him. And as soon as he does, he tightens the reins and starts to slow State of Rest down. He's completely dictating this race in front. Now, when you get to dictate it, then you have to be confident to follow through on what you're doing. Even when the Japanese horse comes to challenge him, Shane never lets the reins out. He's going to commit when he thinks he should. So he starts to lengthen onto the bend so that he can stay in front. Christian Jamuro's coming behind him. Ryan Moore's right behind him in the blue cap. But Shane is still hanging on. He's not going to send this horse till he gets all the way down to the 2 furlong pole. From his knee to his hip, watch how straight his leg stays. He's starting to move his hands and ask this horse to quicken, but he doesn't go and sprint until now at the 2 pole. As he's going by, go horse, and the horse answers for him and starts to lengthen, and he then wins the dash from there home. He got caught in the Tattersalls Gold Cup, a length out of his ground and didn't get there. Connection stuck by him. That is the State of Rest partnership, Joseph O'Brien, but Shane Cross has repaid them today in spades, because this was an excellent ride, dictated from the front. Well done.
And with this horse, Ruby, the thing that strikes me is just how tough he is. We've seen it numerous times now, and they must have so many options with him now, particularly over 10 furlongs.
Yeah, it's around the world he's going to go, isn't he? He's already been to Australia. He's won a Group 1 in France. Now he's won one in the UK. I'm not sure, will he back to Ireland maybe for the Champion Stakes at Leopardstown? And where else does he go then? Hong Kong, Japan? Maybe Johnny or Jason know the global calendar better than I probably do, but this horse has proven he can travel and proven that he handles fast ground, which is a big help if you're going to travel racehorses.
And that's right, isn't it, Johnny? Particularly 10 furlong races around the world, there's some big pots.
There is, but what about the International at York? Let's see him there. Let's see him against Bobby. Let's see him against all those great horses. That's the place.
That is shaping up at the moment, a long way off, obviously. As the presentation's just happening behind me here, the State of Rest partnership, getting a moment to remember with the Prince of Wales presenting the Prince of Wales trophy. With the Duchess of Cornwall behind him, a moment to treasure. That is a trophy that dates back to 1862. And some race for Joseph O'Brien to break his duck as a trainer at the Royal Meeting. He'll already have the Jockey's Prize on the mantelpiece.
And you know, we talked about his stud career already sort of organised to be split between Ireland and in Australia. He's by Star Spangled Banner. But the thing about him, Johnny, when he won the Cox Plate, it was on good to soft ground. Admittedly, that's Australian good to soft ground, so we have to, you know, factor in that it would be a little bit quicker than we would call that here. But he came from right out the back and managed to win on the line. He's now gone and won out on the front. You know, he's not one-dimensional. Sometimes you can pigeonhole horses the way they have to have a run style, but he can do anything.
And I imagine the race you could probably guarantee he will go to is go back and try and win the Cox Plate in Australia. I would think that would be an end goal for them. Joseph has got just a load of options as he has his debrief with the Prince of Wales himself. And now it'll be Shane Cross's moment. Got pictures like this all over your house, Johnny, from your 48 Royal winners?
You do, yeah, you never forget these ones. This is a big day for that young man, you know, and I said he's going through the ranks in Ireland. Joseph has a couple of top young lads, himself and young McGonigal there. They're young, they're fit, they're hardy, and as I said, this is a special moment to stand beside the winner of one of the Group 1 races in Royal Ascot.
I remember Steve Cawthon saying to us at Epsom, I kept talking about Slip Anchor and Reference Point and all these great horses, and he kept saying Royal Ascot, whereas where he wanted to win. And Steve Cawthon will join us tomorrow, and he'll talk about Gildoran, the horse he said at Epsom was the most poignant winner for him, really, when he won after the Hills family looked after him when he first came over from America. MJ getting his prize too. Well done, the team. let's take a breather and get some lifestyle with Mark and Charlotte.
Well, would you look at this? Daytime TV royalty right here. Holly Willoughby, Julie Finnegan, Richard Madeley, and Charlotte Hawkins. So I need to get that bit in.
And yourself,
Oh, yes, indeed. How's your day been going? Are you having a wonderful time?
I mean, look at it. The weather is glorious. I've got a glass of champagne. I've eaten strawberries. The horse is doing wonderful things. It's amazing, isn't it? I've got Richard and Judy here. It's the best day of my life. It's lovely.
And I've got someone whose hat I can admire, but she's kept hers on the whole time, and so has Charlotte. And I keep taking mine off every 5 minutes. So it's just so big.
I tell you what,
it's knocking in.
It's a beautiful hat, though. Can I just say?
Judy, mine is literally welded to my head to stop it coming off. I couldn't get it off even if I wanted to. And Holly, you had a bit of difficulty in the car coming down with yours,
I did
didn't
this
you?
morning today, and then I jumped straight in the car to get here as soon as possible. I wanted to make the first race. I put my hat on, got in the car, and realised I couldn't actually fit in the car with my hat, but it's all pinned in. So I was lying with the seatbelt across me like this the whole way here. But it survived, I think. It just about survived.
The strange thing is, when I read, because this is the first time we've been here, and so I read the dress code really carefully before we came, and he said ladies had to wear hats, but it also said they had to keep them on. It was the actual, they had to wear their hats. So I've been I keep my hat off and I kind of cower, expecting someone to just throw me out.
Don't worry, you're Judy. You're allowed to take the hat off. It's okay. You're in the special box. It's all
Talking
right.
about fashion stakes, you know, I was hearing that you were going to borrow Richard Arnold's suit. Is this right?
Richard Arnold came on to do the showbiz news on GMB this morning. I was on with him this morning in a fantastic kind of powder blue summer suit. And I said to him, I want that. I'm taking that. But actually, he's a lot shorter than me. And I think I would have if I was wearing shorts. So I got this instead.
Might not quite work, but we were counting down to you coming here. First time, how have you found it?
We've never been to Ascot before. We hardly ever go to the races. I think I went to Epsom once. That's about it. I've been to the Grand National once. And obviously, television does a great job, carrying the realism of racing. But if you're actually here, the physicality of seeing the horses thundering by, and their litheness and their beauty, and this kind of symbiotic relationship between mankind and horses, it goes back thousands of years. It's all here, and it's amazing. It's a very romantic thing to be at.
Oh, no, I mean, we feel very lucky to be a part of it. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. See you later.
It's so nice to see them here. And as we look down there, the Windsor enclosure in the foreground here, lots of picnics in there, and you've got lots of food outlets as well. And I keep emphasising it's the experience which is all important now for the Ascot team. Speaking to Guy Henderson, saying that people don't want to buy things these days, they want to buy experiences and have a really good time. And that's why they've capped the number of people that come, to give people that good experience with a bit of room to move around and lots of choice of what they want to do. And I feel with Holly, memories of Francesco. I once drove to Royal Ascot. She had a hat, Jason, that was so big and wide, she literally went along in the car like this with a hat, this giant saucer. It was lovely to see Holly here, and hope she's enjoyed the action, because it's been great from the off. And a good one for the favourite backers, got off to a good start. The Clipper Logistics silver colours, Danny Tudhope, who was 50-1 with Paddy Power and Betfair to be top jockey at the meeting. Well, he's had 3 in a row. This was the third of them, dramatised for Carl Burke and Steve Parkin. She's very good and very speedy. Then we had all sorts of drama in the Queen's Vase, an absolute thriller. Zachariah in front being closed down by Eldar Eldarov. The Bahraini fighter getting up on the line to win by a whisker. Well done to Roger Varian and David Egan, and we've just seen State of Rest make all under a brilliant Shane Cross ride. First Royal Ascot winners for him and Joseph O'Brien.
Well, amongst the winning connections, we've got the entire O'Brien family, but I'm going to try and grab a word with Joseph very quickly. Many congratulations, Joseph. Your first Royal Ascot winner, and what a ride as well.
Brilliant ride, Rishi. Very tough horse. We had a good chat with Shane and decided we'd try to make the running, and couldn't have worked out better. I thought Shane gave him a marvellous ride. He got the fractions perfect, and a top horse as well.
What does it mean to you, first of all, before we talk more about the horse, to win your first race as a trainer at Royal Ascot?
Yeah, it's very special. It's been a long time coming, but we've had plenty of horses run very well here, and it's very special to get a winner here, and not only just a winner, but to win a race like the Prince of Wales is hugely special, and there's a great team of owners and a special horse horse.
What does it say about State of Rest, the fact that he could win Saratoga Derby, win the Cox Plate, come back, run some good races here in Europe and win the Prince of Wales Estate?
Yeah, well, I think he's proved himself a very, very high-class horse. He's very versatile. I think take the blame a little bit myself for the last day. We didn't make enough use of him, but it was a great run. And when you come in here today, that we had a live chance to win the race, and I'm just delighted that the horse has proved himself. I thought Shane gave him a marvellous ride. Shane has only had a handful of rides here, and he really grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck, and a huge day, and very proud of everyone. And we have a big team of people at home, and a very special team, and I'm so proud of all of them.
Can I just ask what it's like for you to be in the winners' enclosure and your brother Donica come up to you, congratulate you, your dad, mum, sisters?
Yeah, it's very special, Rishi, and so this is what it's all about. We love the game. We're born and bred into the game, and I haven't seen anything else all my life. And to have a big winner here in a race like the Prince of Wales is this is what we do it for.
Many congratulations.
Thanks, Rishi. Thank you.
He's stolen Johnny's catchphrase. He loves this game, and hopefully you're loving it at home this afternoon too. And we're not even at halfway. The Duke of Cambridge is next. To see youngsters enjoying Royal Ascot, an example of one of the picnics you can bring. Hopefully they're having a lovely time and will come back. All 35 races are live on ITV for you this week. We've had 10 so far, and we've had 10 different winning trainers. The love being shared amongst the trainers here at the Royal Meeting. All sorts of different fashion. 599 of you are left in the ITV7. Doesn't get easy later on with the Hunt Cup and other races, but it's Group 2 action next. Mark Johnson.
And this is the Duke of Cambridge Stakes. It's a Group 2 race. It's one of the newer group races at the Royal Meeting. It was first run in 2004 as one of the races implemented to try and keep older fillies and mares in training during the latter part of their careers. We've got a field of 8 headed here by the very game, a very likeable Saffron Beach, the mount of William Buick, riding for Jane Chapel High. Number 2 is Sibylla Spain, who represents French trainer Aurélien Lemaitre, first runner at the meeting for Christopher Head, 6th generation of the famous Head family. Number 3 is Bashkirova, the mount of Tom Marquand, he rides for William Haggis. Number 4 is Canella. She's not officially a grey, but when you see her, she is. She's ridden by Michael Barcelona. She's trained by the guy they call the rock star in France, Nicolas Colleret. Number 5 is Mother Earth. She's already a dual Group 1 winner. She's ridden by Ryan Marn, looking for a third win in this race. Aidan O'Brien trains. The German runner here is November, trained by Peter Scherg and ridden by Sibyl Voigt, who, when November won a classic in Germany 2 years ago, became the first lady rider to ever win a classic in Germany. Number 7 is Primo Baccio, with Richard Kingscote riding for Ed Walker. And could it be another one for Danny Tudhope? He's already had 3 this year. He rides for David O'Mara on number 8, Thunder Beauty.
Taking a look at these fillies and mares for our next race, the Duke of Cambridge Group 2. And of course, Regis Barbadet, who we knew from his days with Goldacova here with Freddie Head, is now in charge of this filly, Sibylla Spain, for Freddie Head's son, Christopher. And this filly is a 4-year-old Frankel filly. She costs 240,000 guineas, and she's the 13th foal out of Longcrest, who was 8th birth to her. Longcrest, of course, finished 2nd in the Irish Oaks and the Breeders' Cup filly and mare Turf. She's an amazing mare. This filly has 8 runs, 4 wins, including the Group 2 Prix de Muguet last time out in St. Cloud. The firm ground is a question mark as she's unraced on it at the moment. We'll drop right back and take a look at our next one. This is number 3, Bashkirova. Bashkirova is running for the William Haggis team and Tom Marquand. We know what good form William Haggis's horses are in at the moment. We see her here at the head of the bunch. She was bred by Cheveley Park Stud. She runs in their colours. 4-year-old by Frankel, and she's a granddaughter of Russian Rhythm, so a real Cheveley Park Stud family. 4 out of 6, and she's only been out of the first 2 once in 6 starts. Haggis won this race in 2019 with Move Swiftly, so he knows what to do, and this is a filly improving all the time. Drop back to number 7. This is Primo Baccio for Ed Walker, and Richard Kingscote will be in the saddle on this 4-year-old filly by Autad. And behind her, we'll try and catch up with as many as possible. Thunder Beauty for the David O'Mara and Daniel Tudhope team following on her. And then behind her, we have the filly that we saw this morning on the opening show. This is November by Glen Eagles. She was the German 1,000 guineas winner in 2021. Sabrina at the head of her there that spoke to us this morning. She's a lovely 4-year-old filly. Sabrina tells us that the faster ground won't be any problem for her, though most of her best performances have come on softer. And if we drop back again, we'll have a look at this filly with the red hood on her. I saw this filly come off the box this morning. We had her on the opening show. This is Saffron Beach for the Jane Chapelheim filly, Jane Chapelheim yard, and she looks amazing. She looked absolutely stunning this morning when she came off the box. 4-year-old filly by New Bay. She has had 9 wins, 6 places, and she's made all to beat Mother Earth in the Group 1 Sun Chariot last year. This filly looks in the top of her form. It's getting a little bit warm down here in the paddock, but I really like this filly.
So let's have a look at the betting for the next big race here at Royal Ascot. Bashkirova and Saffron Beach very much to the fore, and it's Bashkirova, presumably named after the Russian pianist, judged by the dam of this horse. And if so, then the real-life Elena Bashkirova might be watching right now. She's still alive, 5-2. Saffron Beach at 11-4 has form with Mother Earth with the headgear on. Can that improve the 1,000 guineas winner at 7-2? Sibilla Spain at 5-1. November might prefer the ground in November at 12-1. Primo Baccio has been a good horse from time to time at 14. Canella at 33 and Thunder Beauty at 33-1. A roughie Bashkirova at 5-2 for a magnificent team.
Well, many of you will know the name Freddie Head, who was a superstar in France, and indeed when he came to England. His son Christopher Head has a runner here in this race. Sibilla Spain, Christopher, a horse who I feel has got a good chance. If she goes on the ground, do you believe she'll go on this quick ground?
I think so, because on the listed race of last year, it was a fast ground, and she did very well. And it was 2,000, so now we're on the mile, so it's going to be perfect.
Obviously, she's had a go at Group 1 level in the past, and that hasn't worked out. But at this sort of level, Group 2, even though there might be one or two fillies that are on the borders of Group 1, Mother Earth, Saffron Beach in particular, how do you think you'll compare against those?
I think I have a chance. I think that the race is pretty open, and it's possible to get a good performance from her.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you over here. How's your dad, by the way?
He's very well. He's looking at the race at the TV, and I'm sure he's going to scream in the straight line.
We wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the Head family have won so many big races. How strong is their chance here in a race, Jason, where she's one of them with the penalty structure that could be so important?
Well, if you were to look at her run style, usually, and we're talking about tactics again, we've got it now in the Duke of Cambridge, we had it in the Prince of Wales, we didn't really know what was going to happen. The change of tactics with her was what brought about an improved display. They held on to her and then used her for a finishing kick. She'd been going along at a real solid gallop up on the front end and not finishing off.
Giving weight all round is Saffron Beach, the Sun Chariot winner from Large. She just had a brilliant year, didn't she? I'd love to see her win this. Might it happen?
Yeah, I mean, look, second in the 1,000 to the reopposing Mother Earth. You've got, that was her finest hour in the Sun Chariot that you mentioned, and she'll be charging late. But it's all about they're improving at different times, aren't they? The likes of Bashkirova, the favourite now, great big powerful individual, and she took a step forward when winning. She ran well at Goodwood and better again at Epsom.
Are they with you, Luke?
They've just arrived down here now, actually. I can just see Saffron Beach just walking behind the starting stalls, and there is Primo Baccio as well for Ed Walker and Richard Kingscote. I don't know if you can get a shot, but you might remember yesterday, little Tom, who he's just down there with his dad. He's just told me that the one to be on is number 5, Mother Earth. And based on my tipping so far, so that's the one to be on, Ed, Mother Earth. Tom told me.
Oh yes, most of the action done, but it's on the William Haggis filly that was also impressive at Epsom on Derby weekend. You can see this is the rails along here where you can bet here on the Royal Enclosures. Bashkirova is 5-2. That was 5-1 early doors this morning. Number 3, joint favourites with Saffron Beach. Mother Earth 7-2, and it's 11-2 bar. Bashkirova 5-1 this morning has halved in price.
And if young Tom, who we met yesterday down at the start, coming back from school, he's gone for Mother Earth, horse number 5. And Tom, if that wins, I'm going to change the pundits for tomorrow. It's going to be Jason, Manford and young Tom when he finishes school. Will be on the podium. Murty, you're leaving anyway. It's amazing to think, and they could have gone for the Queen Anne. There's a Guineas winner in the race.
Yes, Guineas winner in the race. I think she's the one that's, you know, I like her. I like her. She looked well around the ring, nice and calm, cheek pieces on. And Aidan needs it. It's been a quiet week for Aidan so far. So
not often you go 10 races at a Royal meeting without a Ballydoyle winner.
No, but listen, that's it. Everybody has risen the standard and just didn't have the horses this week. But I think this is a real chance at a big price for one of theirs.
It's like Richard King said, getting back on now, Luke.
Yeah, he just wasn't quite happy with the position of the saddle, and if you're not happy, look, let's just see. This is Thunder Beauty just come towards. Look underneath her chin there. You can just see she's wearing a tongue strap, and that tongue strap, it can be, there are dedicated ones, but quite often trainers just use an old pair of tights, and the reason they do that, they'll wet it in some water, wrap it around the horse's tongue and just tie it to to the bottom jaw, and it sometimes it can make a massive difference. It just stops horses swallowing their tongue. It doesn't look particularly comfortable, but horses don't mind it at all, and let's hope that it helps Thunder Beauty here. But you can see she's got a cross noseband on as well, just to keep her mouth shut.
Now, the favourite and the in-form filly is the Princess Elizabeth winner, isn't it, Jason? In the Cheveley Park colours, right there, number 3, Bashrakova.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll stand out in the prelims. She's a hand bigger than anything from a height perspective and from a physical. I mean, that was what they were talking about after that Princess Elizabeth win, sorry, at Epsom. How she was just blooming at the right time, Johnny.
Yeah, she is coming forward, but pivotal. She's quite pivotal, and sometimes the pivotals, like in Italy's in the ground, big unit, ground's quickening up all the time. Well, she just has to go on the firm ground, Jason.
Put one, I'm probably totally wrong because I've said it before. Prima Baccio one day is going to show that turn of foot again that we saw at York one day and win a decent race.
This is her ideal setup, isn't it? We don't know who's going to go forward. Will it be November, German 1000 Guineas winner? She actually ran well behind Alcohol Free in the Coronation last year. Or Saffron Beach, does she decide to pop along up on the front end? That filly there is blessed with a wonderful change of gears. She was favourite in the race that Bashkarova was second at in Goodwood. She's much better than that, and we have the Derby winning rider on board.
Yeah, good luck, Richard Kingscote and owner David Ward, the Starman colours. Right, Ruby, same question as the last race. Tactics.
Yeah, it'll be tactical, and I thought the rest will go forward in the last. I don't know here, Ed, who will go forward, and it's harder too in the straight mile to dictate things in front. When you have 2 bends in the mile and a quarter race, it's easier to make the run, and I'm not so sure. I don't know. I'd be lying if I had a real opinion.
Those colours on the right have got a great record in the race. Cheveley Park, a 5th win last year with Indy Angel, who beat the great Lady Bowthorpe. They won with Pires, Nanina, Spacious, Integral, and then Indy Angel. Will it be Bashrakova for the Cheveley Park team again? Number 6 there is November, who was 4th in the Coronation before. And we've got this afternoon 3 more races on the main channel. Then we switch to ITV4 for the finale. Brian.
Yeah, depending where you shop around, joint favourite Saffron Beach and Bashkarova, 11-4 if you come racing. In fact, Saffron Beach marginally favourite on the track at 5-2.
So the last couple of runners about to move forward. This is November for Germany. Peter Scheigen is the trainer. Sibylle Voigt is the rider aboard. Made history when November won the German 1000 Guineas last year by 7.5 lengths, and she was the first lady to ride the winner. We have a problem, and it is the French filly Sibylle Spain, who has got very restless in stall number 7. She's gone down in the stalls. Luckily they've got her back up on her feet now. Aurélien Lemaitre is still aboard. They're going to try and back her out. Sibylle Spain, this is the first runner for young Christopher Head here at Royal Ascot, but will she be allowed to take her place? She'll get very, very het up. She tried to get down under the front of the gate, and they are going to back her out now, so she'll be checked. Still waiting on Thunder Beauty to see if they're going to let Sibylle Spain go, and I don't think they're going to. She's been backed away here, so we stand by for a start. She is going to be withdrawn, so now just the 7 of them, and they're off for the Duke of Cambridge Stakes Group 2, 4 fillies over the straight old mile, and it is the German raider November who's claimed the early lead, a confirmed front runner to Saffron Beach, who races in second. Then Mother Earth with head bowed towards the near side. Over on the far side, Canella is the dark grey. Then very keen is Primo Baccio racing alongside Bashkarova, and the back marker is Thunder Beauty as they go right down the very centre of the course inside the final 3/4 of a mile. And it's November and Sibylle Voigt who lead now by a length and a half to Saffron Beach, and William Buick in second place. Into third now Canella, Mikel Barcelona. Ahead away in fourth is Mother Earth and Ryan Moore. A length and a half back to Primo Baccio, Richard Kingscote. Then the red colours towards the near side of Bashkarova and Tom Marquand, and still the back marker Danny Tudhope on Thunder Beauty. They race on now down through the halfway point in the 19th running of the Duke of Cambridge, and it is still November for Germany who has got the lead. Saffron Beach now being pushed along. The one who's been furiously ridden at the back of the field is Bashkarova, who is really struggling to get in a blow at this point. They've got 2.5 furlongs to go, and Saffron Beach and William Buick have struck and gone for home. November tries to hang tough in Baskarova, the 5-2 joint favourite, the really likeable Saffron Beach, who had to defy a penalty here and give away weight all round, has one geared down to give Jane Chapel-Hyam her second win at Royal Ascot. It's a 30th win at the Royal Meeting for William Buick, and his third win in this race. A case of Saffron Beach first, and then the rest.
She's just an absolute superstar, this horse. Has given weight all round. If you're watching the opening show this morning, you'd have seen her come off the lorry and heard Sally Ann just say how stunning and well she looked. And hopefully a few of you backed her off the back of that in the colours of the Sangsters. Ollie, Ben and James Wigan too. For Jane Chapel-Hyam, she's just been an absolute star filly.
Yeah, just bang her out there, up on the pace. He kicked her in the belly, 2 down. She just kept going. Look where her head is, Ed. That's what you want in a racehorse. Head down, responding to William Buick and just going away. A very good winner with Ed. Very good winner, but you'd love her attitude, Jason, the way she strolled out up the middle of the track. It's not easy here.
No, not at all. And if you look at some of the horses that she's been knocking around with, obviously Sacred, she ran a blinder, went second in the 1000 to Mother Earth. She then beat that rival back, obviously in Newmarket in the Sun Chariot. She ran a cracker in Dubai on her return. That's a great performance.
And this is a view from Tom Marquand, who was first to get to work on the joint favourite, Baskarova, and Saffron Beach. Look how far ahead she is. And you have to feel sorry for the Head family. With Sibylla Spain, what happened in the stalls, come all the way from France, and they don't even get a run. Withdrawn, there'll be a Rule 4. But Saffron Beach for the Sangsters and Wiggins. And Jane Chapel-Hyam, she loves to run her horses, and she's great fun. And we're going to see this horse all over the place as well.
Yes, no, likes to travel them, likes to run them, but a great trainer. You know, she's a great trainer, knows her stuff, and when she gets these good horses like this is a very, very good filly, very tough, and she will not be afraid to travel the world.
Looked after by Ollie Turner, and to our Ollie.
Yeah, that was a really impressive display from Saffron Beach. The man on board, William Buick, we'll grab a word with him if we can. William, congratulations. That seemed pretty effortless, in truth. How was it?
Yeah, she's got a nice lead for the first half of the race, and we were going slow, but she was in a nice rhythm, and you know, kicked pretty early because she does stay that mile well, you know. Look, she's done that really well, and she won the Sun Chariot last year, and dare I say, she feels probably a little bit better this year, you know. Yeah. So full credit to the team. She had a Group 1 penalty there, so they're never easy to carry, you know.
Yeah. It seems that, oh well, it goes without saying she already is a Group 1 horse, but do you think that she's getting better with every start, for all that this is a slightly sort of lower level?
Yeah, I think she is. And you know, she's never ran a bad race, so yeah. She got the hang of it towards the back end of last year, and she started off this season in good style.
And great for Jane and her team as well.
Yeah, fantastic, brilliant. You know, for Jane, all the team, all the owners involved. So, no, it's fantastic. It's Royal Ascot, so you know, you got to enjoy these moments.
Well done, William. We can hear from Jane now. She's with Rishi.
Yeah, James Chapel-Hyam is just pointing out the number of owners involved in the horse. Some of them coming out the woodwork, you're saying, Jane, today.
Yeah, there's so many Sangsters here. I didn't know I had so many ex-relatives. It's great.
The beauty about this performance today was that you weren't concerned, I can imagine, through the race. She did everything so easily.
Yeah, and I watched it with a real pro, David Loader, and he just kept saying, so easy, so easy. So he gave me confidence, so it was nice. But yeah.
Were you not confident coming here today?
No, I am, but you always worry about that £5 penalty, but I suppose it's been a rule for years and it's there for a reason, but you worry, don't you? £5 is £5.
It is indeed, and that's one of the concerns a lot of people have had about her taking on some talented horses today. So to do what she's done, beating the Guineas winner in Mother Earth and other good fillies in behind, the Tulip Park filly that ran so well the other day, how good has she shown herself to be right now, and what are you thinking about what's to come?
I think she is good. I think it was hard going to Dubai off a winter, and those horses that, you know, they're Harden colts and geldings, which they showed in the blanket finish, and we didn't have a pre-race, a prep race, whereas here, you know, we've gone to Chelmsford and we've gone to the July course and we've got the work into it. So I presume it will be the Rothschild on the, I don't know, 2nd of August, Sun Chariot, maybe Breeders' Cup, but we'll leave it to the owners.
Well, here she comes. I shall leave you to enjoy the celebrations. Well done.
Very much, thank you.
I love that line, the Sangsters coming out of the woodwork. Seen plenty here, Guy Sangsters here. You've got to be delighted for James Wigan, missing out with the horse he bred, Bay Bridge, but winning with Saffron Beach, Ollie Sangster as well. And Will Buick winning this race for a second time. He won it in 2018, and Jane Chapel High saying to us after the race, as a proud Aussie, they're going to give the Aussies celebrating with Nature Strip a run for their money with their celebration after Saffron Beach won the Duke of Cambridge. Back late down to 5-2, joint favourite. Thunder Beauty, David O'Mara's horses are running so well right now. 40-1 second. Prima Baccio travelled so well again for Richard Kingscote and was third at 14-1. There'll be a Rule 4, as I said, a 15p in the pound. That after Sibylla Spain, the French horse, and there she is. Oh, dear, you have to feel for Yaguara Centurion, the owners, the Head family as well. They brought her over from France, and she had to be withdrawn. A real shame. So 2 more races to come on the main channel, then we'll switch to ITV4 and hopefully you'll join us. There's the despair, and then comes the joy for the team behind Saffron Beach. 11 races now, 11 different winning trainers. Jane Chapel High, the latest. Saffron Beach, beautiful view. She's so tough and so good, and she's won another big one. Sun Chariot last season, Duke of Cambridge this. Ruby, she ain't half reliable.
She's rock solid, Ed, isn't she? And it was beautifully simple as well from William Buick. I mean, it was a straightforward race. Sybil Vogt jumps out in November, and she's going to go along in front in the black colours, and William Buick sits right second behind her on Saffron Beach. Now, the fractions were really good. The first furlong, 15.74. Sybil didn't go too quickly, and the next 3 furlongs then were all in the mid 12 seconds, 12.51, 12.49, 12.25. Incredibly consistent, and William Buick was aware of that. In the red colours in second place, he's keeping an eye on the one in front, but Primo Bazio and Thunder Beauty there at the back. And when William decides to go now, they're going to run the next 3 furlongs in 11.93, 11.21 and 11.87. He essentially gets what is first run. It's simple, but he commits her because they haven't gone quick, and this filly gets all the way to the line. Now, she's as far in front when William commits her of this eventual second and third 2 down as she basically is in the winning post, only she was in a better position throughout the race, right behind the horse in front that wasn't going too quick, and William was able to deliver perfectly, really.
Thanks, Ruby. And Thunder Beauty in second, really running a big race for David O'Meara, and Danny Tudhope's brilliant week goes on. Now, going into the next race, 196 of you are left in the ITV7, going for 100 grand today. Maybe it will be won as we swoop on our wire cam over the Grundy and Bastino bar. More on that in a minute. The owners and trainers mill about on the left there on the first story, then the old saddling boxes underneath. Being very clever at the top of the racecourse. The saddling boxes where the entrance is to number 1 car park, they've transformed them into little hospitality boxes. No space wasted. So 196 of you left in the ITV7, and on Saturday, after the success of the sweepstake you might have played on the Grand National, we're going to do it again. There's going to be a sweepstake on Saturday for you, free to play. It's going to be on the Wokingham, on the big sprint handicap on Saturday, completely free to have a go, and it's open for business right now. So if you're 18 or over, you want a free horse to run for you in the sweepstake and the Wokingham, get involved. And you've seen lots of parts of the racecourse. We're trying to bring every corner of this massive place to you at home, and Chris Hughes is doing rather well at it.
Now, I found myself in the Steward's House lawn. I'm going to have a little look round. Got myself a gin here, very nice, very fruity, perfect for the weather conditions. We're going to chat to a few race goers now. Girls, you don't mind if I bother you for a second?
Absolutely not, it's not a problem.
Bless you. You having a lovely day?
Fantastic.
Regulars?
Very relaxed, very chilled, absolutely loving the vibe.
I like that. That's what Royal Ascot's all about. You know, a lot of people believe that Royal Ascot's top hat and tails like myself, but you know what? You can come here, you can enjoy yourself.
Very, very relaxed, I must say. The vibe is lovely.
Have you ever been before?
First time.
And how are you finding the whole experience and the racing?
Very stress-free, very relaxed, lots of drinks, lots of food. It's great, lovely weather, can't complain.
And you look fantastic.
Oh, it's lovely.
Bless you, girls. Have a lovely day. I'll leave you to it. Enjoy the drinks. Move on. Find another table of girls here. Again, looking equally as rax. Girls, how are you enjoying the day?
Lovely day so far, yeah, loving the sunshine, it's great.
Again, I'm going to ask you, are you regulars or have you been before?
I've been twice before.
Oh, okay. And for people who are watching at home, want to come down this week because tickets are still available, how would you get them down here? Sell it to them.
The atmosphere is amazing, the sun's out, and you can always win a little bit of money, which is always nice.
That is always true. And have you been before?
No, never been.
First time?
Yeah, first time here, and thank God I did come. It's amazing.
You loving your day?
Yeah, it's really good. Like Kate said, like sun is shining, really, really nice. Got a couple of bets on, lost everything, but
right.
yes.
But you're smiling.
Exactly.
That's the main thing. Girls, I'll leave you to it. All the best. I'm going to try and collar Ruby Walsh later on, guys. So everybody at home, send your tweets in. Use the hashtag viewers inquiry. I'm going to ask him anything within reason. So do let us know. Use the hashtag ITV Racing as well. And I'll go and find Ruby right now.
We might see both of you, Chris, to finish our show. On ITV4 we will be then. We'll switch from the main channel to ITV4 just before 6 o'clock. Then we'll head to the bandstand for a bit of Sweet Caroline. Poor old Ollie sang his heart out last night. Got a bit of stick on social media. Not the best voice in the world, unlike our greatest showman, Johnny Murtagh, who rather enjoys his singing. Now it's time for two old boys who reminisced earlier today about life outside the saddle.
So I'm in the Grundy and Bustino garden, even with Johnny Murtagh. Johnny, we were born on the same day, but you probably remember Grundy and Bustino, do you?
I don't remember, but I remember watching videos of it. What a great race. You know, Pat Edry came there on the outside on Grundy, got past, Titanic battle up this great Ascot straight, and I don't remember watching it live, Ruby, but I do remember watching it.
Yeah, I remember watching it too. I'm only slagging. But Johnny, we did ride against each other occasionally. I've had a few forays in the flat, and you had a bigger foray over jumps. When you look at the riders now and look back at even Grundy and Bustino, Pat Edery, Steve Cotton, who you worked with at Epsom, and you look at the lads that are riding now and the lads you rode with, do you think much has changed?
I think a lot has changed. I think they're much more educated now. You know, the weight structure has gone up to give them a chance. The young lads coming through now, they're all 5'10", 5'11", big, tall, skinny lads that do need, you know, education on how to live their life, you know, and what to eat and what not to eat. And I feel if I was riding now, I'd be 10 lengths better with the education that's been out there. I do.
Why?
But listen, the way to mind your body, the way to mind your weight, the way to manage your weight, it was much different back then. You had to run, you had the sauna. The sauna was a big part of your life. You had to sweat. You didn't have the dietitians around you to have now, or you didn't have the people to go to and speak to about the sports science. I don't think jockeys years ago thought themselves as top-class athletes. Whereas I see these young lads coming through now, they do see them at that. They think we ride out in the morning, we go for a sweat in the day, but don't get me wrong, when you look at that era, Lester Pickett, Willie Carson, Walter Swinburne, Steve Cotton, Mick Kinnan, Christy Roach, I think they'd fit well into this weigh room now.
I was kind of thinking the same. I mean, you look at Ryan Moore, William Buick, Frankie Dettori, Hugh Robert, there are only a couple of names, Danny Tudhope. Like, there's exceptional riders in there, but it's hard to say the riders have gotten better.
I'm not saying they got better, but I do think their management of their weight, I think they're more professional nowadays, and everything is kind of laid on for them now. You know, that kind of way. It was a bit of a rush back then. It was a bit of a rush. You were driving to 2 meetings. Now they have 1 meeting a day. So they're going to have a little bit more life outside racing, whereas before it used to be just totally consumed by riding.
So do you think the expectation has changed on jockeys? I know in our generation you were expected to be everywhere every day and doing it all the time. Has that changed and has that made it better?
I do, and I think the internet and the WhatsApp and the Twitter and all that, they see jockeys every day now. They can't do anything out of line nowadays because it's all up there, and it's all. Whereas before, you'd have to come to these big meetings. You know, the live TV would only show on a Saturday, so you only got to see those top jockeys on a Saturday. You didn't get to see them like we've got. You know, there's racing on every half hour now. You've got Racing Channel, you've got Sky Sports, you've got ITV, so that you can see them every day, all the time. Whereas before, you know, sometimes less is better. You only get to see the top lads at these top race meetings, and they were kind of legends. They were icons. People, you know, and when you go into the bookies nowadays, it's the same. You know, the jockeys. If you ride a good race and finish second, the punter's throwing his slipper. Murta messed up there. You could ride a bad race. You could win. Go on, Murta, get him home. So, you know, if you lose the money, the jockey gets it. If you're winning money, they're kings.
Yeah, my memory of Ascot is more people going, go on, Murta, than what was Murta at.
Just the 48 wins for Johnny. Here's the latest presentation. Her Royal Highness Princess Alexandra in charge. And just lovely to see Jane Chapel-Hine getting her prize. But for the sangsters, this is really emotional. How Robert would have just loved this. He loved this stage. I'm not sure what the collective term for the sangsters would be, but the winner's enclosure at the moment is just a sea of sangsters. Magic for the family, and how we'd all love to see Her Majesty the Queen at Royal Ascot tomorrow on Gold Cup Day. We'll keep our fingers crossed. That really would put the Royal into Royal Ascot. just the 29 jockeys on their way out. It's busy. Safie Osborne there in the red on the right, all smiles. It's life for punters and ITV7 players now, Richard. Gets a little bit more difficult.
Yes, it's the first of the traditional sort of big handicaps of the week, isn't it? It's the Royal Hunt Cup, run over 1 mile, straight mile, and they'll be right across the course. And you mentioned one non-runner, but apart from that, we had the maximum declared. One is Magical Morning, Benoit Glassayette claiming 5-2 Escobar, having his 5th Royal Ascot run, Danny Tudhope. 3 Sinjari for Kieran Schumacher, 4 Intelligent for James Doyle, looking for a Jane Chapel High on double. 5 San Andreas, big day for Hugh Horgan, who claims the £7. Joseph O'Brien already on the mark today. 6 Symbolise, Harry Davis claims 5. Bo Pedro for Shane Foley on number 7. 8 Humanitarian, Danny Muscat. 9 Astro King, Ryan Moore, and 10 Great Guardian for Ray Dawson. 11 is Tempest, the Mount of Holly Doyle. 12 Bless Him, Britannia winner a few years ago, Jamie Spencer. Straight Mile normally sees him here to good effect. 13 Aratus for Adam Kirby. 14 Cruyff Turn, Tom Marquand. 15 Desert Peace for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. 16 is Etonian, Pat Dobbs takes the ride, and 17 Isla Kai for Rowan Scott. 18 Lunar Space, first start for Jamie Osborne. Safie in the saddle claiming 3. 19 Fantastic Fox for David Egan. 20 XL Power for Luke Morris, and 21 Notre Belle Bet in the red cap for David Probert. 22 The Sole Absentee. 23 What's the Story for Silvestre de Souza. Market Leaders Legend of Dubai, Andrea Azzini for Roger Verin in the yellow and black. Then Percy's Lad, Richard Kingscott. 26 is Totally Charming, Frankie Dettori, the winner of course on the owner's Stag Do at Epsom. 27 Dark Shift, James McDonald. 28 Via Serendipity, Stevie Donahoe. 29 Real Force, Colin Keane. And 30 Hortzadar, Mark Wynne claims the £7. 29 runners, and one of the big betting races of the week.
Well, the Royal Hunt Cup might be more of a conditions race these days than a handicap compared to what it used to be, but it's still a hugely competitive betting heat. And Legend of Dubai off the track since April because Connections thought that he was so well handicapped that they wouldn't try and run him again before Royal Ascot. 4-1, the big gamble of the day, and I can see one bookmaker only going 3-1 Legend of Dubai. But remember that on course, you're concentrating at home on this off-course market. Totally Charming at 50-2. Dark Shift for the brilliant McDonald at 8. Symbolizer 17-2. Astro King second last year for Sir Michael at 9. Sinjari at 14. Bless Him, who'll be last in the early stages under Spencer at 16. Fantastic Fox at 16. And Magical Morning with the weight coming off for Goza at 20-1. 22 bar. Legend of Dubai. A big gamble. Favourite for the Hunt Cup.
9-1 this morning, Matt, into 4-1 this Legend of Dubai. Remember, this is a cavalry charge, 29 runners, and the last winning favourite was back, 13 years ago. Forgotten Voice, ridden by our very own Johnny Murtha. Forgotten Voice, 4-1. This Legend of Dubai is still available at 4-1. Is he a group horse lurking in a handicap?
There are 29 runners in this Royal Hunt Cup because, of course, number 22 is a non-runner. So we'll try and get a look at a few of them. This is number 9 beside us. This is Astro King for the Michael Stout team. Ryan Moore will be on board this 5-year-old horse by Kingman, who was second in this last year to Real World. He was beaten 4 3/4 lengths. Drop back and have a glance at this one. Guessing that it's 28 from the Charlie Fellows team under that rug. And 28, of course, is Via Serendipity. Number 7 was my £20 challenge. Sorry, Bubba, who's at the head of Bo Pedro and Eddie Tobin. I've cursed them already. But you can see Bo Pedro with that sheepskin noseband and those blinkers on him. He is my each way £20 challenge because I think he's at a big price for a horse with lots of ability. Drop back and have a look at 18, Lunar Space for the Jamie Osborne stable. Just get horses as the bell goes for the jockeys. Some of them are just getting caught up with this many runners in the parade ring. It's very busy. So they're just getting stopped a bit and getting a bit anxious. There we had 18. Next we have 16, trying to pick them out as they go by. Etonian, Olympic Glory colt, trained by Richard Hannon, and he will be the mount of Pat Dobbs. Drop back and have a look at a few of the others. Some of the jockeys coming out as well. There's 27, Dark Swift. Back to number 4. Number 4 is Intelligent. Jane Chapelheim, we saw Saffron Beach in the last race. Could Jane Chapelheim do a double today here at Royal Ascot?
Call it. Andrea Azzini about to walk out to ride Legend of Dubai in the Royal Hunt Cup. Andrea, the last time you rode this horse in competition was over just short of a mile and a half at Foss Lass about a year ago. Is that a surprise that he's ending up in a handicap over a mile here, so competitive?
Not really. We were trying to win a race with him back in last year, and we didn't want to run him with a mile and a half, but that race came along and it looked like a good opportunity for him to get his head in front. He was, like I said, wanted to win with him, and then he came back round. He showed a lot of pace at home. He's obviously by Dubai. The dam, obviously stayed, but he's not short of pace. He travelled good in Newmarket, and I think the stiff mile should suit him really.
Well, we look at this race and we think a lot of the horses are exposed. He is unexposed. How much do you think he's got to come?
I don't know really. Obviously David Egan rode him at the Newmarket. He won quite impressively. I think he went up £11 for it. But like you said, he's definitely the sports horse in the race. He's won his last two. He's bred to be decent. So fingers crossed. He'll like the ground anyway.
Best of luck, Bob.
Thanks.
We couldn't have a race at Royal Ascot without catching up with Tony Proctor. There is barely a race goes by that he isn't walking around with the horse, and this is number 1, Magical Morning, a gelding by Muharar for the John Gosden team. Benoît Lesayet will be in the saddle on this horse. It's very packed down here in the parade room with all 29 runners trying to get legged up and out. I think that Magical Morning might be our last horse that's about to head out.
It's a big task that for Magical Morning. Since 1980, only one horse has carried more than 9.5 to win this. This was in 1988. Governorship carried 9.6. Magical Morning with 10.1. But there is the favourite, Jason Weaver, Legend of Dubai. We heard from Andrea Azzini. Pretty short price now.
He is, and he's taken a significant hike in the handicap off the back of what was a very impressive rout, if you like, an £11 rise, and he just comes under that could be anything banner. However, Ed, the races that he's been in have all been small fields. His biggest race, field-wise, was on his first start in a novice, so other inexperienced horses. There were 17 runners. The rest of them have all been tiny fields. This is a big test.
And last year, you remember Real World bolting up. You had to feel a little bit for Astro King last year. He's back for another go.
He's becoming the horse who is backed in all of these races. I mean, he was a beaten favourite again last time. That was in the Thirsk Hunt Cup, and he ran a great race on that occasion behind Radana. But he probably, you could call him unlucky, but how many times are we going to say that each time he comes in, he's punted for one of these big races?
This horse will be easy to spot. This is Dark Shift for Charlie Hills, who won it with you-know-who back in 2019. And this is a horse we saw winning last month, wasn't it, at Nottingham?
He has got a wonderful record. You could argue that he was a little bit unlucky as well here on one occasion. His record at the moment stands at 3 from 5 at this particular venue. I think the win at Nottingham was in ready fashion, and it's certainly a great spin for the rider to come in for as well. So, yeah, not to be underestimated. Goes for Charlie. Charlie's got some real good chances coming up later in the week as well.
And I think they've had Steve Cawthon to stay this week, the Hillses.
So it hasn't dropped Charlie again.
He's a little bit heavier, Charlie, these days, I would say.
Might have been able to knock him over, maybe.
Steve Cawthon will be with us tomorrow on Gold Cup Day, 1:30 we start. Don't forget the opening show at 9 o'clock in the morning on ITV4. They're down at the starts, where Luke is too.
It's going to be a crucial part of the race as well. Just interestingly, I was just talking to James, the starter, and he was telling me, just for instance, a big field in the Queen Mary, it took them 1:45 to load. The 29 runners here, 2 have taken a ticket to go in last, 4 like to go in late. You've got 2 horses in this, Intelligent and Legend of Dubai, who are kickers, and they've got to go in late. So it's going to be really difficult for the stalls hands to get them in. He said if I could get them all in 3 minutes, he'd be absolutely delighted. But of course, that doesn't often happen, and can see Intelligent just walking past us there. He was a bit reluctant to come down. Comes in very much the party stable. Jane Chapelheim, they'll be absolutely loving the game, but it could end up being a lengthy process, this.
And the longer that process goes on, the shorter the price that Legend of Dubai is likely to be. This is a really big gamble in a race like this. 9-10 to 1 this morning, 3.5, 1 ball going 3. They really clearly feel that Legend of Dubai is the old cliche horse. The group horse masquerading as a handicapper off 96. Dark Shift 15-2 for the Kiwi. McDonald, of course, so brilliant yesterday. Astro King is solid for Sir Michael. 8-1 Astro King has been a bit bigger. Totally Charming's been brilliant this season at 8. Symbolize at 9 and double digits the rest. But the whole race evolves around Legend of Dubai, 7-1 from nearly 10 on the day.
And if you're watching our Derby coverage, you'll remember Totally Charming for the McAlpines. It was Angus, wasn't he, on his stag do? One of their here again in the colours of Adrian McAlpine, his father, George Bowie, Frankie, riding today, who's won this race twice. Jason, I'm going to let you have, how many do you want, 2 or 3?
2 picks.
2 picks?
2 picks.
They are?
They are at a huge price, Percy's Lad for Daniel and Claire Kubler, Richard Kingscote on board. He could be a bit of a pace angle, which is slight concern in this sort of race. However, when often you think they're going to go a million miles an hour, they don't always. And he was a little bit, I think, unfortunate. The winner came from way back when he tried to force the race at Beverley last time, and he's still well handicapped on his old form.
And the Kublers are doing so well, aren't they? As a combination, there was an article in the Racing Post worth looking up actually and reading. The scientific method to their training is working a treat at the moment.
Absolutely, and yeah, they're willing to try something different, set out a different spreadsheet, if you like, move away from the norm, and yeah, the horses are in sparkling form. So he'd be
So Percy's Lad's number 1.
An each-way shout, and the other one is Fantastic Fox, who finished behind, not that far behind, Totally Charming at Epsom last time. That was on Oaks Day. I just thought he was a little bit of an eye-catcher late on. When he levelled off the final 100 yards, he started to get going. I like the fact that we have David Egan on board. He's buoyed by the success earlier on, so we've got a jockey in real good form. I think that he's still got a bit of upside about him.
How is Piccadilly Circus at the start, Luke?
It's pretty hectic. You might be able to hear Sam, one of the starters, just shouting what stall number they're in, and there's a certain amount of gamesmanship here as well, because you can see all the jockeys just over here. Look at them all just hanging back because they don't want to be in there. It is a massive disadvantage to be in the starting stalls too soon. You could just see number 27 going forward there. That's Dark Shift, won't miss him, dashing grey horse. Here comes the Derby winning rider here. There's Richard Kingsford. All right, good luck, sit tight. He's riding Percy's Lad there for the aforementioned Kublers. He slotted in fine, but look at some of the horses just back there. Look at number 20, look at them in the blue colours there with the white disc. He's really getting sweaty and just getting a bit worked up. That's XL Power. But this is where we're getting down to the tricky ones.
Just saw the red and white going in of Sinjari in the Mohammed Jabba colours, who won the 2020 John Smith's Cup, now with the Charltons. Could be an interesting horse here. Do you want to, Johnny, too?
Yeah, I like him. I like Sinjari off the stand rail. I think he's a chance. You know, he's a classy horse. Won a couple of these big races before, and I hope he's not too old, Jason, to be competitive in a race like this. But if there is a good horse in it, it's Legend of Dubai. By Dubawi. We've seen a Dubawi winning today. If there's a bit of class and if there's a group horse in the handicap, it's probably him. Give a mention to Joseph O'Brien's horse. His first winner in Ascot was a couple of races ago. San Andreas, tough, hard-knocking horse, ridden by another one of his apprentices there, Hugh Horgan, taking the 7 off. Again, I'm going for 2 horses that are big prices, but could run well in a race like this, but this is a cavalry charge.
This magical morning, you just saw in the Lady Bamford colours, who will come forward, the top weight, Sylvester's All Smiles, who rides, what's the story for Keith Dalglish, who was 4th in 2018. There's Symbolise for Andrew Balding, had that winner yesterday, Harry Davis riding. And what a job these stall handlers have done, Jason.
Great effort from the team, and obviously the last few are the tricky ones to load. Let's hope it goes smoothly, as we can see in shot there, a little bit of a worry with XL Power.
Yeah, he's got himself in quite a mess there, Luke.
Oh, this is. Oh, you don't realise until you're here what it's actually like. Humanitarian getting really revved up. Danny Musket, there's so little room in there. He's got the rug on as well. Oh, blimey O'Reilly, you hear the noise of them crashing against the stalls. Absolutely horrendous. But Danny, fair play. He's been really cool and just got on the far side as well. Intelligence, who kicks on the far side in the purple colours of the green stars. Look at him kicking out all the stalls handlers. They know, obviously, he's got a record for this, so they can't actually go behind the rails now. Blimey, but
Intelligent, making life difficult. You don't want to stand behind him. Also, to come forward the dartboard colours of Escobar, who won the 2019 Balmoral on Champions Day here at Ascot, a race for specialists. Aratus is a specialist here as well. Look out for him coming out of stall 24. Sylvestre getting help here.
Yeah, look, just when you get one in there a bit edgy, you can see someone having a pat of a horse from behind. You've got the stall handler in, trying to hold on to the ear there, making sure that Sylvestre is okay. When we saw Intelligent there, I mean, he's a Group 1 winner back at 3-year-olds, as a 3-year-old. Yes, he's 7 now, but he comes from the team that are bidding to go back-to-back. We talked about Danny Tudhope winning 3 races in a row. Well, could Jane Chapel-Hyam, of course, go back-to-back? He's just been so reluctant. They're even tapping him on the back of his front knees, just trying to get him to take that little inch forward. Every step counts.
And hopefully the hoods will come off with more success than have with Lord North. If you haven't seen that from earlier on, Frankie struggling to get the hood off in the big race. Luke?
All the jockeys are shouting. I heard just Luke Morris said, this lad's not going to take this much longer, and there's still 2 more to go in. Escobar, who gets very revved up. Humanitarian, again, he's been tightly held. One of the stalls handlers up there in the stall, so it is so tense. Just last 2 coming forward. Richard, over to you. Good luck.
Intelligent went in finally, and San Andreas will be the last. For the Royal Hunt Cup over the straight mile, right across the course, and they leave the starting stalls. Blessing, as usual, is a little slow into stride, and towards the outside, What's the Story is one of the first to show. Also racing handy is Desert Peace over in that far side group, where Isla Kai is the early leader. Astro King tracks them. Striped sleeves of Great Gadian prominent, with Cruyff Turn over in that far side group as well. Meanwhile, Percy's Lad leads down the near side in company with Symbolize. They're being followed through by XL Power, who's not that far away. Humanitarian Etonia next as they make their way the near side group, headed by Percy's Lad Symbolize. Over on the far side, Isla Kai leads Cruyff Turn over there with Astro King. They're tracked by What's the Story, Lunar Space, and up towards the centre of the racecourse and trying to make a little bit of progress is Tempest. Legend of Dubai is making ground in that far side group and is moving through. Behind these, Bo Pedro, What's the Story? Then behind these, San Andreas. Over on the far side, Totally Charming, Dark Shift and Escobar right at the back of the pack. Near side, Percy's Lad leads Symbolize, XL Power, Humanitarian, Notre Bet with Fantastic Fox, Etonian in the red, Bless Him, biding his time at the back of it would be a Serendipity and Magical Morning. So fanned across the course, they make with 2.5 furlongs to go. Isla Kai sitting pretty over on the far side, leading in Astro King, then pushed along behind these Great Gadian. Down the centre of the racecourse, the grey Dark Shift has made good ground, then Tempest, Legend of Dubai with a little bit of work to do, and Intelligent is now making ground as well in the white bridle with Totally Charming. Intelligent, Isla Kai, and over on the far side, Astro King, Dark Shift, Tempest, Great Gadian, and Totally Charming, and it's Dark Shift under the near side, has moved through to a narrow lead from Tempest, who's staying on strongly, but it's out in front, it is Dark Shift, but James McDonald, Intelligent on the far side rallying, but Dark Shift it is who won the Hunt Cup from Intelligent, Tempest, Astro King, Sinjari, Isla Kai. Blessing ran home for 7th, then Bo Pedro. Aratus was next there to Totally Charming. The Great Gadian was across the line in midfield in company with Escobar. Percy's Lad virtually pulled up, was Fantastic Fox and Dark Shift reuniting an old partnership. It was Charlie Hills who gave James McDonald his first base when he came over a few years ago. It's James's 2nd win of the week. Intelligent ran really well, another Jane Chapel-Hyam horse to run well. Tempest is 3rd. Astro King, I think, has just got 4th. Sinjari ran well, there's not much on this side got in it. Isla Kai was 6th, likewise Bless Him in 7th. You can probably upgrade that. Bo Pedro, Totally Charming, and behind these was Aratus, just ahead of Great Gadian, Escobar, Percy's Lad, Notre Bet, and the rest. It's always nice when the grey wins a big handicap, and Dark Shift for James McDonald is about as grey as you come. Taking a while to pull up, Dark Shift. A winner for Charlie Hills, and another winner on the week for James McDonald.
Yes, Richard, in a big field, that's a dream for a commentator. A prominent grey wins in the colours of Rick Frost, a local winner too. Rick is from Bracknell in Berkshire, which is only a few miles down the road. Jane Chapel-Hyam going close to a famous double, but it was the grey Johnny who held on.
Yes, he won well, Ed. You know, James McDonald, as we said, he's called J Mac over in Australia. He's the gun jockey over there, and yeah, he's world class. You know, he kept it pretty simple. He was in the firing line all the way, changed his hands, gave him a couple of backhanders. It did look like the James Chapel-Hyam horse was coming to pick him up, but fairness to the winner, Jason, I think he dug deep, and no hard luck stories really. Maybe the middle to the far side had more of an advantage. This side was always playing catch up.
I think it's funny how they split, wasn't it? You know, and then obviously as you start to fan out, the groups sort of merge back into one, if you like.
This is Harry Davis, Jason.
You had to be low numbers, middle to low numbers were massively dominant there, weren't they? Intelligent 4, Astro King 9, Isla Kai 12, and Dark Shift had a 15, probably the highest number of the finishers.
Down to Ollie.
This is amazing. The grooms, the stable lads, lasses up and down the country do such brilliant work, but this man here is called Reg. Reg, you've been working in racing for how long?
62 years.
And how long have you been at Charlie Hills?
30 years.
And is this your first Royal Ascot winner?
It certainly is, yeah.
How special is this?
Very special indeed, yeah. I love the horse. Yeah.
What is it about him? I mean, clearly he's a very talented horse, but what's he like at home?
Oh, great, yeah. Very great character, yeah.
He's only just coming back, so he had plenty of running in him afterwards as well.
You'd probably get him out on the court.
Reg, will there be a party for you and the team tonight?
I expect so, yeah.
Good man. Well, listen, Reg, I'll let you go and lead the horse, and I'm going to grab a word with James McDonald, the winning rider. Reg giving him a big cheer. Yeah. If you can just take a turn, that would be brilliant. Let's have a word with Macca, a second winner of the week for James McDonald. You're loving Royal Ascot this year, aren't you?
I love Royal Ascot every year, but this one's been extra special.
And to do it for Charlie as well, because when you've come over before, you've lived with him, with his family in the past. How special is that for you?
Mate, this made my day. It's such a special win. Charlie, one of my greatest pals, and fantastic trainer. What Pip and Charlie have done for me in my career is just unbelievable, and I can't thank them enough for all their support every year. There was so many big jockey names that were probably riding this horse, and I was lucky enough to find myself on it, but it's only because of Charlie.
Just explain, if you can expand on that, what have they done for your career?
When I was an 18-year-old kid, I come over with a suitcase, and Charlie, I lived with Charlie and Pip for 3 months. They gave me every opportunity to ride massive amount of winners. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have probably enjoyed it as much. And they could have easily put me in a cottage and made me find my own way out. So for them to really nurse me along when I was pretty young, it's just a testament to him as well. So it was awesome.
He's going to give you a huge hug when you come back in. Well done, Macca.
I'll say you'll be crying.
Well done, mate.
And that's the second winner of the meeting for James McDonald, third overall at Royal Ascot. Where's he in the echelon of top jockeys in the world for you, Johnny?
Top 5, Ed. Very talented young man. Rides all the good horses over in Australia, travels the world now, and you can see he does his homework really well, and he's able to pull it off then on the biggest stage. So yeah, top guy, great rider.
And for Charlie Hills, a 6th Royal Ascot winner. What happened to the favourite? The big gamble in the race, Jason.
Yeah, again, look, it's a completely different test. As it ends up, he was drawn on the right side in stall number 10. However, it was only a novice, a 15-runner novice that he ran in on his racecourse debut. After that, it was all small fields, and sometimes you just get a little bit intimidated. They're not used to it. I'm just trying to watch from here, whether his tail was actually going round a little bit, or that was him just galloping along. But he's flattened off in the middle and not given a hard time once his chance had gone, so hopefully they'll go back and regroup.
Tempest has run well in the noseband there. On the far side, you've got Isla Kay, and in the forefront again in this race, Astro King. You're pointing at something there, Johnny.
Yeah, my horse, was that Sinjar? He stayed on best of all from the stand side. Looked like he was travelling very, very well, but too much ground to make up.
And is that the late closer again this side, bless him, who always runs like that, doesn't he? That's his test here.
Look at Reg. He's milking the applause, getting a hug from Charlie Hills. Reg, enjoy this moment, leading in the Royal Hunt Cup winner. I think Reg has rather stolen the show there. That's brilliant. Bookies were paying any number of places in this. We'll try and get you the 6th if we can. But Dark Shift won it at 13-2, paid the same on the tote. Intelligent, who caused a bit of trouble at the start, came home well, second at 40-1 for Jane Chapelheim, who's having a brilliant day. Tempest was third at 28-1. Astro King, fourth this year, second last at 17-2. And it was Sinjari, if you had the first 5 with your bookmaker, who was fifth at 14-1. So we've got one more race to come on the main channel, then we'll switch to ITV4 for the finale, the Kensington Palace Stakes. It's been another terrific day. Dramatize was our first winner. She's very good. Then a thrilling finish. David Egan got 2 days, by the way, after that race for using his whip above the permitted level, approaching the final 2 furlongs, and then State of Rest won the big one.
Find a winner with Formline and Formline Extra. Get the ultimate inside preview and form analysis from our panel of experts. It's a must-watch for serious form followers. Formline and Formline Extra, 7 nights a week.
With a focus on finding your next winner, tune in to Punter's Intelligence.
We've got the key stats at our fingertips to sum up each week's racing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is my half of the screen.
You just can't give away such a big start. I had my foot planted, it was fine.
Plus our take on horses to follow. We'll highlight the headliners and uncover the hidden gems.
I was thinking throughout the week we should have horses to follow and horses to keep following.
If you want another segment, you just make it up. Punter's Intelligence, Tuesdays at 7.
Get excited for this weekend's feature racing and beyond with This Week, Next Week. What's making news in the world of racing and where is the money headed early doors? This Week, Next Week, Mondays on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Still plenty of thoroughbred racing action in New South Wales, live across the Sky Racing Network. The winners keep rolling in for Sky Racing tipsters. Ron Dufficy.
Cliff's Art for me, I think she's the gamble of the day, and she'll have no weight at all on her back here, and I think she's right up to a race like this, and this is a great opportunity.
And Cliff's Art, the former German mare, goes on with the job. Cliff's Art.
Number 9, Cliff's Art. Duff was pretty confident. I hope you all took notice. Cliff's Art pays 11.10.
Ron Dufficy finding big winners.
To a race like this.
it. We are toasting the winner of the big handicap here today. Dark Shift won it, and Rishi's caught up with the winning connections.
Well, Charlie Hills and Rick Frost just watching Dark Shift back. I was just going to ask Mr. Frost to just turn around very so slightly so you can join in with Charlie to chat about this horse. First of all, Mr. Frost, congratulations. You've had 15 winners, I believe, at Ascot, but your first Royal one.
Yeah.
How good does that feel?
Very good, very good.
And especially good because I also found out that you are partly responsible for laying the new straight mile here at Ascot.
Many years ago, yeah, many years ago.
And therefore, to have a Royal winner on that track that you helped lay, what does that mean?
Proves I got it right.
You certainly got it right for yourself. Here's your trainer who delivered this horse and has delivered this horse in fine form this season. Charlie, how confident were you about the chances today?
Well, look, I mean, it was always the plan really over the winter to try and come to the Victoria Cup, back in May. So we ran there, we got a terrible draw, and obviously we thought we needed to get the horse up to try and get in the race, so we needed to run him once more, and we ran him in Nottingham. He won very well there, so it was a bit of a worry, would we get in the race, and 2 days ago, but anyway, fortunately we got in, and it's great, so what I love, is James McDonald, he's a great guy. We go back a long way. He came and spent a summer with us probably eight years ago, and we become good family friends, and it's to get him on board and Rick to allow him to ride the horse, it means an awful lot. So I'm very proud today.
You're going to stay for a while again.
I know. Look, he's so good. Not taking away anything from our boys. Our boys, we've got some really good jockeys riding in England at the moment, and but it's just we just seem to get on really well, and it's great to have James on our side.
Well, many congratulations, Rick. Charlie, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it sounds like winning the Hunt Cup was a well-executed plan by Charlie Hills, but it also was by his jockey, James MacDonald. And if we watched this race from the start, he had a plan in his head, and he was adamant what he was going to do. There's two grey horses, the grey horse on the right we want in the blue colours. Watch James MacDonald pulls the horse's head back behind Holly Doyle in the beige colours, and he keeps going backwards, and he's going to come right to get behind Frankie Dettori in the blue cap, and he pulls the winner back to last, Dark Shift, in the Hunt Cup in the first 50 yards. He wanted to take his time, he wanted to get over left, he most certainly did. Well executed plan by both trainer and jockey to win this year's Hunt Cup, Ed.
Yeah, that worked, an absolute treat. Go on, Reg. Yes. 30 years of waiting, he's got that Royal Ascot winner. Fabulous. And James McDonald on the right there. His wife Caitlin's here this week, brilliant jockey in her own right now. A broadcaster. Some other news lines for you. Irad Ortiz's week has gone from bad to worse. He's picked up a 5-day ban for careless riding earlier in the day. The pressure increases on him. Maylan C was a really good second for Midland Park earlier today in that Queen Mary. They say they're going to go for the Nunthorpe. Always good to have a 2-year-old running in the Nunthorpe.
Yeah, that's great, because there's a massive amount of weight that they receive from the older sprinters. I mean, years ago, you had
Kingsgate Native, wasn't it?
Kingsgate Native more recently, and prior to that, you had Lyric Fantasy, the Pocket Rocket, obviously Mace Roberts getting down to 7 stone, nothing to ride her. Obviously now with the added weights and everything else, the 2-year-olds carry a little bit more, but still will be a very light weight going against the older sprinters.
And Ollie had a quick word with Ed Walker, who was pleased with Prima Baccio. She ran well, he said, and they'll go for the Falmouth at the July meeting live on ITV those 3 days. Johnny Murtagh, pundit today. Johnny Murtagh, the trainer from tomorrow onwards. What chances have you got this week?
A few chances, Ed. We've got Flying Dolphin, a 3-year-old. He runs in the big handicap tomorrow. He's drawn 9. Colin Keane rides him, so he's an each way chance. He needs a bit of luck and running around there. I'd like to see him, ride him to be third and take what we can get after that. Baradar runs in the last race, Buckingham Palace. Bit of an outsider, but he's owned by Ammo Racing. They're keen to have runners here, so he's going to take his chance there. Friday's probably my best day. Mashur, horse that won at the Curragh. Drawn 1, nice draw. First try over 1.5 miles, so he's an each way chance. And probably my best runner of the week is Ladies Church. Happy the way she ran the last day. She ran second to Sacred Bridge, who has been in Group 1 company. And
you had her entered in the Commonwealth Cup. She must be pretty speedy.
I have. She's got loads of speed, and I think a fast run 5 over here. I think she'll get 6, but a fast run 5 over here, she should be coming home really well. It's good to get Ben Cohen. Ben Cohen's had 9-day suspension, so he's coming back on Friday. And we have Urban Beat on Saturday and a filly, Michelle Lamas, owned by a big syndicate from the States. She's going to run in the Jersey. So listen, it's great to be here doing the...
There's a butt coming, isn't there?
The commentary with you and Jason, but...
Right, let's go to the break. Thank you, Johnny. Good luck with your runners this week. We'll really miss you. It's been good fun. We've got Steve Cawthon joining us tomorrow, Hayley Turner, as Royal Ascot has 2 more races to come today, one on the main channel, one on ITV4, and it's just lovely to have you with us on this Wednesday afternoon. Twelve races gone, 12 different trainers winning races at the Royal Meeting. but not Ballydoyle yet. But that could be about to change in the Windsor Castle. But they've got one of the gambles of the day in Little Big Bear. But it's another big field. Let's get the details.
Yes, we've got 24 two-year-olds here. A race first run in 1839. The Windsor Castle Stakes is a listed race for two-year-olds. Number 1 is Bolt Action with David Egan looking for a second win of the day. Number 2, Chateau, William Buick looking for his third win of the meeting. Number 3, Democracy Dilemma, has gone to the post a long way ahead of the others, the mount of George Downing. 4 is The Grey Eddie's Boy, the mount of Holly Doyle. 5, Edgar Linton, Danny Tudhope with 3 wins already so far this week. 6 is Far Shot, the mount of Frankie Dettori. Frankie's never ridden, the winner of this race, by the way. 7 is Finn Russell, Jim Crowley. 8, Guito, Ross O'Ryan. 9, Carsiv, Adam Kirby. Number 10, the unbeaten Nebworth, the mount of Pat Cosgrave. 11 is Q8 City, James Doyle. 12 is that gambled-on horse from Ballydoyle, that is Little Big Bear, the mount of Ryan Moore. 13 is Maymar, Lee Roach. 14 is a Ramazan for Asheen Orr. 15, Rocket Rodney for Danny Muscat. 16 is Rocking Ends, William Carson. 17 for America, Seismic Spirit, Andy Rad Ortiz Jr. Wesley Ward has won this race twice in the past. Number 18 is Silencer, Kieran Fallon. 19, Whistle and Flute, Charles Bishop. 20 is Wadeo, Gavin Ryan. And then we're on to the fillies. 21, Jumbo, Hayley Turner. 22, Star of Lady M, Colin Keane. 23, the unbeaten Union Court, Richard Kingscott. And 24, Yahtzee, the mount of Jamie Spencer.
Taking a look at these two-year-olds now, and they're all down here in the parade ring, just making their way in at the moment. This is number 10, Nebworth, for the Richard Hughes stable. Patsy Cosgrove will be in saddle on this Autad colt, who is bred by Minster Stud in Stratford Place. Autad, of course, is a third season star. He's had 21 winners so far this year. He won the Irish Guineas, and he stands at Derrinstown Stud for €5,000. This was a £28,000 yearling when he was purchased by his trainer, Richard Hughes. Taking a look back to 15, Rocket Rodney. We'll see if he lives up to his name today. For George Scott with Daniel Muscat in the saddle on this Dandyman gelding, who was bred by R.W. Stapleton and was bought back for 18,000 guineas and then sold privately after his second start when he won by 4 1/4 lengths at Goodwood. So clearly he caught the eye of some people that day. Drop back and have a look at a few others. This is number 17. This is Seismic Spirit for the Wesley Ward team. We haven't seen a lot of the Wesley Ward horses come in here to the parade ring, but Love Reigns did come in earlier without a pony to walk around, and Seismic Spirit is behaving nice and relaxed in here. He's a colt by a stallion I like a lot, Bellardo, who stands at Kildangan Stud for Godolphin in Ireland. This is 19, Whistle and Flute for Eve Johnson Hutton. This is a Dandyman colt, and he'll be ridden by Charlie Bishop. And the last one we'll take a look at this time is number 2, Chateau, for the Andrew Balding team. We saw Andrew Balding's horses in form yesterday. Will Buick will ride this son of Havana Gold, who's bred by Select Bloodstock. Havana Gold stands at Tween Hill Stud for £12,500. And this horse was a €47,000 yearling, and then he was bought at the Craven Breeze up for 90,000 guineas. Hasn't had a clear run either start, but he won last time out, and he could be a candidate for that Craven Breeze up bonus that we heard about earlier. So if he wins this race, he'll pick up a nice £125,000 in extra money.
Well, one horse running this race was the feature of one of our ITV two-year-olds of the season so far. That's Union Court, Ed Walker, and Richard Kingscott alongside me. Just very briefly, Ed, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know she was picked out early on. What sort of chance has she got today?
We'll see. It's very hard to know. She's done nothing wrong. Deserves a chance.
Deserves a chance. Okay, wander over here. There are a couple of interesting connections, and one involves the My Racehorse Syndicate. They have just bought into a runner here in this particular event. Here we go, Jules Pittham, who runs this particular section of it. Jules, sorry to bother you. I know you've got a few of the owners with you, but you've all just bought into Maymar in this race, a horse who's shown some ability so far. What was the attraction?
Well, because his sire won, never finished worse than third, and the same with Maymar as well, and we're hoping him to go one better today. He was very attractive. He's a gritty horse, and we're hoping for the best.
So how many have you got involved in this particular ownership of Maymar?
So far we have 250 owners. I've got a couple here today, Susie and Peter. Very excited to be here, and it's first class racing on Saturday with an amazing syndicate. Yeah.
What's the experience like?
Unbelievable. This is a dream come true.
What would happen if you won?
Oh, we go mad.
Well, let's hope you go mad. Best of luck.
Thank you, Rishi.
Oh my, well it's all very jolly in the paddock, but what we need to find out is whether Smith, Magnier, Tabor or Westerberg have played. Have the lads lumped on? Because this is an absolutely mullered horse. You can look at all the breeding, you can look at whether they've got 4 legs and a tail, but the betting is suggesting there is only one winner. 5-2, 9-4, 2, 7-4, 6-4, 5-4, 11-10, the Little Big Bear. I love Chateau Upper Beverley. He was a winner there. He could have got beat. He was so unlucky not to win by distances, 6.5. Woodeo at 50-2 and 12's bar. But this horse has been absolutely hammered. Little Big Bear.
Yes, man, hard to believe this horse was 5-2 this morning, lads. If you'll pan the camera to the left, you'll see, look at the price now, 6-5, Little Big Bear. Oh, so impressive at Naas, comes with a good reputation. The professionals want to be on Little Big Bear. Woodale, now second in the market, is trained by Aidan Son Donica. Was 14-1 this morning, that's 13-2. Could Son beat Dad? The market says Dad will beat the Son.
Yeah. Can be interesting. We do see Little Big Bear just coming back here. Just a couple of the other runners just coming past. There's a nice looking horse there. Car Civ for number 9 for Clive Cox. Oh, here he is. Here comes the big gamble. And he's a big horse. Look at him, the size of him compared to the others. He looks fit and hard. But the most interesting thing is, because Aidan O'Brien is so meticulous, if he thinks that he can improve a horse by saying some sort of different noseband or a tongue tie or cheek pieces, he'll always put them on. But this horse has got absolutely nothing. No noseband. He's just got a snaffle in his mouth. He's obviously pretty straightforward.
Jason, this is a big move, isn't it? I mean, the 2 horses in the Coventry were backed, but not like this on Little Big Bear. Very short price. Is this going to be the one?
Yeah, and of course he's stepping onto quick ground for the very first time. He for me handled the drop-in trip was key for him, Johnny, wasn't it? And I think Shamey said afterwards that he's an absolute giant with his description, buckets of pace is how he described him.
Even the first day he ran, it was a very good race in the Curragh, and he was just touched off by one of Ger Lyons' good horse of Ger Lyons'. So, you know, normal improvement. He rocked up in Naas. Shamey just let him bowl along, and he stretched clear. You know, he stretched right clear, and he was always on the Ascot team, and it's strange to see him, or it's surprising to see him rock up here in the Windsor Castle.
I watched his last win, Ed, and maybe it's just the way that he goes, but sometimes when a horse carries their tail a little bit awkward, i.e. it's stuck out right behind them rather than just flowing behind them, he did carry it a little bit funny for that easy success. I don't know if it was greenness or whatever, but it'll be something I'll be keeping a close eye on.
And there is Odin chatting to his son, who is on the board for the first time as well. I'd love to hear that conversation. Well done to Joseph earlier on, winning with State of Rest in the Prince of Wales. For Irad Ortiz Jr. here, riding Seismic Spirit, after what happened yesterday with Golden Pal and then a 5-day ban for careless riding, he must think, well, Britain and the world is against him.
Doesn't look comfortable, Ed. You see him at the start, Luke is saying he's kind of standing up in the saddle, trying to get the saddle to be, you know, sitting right. He's just doesn't look comfortable. It's not flowing from him at the moment, but hey, if he's a top rider, he'll keep coming with each race, and let's see it now.
There are a few of these, Ed, who are, you know, obviously entitled to step up considerably, and whether they'll actually be good enough. But Kuwait City for Johnny Butler and James Doyle booked. I'll give him a little bit of a shout at a huge price. Really good debut effort at Windsor. Went to Yarmouth, basically didn't come off the bridle. But again, with him, he is obviously stepping under quick conditions today.
I know the Hughes team think a fair bit of Nebworth. Chris Hughes this morning was tipping Finn Russell at a 3-figure price. What's happening down there, Luke?
Just, Jason mentioned Kuwait City. James Doyle's just got off him. I don't think there's anything wrong on fast. So no, he's just been legged up into the saddle. So he seems absolutely fine. But the same old story. Some of the riders just hanging back. And you were just mentioning about the American horse, Seismic Spirit. He's actually loaded nicely into stall 11. He's standing nice and quietly right in front of us here is Jim Crowley, who actually, Matt, my cameraman, used to lodge with him when they were both apprentices together. And he's just gone in. So, yeah, they're loading really well, actually, at the moment.
Quick word about the other Irish horses, Johnny.
Yeah, Donnacha O'Brien has a live chance here. Absolutely bolted up in a maiden in Navan. Showed plenty of pace on that day. And you know, Joseph is taking on Aidan, and now it's Donnacha who's taking him on this time.
How do you pronounce it?
Don't know.
Waddell, second in at 13-2 is the horse you were talking about. Chipotle's colours carried here, Whistle and Flute for Eve Johnson-Horton, who won the race last year. There, the black and yellow, victorious already for KHK Racing, Ramazan, Asheen Orr and Richard Fahy. Here we go then for the Windsor Castle. Will it be 13 times lucky in the racing for Ballydoyle? Mark.
Out of stall 2, right over on the far side, Little Big Bear. That's it. The 2-year-olds are in the gate. And they're off. And looked a pretty level break, with the exception of Yahtzee from stall 14 was a little bit slow to begin. Also Union Court not showing a great deal of early speed, neither too is Ramazan. Early speed here from Seismic Spirit in the centre, of course, has taken the early lead. Eddie's Boy is racing up very close in second. Over on the far side is Edgar Linton, who's also flashing speed on the near side. Rocking Ends is right up there as well. And it's now in the centre that Eddie's Boy has just about come to lead them overall to Democracy Dilemma, now racing in second, then Seismic Spirit in third and Rocking Ends. Meanwhile, over on the far side, there's Maymar, who's already been ridden along together with Edgar Linton, and now the favourite begins to be unleashed. That's Little Big Bear, who's making good ground. So too is Silencer, racing alongside, but on the near side, it's still Eddie's Boy who's got lead. Rocket Rodney has also got every chance now towards the near side. On the far side, that is Little Big Bear. They're now inside the final furlong, and it is Rocket Rodney who's now being tackled by Little Big Bear. Little Big Bear has just taken the lead as they race up towards the line. Little Big Bear has won. In second came Rocket Rodney. In third was Eddie's Boy, and then staying on was Chateau from a long, long way back. And in the end, the American Seismic Spirit only beat one home, and that was Whistle and Flute. He dwarfed the field in the paddock, and in the end, he's dwarfed them here, but he's in the end won by about a neck. He's landed the gamble. In the near side, it's Rocket Rodney who has got second. Third goes to Eddie's Boy, who was right up there throughout. Fourth to Chateau, just on the far side. And then came Jumbo, who stayed on in fifth, and in sixth, Car Sib. Let's crunch the numbers. Little Big Bear has given Aidan O'Brien a third win in the race. It's a 77th win at Royal Ascot for Aidan O'Brien, and a 67th win for Ryan Moore. More important, race 13 made it 13 times lucky for Aidan O'Brien and Ballydoyle.
Which will be quite a relief, and that money told the story. Gamble well and truly landed. Little Big Bear got there, Johnny.
Nice horse, Ed. As I said, I was surprised he came here. I thought he might be a Coventry horse, but they had other horses for the Coventry. But he did it the hard way, Ed. He was out there in a wing on his own. It looked like the pace was going to hold up down this side. What's that? Rocket Rodney was, you know, he came up, he quickened really well. Thought he had it, but Ryan sticking his left hand. This horse looks like he'll get 6, no problem, Jason, and you need a stayer. He has that tail out again, as you said, but it didn't stop him today.
No, it certainly hasn't. Just a little query if you're looking at draws. The winner, Little Big Bear 2, the third and the fourth, 9 and 7. Rocket Rodney 21 as far as he was concerned, and just nothing up this side. I know we saw Bless Him finish a little bit down the stands rail, but definitely looks like we're leaning that way.
Victorious Racing have gone close again on the right there with Rocket Rodney after their big winner yesterday. And Midland Park are hitting the bar too. Eddie's Boy has run really well, and Archie Watson, 2-year-olds, always worth following. Few for Aidan. Ollie.
Yeah, we'll grab a quick word with Ryan Moore. Ryan, Johnny Murtagh said he's done that the hard way. He's won tough there. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, good performance from a horse that's still learning. He's out on the wing, and he stepped well, but the horses in the middle were kind of ahead, and he was a bit lonely. He's got a lot of ability, and he's a horse that has a lot of speed. You know, he's when he won runner races, when you come out on top, it's always a good sign, and he'll get better.
Yeah. And how much better do you think he will get? How much more is there to come from him, do you think?
Yeah, you know, look at him, he's a big horse. He's not blowing overly hard. I thought he'd done that comfortably. I know he hasn't won far, but I had the feeling there was more in the locker.
Brilliant. Well done, Russ.
and Aidan O'Brien is alongside me now. Aidan, off the mark, finally. How good was this horse today?
Yeah, no, delighted. Rishi, Ryan gave him a great ride. He was just drawn a little bit away from the pace, but we were delighted with him. He just got beat the first time, won very nicely the second time. Alex, Davis, John, Ryan rode him work during the week and was delighted with him. No, we were very happy, and he's a horse that should get further as well, Rishi.
Also, I was going to say, he still looks like he's learning. He still looks like he's taking things in whilst racing.
Yeah, he's a big horse, and obviously, this is a very fast race, and horses need to know a lot in it, need to be very well educated, and he had only had the 2 runs, so we were a little bit worried about that. But no, delighted really.
Despite all the big races you've won around the world, Aidan, how nice is it to get the first one at Royal Ascot under the belt?
She's incredible. Rishi's very tough to win races here. So difficult, I can't tell you. And when it happens, we feel very privileged and really delighted because it is tough. It's obviously it's the absolutely the pinnacle of high summer racing. Everyone wants to be here. Everyone wants to win here. The track is beautiful. It's fast. Everything is unbelievable, really.
And I know you are privileged, and it's special to win here at Royal Ascot for you. But I hope you don't mind me just distracting for about a brief moment to ask how proud you were for young Joseph to get his first Royal winner.
She was incredible. Joseph's done an incredible job with that horse. He told me before the race what he was going to do. I didn't think it was the right thing, but I obviously from experience I learned just to not to say anything and to stay out of it. And so happy and so delighted I was, and so happy for them. Listen, Shane gave him a brilliant ride for him, but he had it 100% spot on. When I came here, he was out walking the track with Shane, so I knew it was serious. And for it to happen, very, very good horse. He's obviously won in 4 different countries or continents for him now, and all the big races. And obviously, Prince of Wales is the most desirable race of all for a stallion to win here, so incredible, really.
A great day for the O'Brien family. Well done.
Appreciate it, Rishi. Thank you very much.
Well, it feels like business as usual, really, now. Finally, Michael Tabor and Derek Smith getting in on the act, leading in the winner alongside Pat Keating, who was there, and the fellow who looks after Little Big Bear, who is John Bowles. The money was down, the gamble landed. Little Big Bear went off in the end at 6-5. Rocket Rodney for the victorious team at 14-1. They've got some nice 2-year-olds. Midland Park are having some thrills. Eddie's Boy at 40-1. Chateau was 4th at 15-2. A 13th different winning trainer. The theme goes on. Finally, it is Aidan O'Brien. Now, Chris Hughes, I think, has found Ruby as promised.
Yeah, I managed to track down Ruby Walsh. Now, you were quite hard to find, but coming in here, I can see why you're tucked in. Absolute 5-star treatment, Ruby.
I'm telling you, all we're missing, Chris, is champagne and pins. We have aircon, very important. Heating in the winter, aircon in the summer. It's ideal, my little office.
It's absolutely lovely. I'm actually envying you right now. It's so cold and so chilled out in here. But we've got some tweets from the public, which I'm going to ask you.
Cool, that'll do, yeah.
That'll do. Kick off. Lee Seymour, you've been in touch. First and foremost, Escobar running later in the dartboard silks. Are you any good at darts, Ruby?
I played as a defender when I played football or soccer, and I didn't score too often, and that was with a football, so trying to throw a little dart at a board, no.
You can't throw a dart being Irish? Dart pubs?
I'd say it's a bigger English game, isn't it?
Well, it's English, I know, but you could get down to the pub, then you boy, and spend a lot of time in there.
Yeah, but play pool, not darts.
All right, fair enough. Sport selective.
Need weapons.
yeah, exactly. Ernia Flaherty is messaging. Favourite part about being a jockey?
Oh, winning.
Simple.
Simple.
All right, well, a flipped question to that from Mike Upton, which might be more exciting. It's the worst part about being a jockey.
Getting injured. That was the worst part. Winning was the best part. Getting injured was definitely the worst part.
Worst injury?
My worst injury? I suppose breaking my leg, losing my spleen.
You are injury prone, aren't you, a bit?
I am a bit, yeah.
Yeah, you got a little bit of that in you. I love that, Ruby. And one from Beth. Nice question, Ascot related. Which superstar jump horse that you rode could have won an Ascot Gold Cup?
Oh, Big Bucks would have. Andy Power might have. Fahim would have. Hurricane Fly. All of those horses would have. Maybe even Cotto in his younger days. They would have won it. JB, look at Miss United, I suppose, a couple of years ago, just getting touched off by estimate. That shows you the level of horse that's required, and they were superstar horses.
Yeah. But if you had to pick one of them to guarantee an Ascot Gold Cup, Big Bucks?
Yeah. No, Fahim.
Fahim?
Yeah.
Monster. Love it. I'm going to let you get back to it. What you got? You got tuna sandwich there, is that yours?
Yeah, and Haribo's. Do you want a Haribo?
I'll have one, will you? Lovely little milk ball.
Oh, back to the real world.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I'm being summoned. Ruby Walsh, ladies and gents. Enjoy. Thanks, buddy.
Cheers.
Thank you, chaps. And Ruby will give us that analysis after the races tomorrow and Friday as well. There's the winners' enclosure. And that is Penny Lancaster, isn't it? Yes, it is. That is definitely Penny Lancaster, looking absolutely stunning in the purple hat. Wonder if Rod's here. He sang Sweet Caroline outside Buckingham Palace at the party the other day. You, Johnny Mercer, are going to sing Sweet Caroline to the thousands here at Ascot. At the bandstand at around 6:20 this evening, when we'll be on ITV4. What a big day in the career of Frankie Dettori tomorrow is, going for Gold Cup victory number 4 on Stradivarius and riding for Her Majesty the Queen. Wouldn't it just be wonderful if she is here tomorrow? Reach for the moon, one of a number of chances she has got. And do you remember the last time what happened when we had a big crowd on Ascot Gold Cup Day? The best racing in the world, matched with history and pageantry.
And they're off and racing. Ali won the Norfolk for Frankie Dettori and Simon Crisford.
He was travelling so good. Okay, what a good way to start.
Here comes Frankie.
Frankie again. Sangarius wins the Hampton Court.
This is Frankie then.
I hope I've used all my luck.
He couldn't, could he?
Carried home by the roars of the British crowd at Ascot. It's 3 wins out of 3 on the day for Frankie Dettori. This is only going to get louder, Frankie.
His place is simply his playground. Look at him.
Stradivarius idly slightly, but has his place in history. Back-to-back Gold Cups, 4 in a run for Dettori.
That guy in the middle is special.
Frankie Dettori is out in front. Biometric is coming hard. Turgenev for the punters. Biometric for the bookmakers. And it is Biometric who's going to thwart the fine timer.
Yeah, the day Rafe Beckett and the team shot Bambi, do you remember that? It was the most dramatic day. And Frankie Dettori has ridden 76 winners at the Royal Meeting. How he'd love to win on Stradivarius and in those Royal colours tomorrow. His first mark of distinction all the way back in 1990. 8 Gold Cup winners. Drum Taps, Cave Tara, Papineau, Colour Vision, and of course 3 on Stradivarius. It's going to be some day tomorrow. Even Frankie might have a... Well, he'll be excited, a few nerves. Can Stradivarius do it?
He's a great horse. I think the Aidan O'Brien horse is very good. He's big.
Kyprios.
Yeah. Kyprios, he's big, he's strong, he's a relaxed horse. I think he'll get 2.5, and he's made for Aidan. You know, he's made for Aidan's regime of training, and he'll turn up here. I think he's good horse, Ed.
But Stradivarius, he's got his conditions, but he's 8 years old. John Gosling's been so open about him, the challenges of an end tire keeping him going at the age of 8. And one thing he's not, it's getting better.
Yeah, well, I think that the return victory was very, very good. He seems to relish these conditions, doesn't he? You know, 2.5 miles under quick ground conditions, and he's blessed with a really, really good change of gear. That's absolute key as far as he is concerned. When he gets there, he just thinks he's done enough. And you know, you've got a young horse coming through, Kyprios, admittedly, as Johnny was saying. No matter if he is a big grinder who's going to be really good over 2.5 miles, that lad has got a few tricks up his sleeve that he can go and attack and use that change of gear late on.
Now, I'm keeping fingers crossed like everybody. Her Majesty the Queen might be here tomorrow. Might the hats go in the air at 5:35 at the Hampton Court with Reach for the Moon?
Well, he's actually going to be around about, I think I was looking earlier on, 8 to 13, something like that. I mean, a very, very short price for Reach for the Moon. Could he be incredibly skinny? And then you've got obviously Claymore up there, who ran well behind Native Trail earlier on in the year. Could he be the spoiler?
I can't wait to find out tomorrow. We're about to be joined by viewers on ITV4 as we see the prizes being dished out after our last race.
Yes, lift the cup. Lift it high.
Well, it's great to have you on board on ITV4 now, with Sophie Rayworth, I think, is on the left there, dishing out the prizes to the Coolmore and Ballydoyle team, who finally have their winner. As we go to Mark and Charlotte.
We are here in the Sandringham restaurant. It's new for this year. It's spectacular in a glass house with none other than Penny Lancaster. And I don't know how to describe it. Wife of Sir Rod Stewart, loose women presenter, special police constable, menopause campaigner. You know, you're doing it all.
It's my day off today.
Oh, listen, you could take it easy at Royal Ascot. How are you enjoying today?
Oh, it's just so spectacular. Just the energy, the atmosphere in the room, everyone coming out and being together and having such a great time, and of course the weather being on our side. But this is so beautiful. The blossoms, the chandeliers, and of course, lovely little tipple. Cheers.
It's so glamorous, isn't it? And you are looking extremely glamorous today. Now, talk me through your hat, because this is you've worn this before, haven't you?
Yes, my husband would have been with me today, but he's touring. He's actually had a show last night in Los Angeles. And I was looking back at previous photographs, and I was wearing this about 15 years ago.
And look at it.
I just thought, why not?
It's wonderful.
It's amazing.
That's not the only vintage piece you've got today. Can we get a close up of Penny's hand? So it's a bit of an issue because where's your wee bag?
The suede clutch.
Yes, my great grandmother, vintage, but unfortunately the suede dye has come off on my hands. Maybe they just don't make them like they used to.
Well, the price you pay for fashion, what can I say?
We have a treat to make up for it. We've got Ollie Deboo here, who's the chef behind this amazing restaurant.
Chef.
Look at this. Talk us through.
Peckish, so a little nod to the hats on display actually. So we call this a garden cupcake, something very elegant and ladylike. It's a brown butter sponge with orange blossom frosting and topped with lots of different herbs and flowers from the English summer.
Right,
love it.
Honestly, tuck in,
one of them
please do.
Penny,
Penny
very
can be
polite.
chief taster. Go on, Penny. Let us know your verdict.
Go on.
Off you go.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, while everyone's watching, it's a bit unfair, isn't it, really?
It totally is. They're the
How's
prettiest
it?
things I've ever seen.
Lovely. Cheers.
That says it all, really, doesn't it? Cheers. Thanks, Ollie.
Cheers to you.
I think it's great that Penny Lancaster loves a day at the races. I learnt earlier her birthday's in March, and she thoroughly enjoys the Cheltenham Festival as well. That's almost it for the afternoon on the main channel. Hopefully lots of you will be joining us on ITV4 for the final race and then the sing-song, as we will sing Sweet Caroline. And then I'm sure you'll be with us tomorrow. It feels like the big day tomorrow. Her Majesty the Queen hopefully will be here. It's Gold Cup Day, one of the big days in the sport. The opening show will kick off Gold Cup Day at 9 o'clock on ITV4, and then on the main channel from 1:30 on ITV. We would love your company. Gold Cup Day, and hopefully a royal winner as well. We'll see you on ITV4. So it's ITV4 all the way through for the rest of the day. Let's go to Ruby Walsh, who I hope's got rid of Chris Hughes. And Ruby, what did you make of the 5:35? Finally, Ballydoyle on the board.
Yeah, finally Ballydoyle on the board is right, but it's actually interesting to see how far back Little Big Bear is. As we're watching it, Ed, and watching it live, you're thinking, oh, he's not that far behind the horses on the near side. But when you watch it from the drone in the middle and this shot switches around, you realise he's actually a long way back. He's in the striped sleeves there, and the eventual second, Rocket Rodney, in the red at the top of the shot, he's well over 2 lengths in front of him, so he had a bit of running to do on the Rhine Moor to catch up, and he does. And even when you watched it live, I felt like he was in a consistent battle with Rocket Rodney, but actually he only gets to him 100 yards down and only gets in front in the shadows of the post. It is interesting when you flick a camera around and watch from a different side how different a race can look at.
Not wrong, Ruby. I can't get over that. Be a totally different price in running from that camera to the one, the normal one, really. He was some way behind, but a good performance to win the race from Little Big Bear. Right, one race to come. Let's get the details, Richard.
And that last race is on the round mile, Kensington Palace Stakes. Maximum field with a couple of non-runners being compensated for by reserves that were promoted. So the draw could be a big significance here. If you're drawn high, you've got about half a mile to work out how you avoid covering some ground on the home turn. 1 Technique, one of the absentees. 2 Angel Power, Harry Davis claiming 5. 3 Dubai Love, Pat Cosgrave. 4 Far Too Shy, Tom Quillian. 5 Neptune Rock for Shane Cross. 6 is White Moonlight, Danny Tudhope. 7 Rosemary and Time, Tom Marquand. 8 Rising Star, Neil Callan. 9 Pretty Sweet Will Buick. 10 Don't Tell Claire, Jack Mitchell. 11 Fion, Richard Kingscott. 12 the second absentee. 13 State Occasion, Ross Ryan. 14 Talabat, Ollie Doyle. 15 Serenading, Jamie Spencer. 16 Spirit of the Bay, William Cox claims 3. 17 Hazia for Mikey Shee claiming £3. 18 Isola Rossa for Hayley Turner. 19 Improvised, Kieran Schumacher. 20 Safi Osborne claiming 3. And the 2 that got a run yesterday with those non-runners runners coming out early. 21, Professional Widow Luke Morris, and 22, Celtic Empress George Rook and Heather Maid, both looking for their first Royal Ascot wins. We've had 13 races so far. If my calculations are correct, while some jockeys have won more than one race, I think we've had 13 different winning trainers so far. How's the market looking, Brian?
Yes, Joseph O'Brien is the favourite, but before we look at the market, Richard, a quick chat with the Australian bookmaker, Rob Waterhouse. You're a famous name back home. How does the market compare in Australia to Royal Ascot?
Well, it's a bit different. You have a lot more bookmakers here, and the market's very active, very vivid, and I'm really enjoying myself, and have my nose in front. So.
Now, people see Waterhouse, of course. They think of your good wife, Gay Waterhouse. 150.
She's a pretty one in the family.
She's the real judge. 150 Group 1 winners. She had 150th last week.
And she hasn't stopped.
Absolutely. I spoke. She bought, of course, the Derby second at the Golf Sale on Monday night.
To win the Melbourne Cup with it.
He's going for the Melbourne Cup?
Yes, she says she'll win it.
So tell me, in terms of energy, it's been a great fun for the first 2 days.
It's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. It's a great meeting.
I know from following you back in Australia, you're an ardent student of the form book. So turn into the Royal Ascot Stock Exchange.
I wish I was a better form student.
What do you
trying hard.
What do you fancy in this last race?
I like the number 17. Hazine, is that how you say it?
That's Joseph O'Brien's horse.
Yeah, exactly.
You're kind of afraid of Joseph O'Brien, don't you? He's taken 2 Melbourne Cups back to Ireland already.
He has indeed. He may be the best trainer of all time, I think.
Okay, we're going to leave Robert in his Royal Ascot Stock Exchange. So let's come around here and see what price he's quoting the horse that he thinks will win, of course. It was bought by Qatar Racing Sheikh Fahd. His 33rd birthday today. Could it be a birthday present for Sheikh Fahd? Hazia number 17 is priced at 7-2 to win the finale. And next in the market is the Godolphin horse White Moonlight at 5-1.
And all side bins are all runners need to take note of. Oh, what is a glorious day here at Royal Ascot with a race to come. Then we'll review the day and then we'll sing like Rod Stewart.
less runners than our last two races here for us to have a look at today. With the start, this is number 5, Neptune Rock for the Joseph O'Brien team. This son, our daughter of Muharar, who'll be ridden by Shane Cross. We'll see, of course, Joseph O'Brien had his first Royal Ascot winner shortly a little while ago. Then we drop back to 17. This is Hazia, and the other runner of Joseph O'Brien. This is a Le Havre filly, and she is a lovely 4-year-old filly who's bred by the Aga Khan. She'll be ridden by Mikey Sheehy. She's improved a lot on her 2 runs now since she moved to Joseph O'Brien, and she's changed owner to Qatar Racing since her last run. There must have been a private sale that went on there since her last time out. This is number 4, Far Too Shy. This is for the Margerson team with Tom Queally in the saddle, and the breeder is F. Butler, who's also the owner of this Far filly. Give it the name's a bit of a giveaway. She won on her only start this year at Doncaster, and this is her first time over a mile.
So, Hayley Turner doing the day job now, Hayley, and you're riding Isola Rossa. Now, I don't want to put any pressure on you. There are 7 tickets left in the ITV7 today, and 1 is on Isola Rossa in this last race. 100 grand riding on you. One punter at home is sweating on this. Give them some confidence.
Yeah, she's a progressing filly. James Fanshaw does really well in these races. She's got a tricky draw, but I think there's quite a lot of pace round. It's just a case of settling her in and ride her for a bit of luck.
I need more confidence than that. If I had 100 grand riding on it.
I know, but I don't want him to spend it before I pass the line, you know.
It is a competitive race. What do you think about the draw for this race and how that's going to pan out? Because obviously it's the old mile here, and just the shenanigans that might be involved in the race.
Yeah, it's a tricky draw. I'm going to have to be at my very best, which I will be. She needs a bit of cover as well. But you know, if you're drawn on the inside, you need a lot of luck. So it's not a complete no hope.
Well, how is that for a bit of confidence? You need a bit of luck. 100 grand on Hayley Turner in the last.
Try and catch up with a few more of them now. This is number 2 for the Roger Varian team. We saw him have a success already. She's wearing that red hood that will come off down at the start. This is Angel Power. This is a mare, 5-year-old mare by Lope de Vega, running in the King Power colours with Harry Davies, very talented claimer, on board. Behind her we have number 11. This is Fionn for the David Loughnane stable. David Loughnane, of course, won this race last year. This is a big mare by Seapoy. You can see the size of her. She's such a big, tall mare. Big, deep girth on her as well. She's a 5-year-old. Back behind her, we have State Occasion for the Rafe Beckett team. State Occasion is a 4-year-old filly by Ifraj, and she'll be the mount of Rossarine. Try and grab a look at a few more of them while they're still walking around. They're doing an extra lap of the parade ring. Talabat, a daughter of Shala, who stands in France at Qatar Racing's farm, Al Shakab's farm over there. She'll be the mount of Holly Doyle for Archie Watson. And behind we have this lovely grey. This is Professional Widow. Great name. Richard Spencer trains this horse. Luke Morris will be in the saddle on this 4-year-old filly by Marquez.
So we know the form favourite here is Hazia for Joseph O'Brien. Would top an already fabulous day for him at 7-2. White Mole Knight goes for the resurgent Saib bin Sarur of 4-1. He's got more really good chances later in the week. State Occasion for Rafe Beckett and Rossarine at 8-1. Improvised at 8. Far Too Shy at 11. Fionn at 11. Spirits of the Bay at 12. Angel Power at 14. Dubai Love at 14. And Don't Tell Claire at 18. I'm hoping for a good run from Serenading at a very big price. I suspect I'll be cruising 2 furlongs out, and I'm just hoping Jamie Spencer pushes the button.
Now, Johnny, this is Zaya. Sheikh Farhad, looking for a birthday present today. Was 3rd last time at the Curragh. What do you make of Zaya?
Yeah, listen, she won very impressively first time out when Joseph bought her first. This was a nice run, and she stayed on well. The winner of this race, actually, very good filly, who's been on to win a couple of races. Didn't get the clearest of runs. Not saying she was unlucky, but stayed on nicely there. And you think, you know, a mile around here at Ascot, stiff mile around here should suit her really well. A lot of money for Red. Obviously, they think she's improved from this run again. And Sheikh Fahd had bought her recently.
Yeah, different colours now.
Colours. He wants to have, he's hoping to have a winner at Royal Ascot. And this one looks like the jockey, Mikey Sheehy. hot apprentice in Ireland. Very good rider. Will not lack from the saddle.
A name to follow.
A name to follow. Another one of Joseph's teams.
Yeah. And Joseph's having a good day. Who do you like here, Jason?
Well, it's so open, isn't it? I think that Serenading will run really, really well. I mean, I know that her 4 wins have been on the all-weather, but for some reason that seems to translate incredibly well to this particular venue. And Spencer on board, he'll drop in and play late.
The round track, I've never seen a race like this on the round track. It's the first year it's been run. The draw will be a lot. That will play a big part here, Ed. 18, 22 runners here. I'd like to be drawn low in this race, and there could be a bit of scrimmaging at a serious part of the race between the 3 and the 2 here.
And that's my worry for White Moonlight, Jason, who's drawn in number 20, the white cap for Godolphin. Now, a couple of years ago, she looked like she was going to be very good, then didn't run for 900 odd days, came back at Chelmsford the other day, I thought was really eye-catching, but is 20 a real put-off?
It is, but it's whether you're well in front of a mark of 92, and it's also the bounce factor, Ed. She backed up 13 days after being off a break of 971. It's tough.
Are they coming down to you? You're somewhere down. I can't spot you. There you are, Luke.
Yeah, do you know what, Ed? When you've got such a magnificent modern grandstand like that, and then you come down here, there's Neil Callan smiling away. It's just so quiet down here. It's so lovely, just so natural. It's a beautiful place to be, and that's why, particularly this start, the horses are so relaxed. There's Tom Quealy just going down there. There are the colours there. Number 17, that's Haziah just coming down, and here, look, right next to us. This is Neptune Rock and Shane. Well done, Shane. Flying along. What it must be like for a young man to go and ride a winner like that. Let's have a wander down here, because the spirit of the bay, that's William Cox just in front of us. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with him, because not without a chance. You're not without a chance here, are you?
Oh, I fancy it. Sure, well the last day. No reason why I shouldn't be there.
Yeah. And it's lovely. A lot of apprentices, obviously. Callum Hutchinson the other day, have ridden winners here. It'd be lovely to get on the scoreboard yourself.
Yeah, Callum's obviously at Andrews as well, and it's great,
Were you all cheering him on as well, were you?
I think Brighton's wearing him almost fell down, me cheering him. No, it was great. Everyone was delighted to see him win.
That's fabulous. Good luck. Well, hopefully you'll do the same. Best of luck.
So, Spirit of the Bay there for the Bay Watchers. Syndicate's doing really well this week, which is nice to see. The love, Jason, really is being shared, isn't it? We talked about the trainers, but owners, all sorts of winners so far this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully the name Murtar is on the score sheet yet again. It's a possibility. Got some strong chances.
Ladies' Church, Jason. Ladies' Church. He told us that's the one.
Earlier on. Hey, when you've got a couple of runners on the same day and they're no bigger than just sliding into double digits, you're coming here with a big chance. That's Serenading there. Jamie Spencer just having a little tack readjustment. Got down there on this mare, but he's well drawn, I think, in stall number 8 as far as she's concerned. You get right in amongst it, but again, big field like this over this trip on the round mile, it's very, very tough race to ride.
These are tough days, 7 races a day. Johnny Murty, as we've learned today, is an absolute non-stayer. Gets to the 420 and then falls in a hole. Hence, I'm going to Ruby. What do you think, Ruby?
What do I think? I thought it was interesting listening to Johnny saying he'd look to be drawn low. For me, Johnny, would there not be a worry drawn low that if you don't hit the stalls quickly, you're just going to get swamped with traffic in front of you?
Well, that's what can happen. A good draw turns into a nightmare draw, and that's what can happen. But I would prefer to be drawn in the first rack of stalls, which is the first 10, because if you're drawn out there, there's nothing worse than racing up that hill 4, 5, 6 wide. You can't get in, and by the time you come back and get in, the race is over. If you're out there, you have to either do one or two things: gun forward and get in, or take your medicine, come back and sit in.
At least if you're away half sensible from a low draw, and you're going along at a good tempo, you can keep those outside just wide, which makes them use that bit of petrol to cross and clear, and they're then going to come back to you in the straight. And obviously, with a big field like this, a lot of luck is going to help out as well. But yeah, definitely rail skimming the better run round.
Luke, I saw you right in front of Serenading. All okay now?
Yeah, Jamie was just adjusting his saddle, but there was a slight hold up because Serenading's going to be loaded first. the army was down there. He's got a blind on. He's just going to be led forward and go into 6, but he looked pretty calm. It's lovely, isn't it, just getting up so close to these horses. You could just see this is Dubai Love in front of us with Patsy Cosgrave on board, and all the horses just starting. Once they go behind the stalls, you could just hear them grinding their teeth, just getting a little bit revved up.
So Hazaya still remains a very solid favourite here, 7-2 for the punters. Hazaya. White Moonlight is around 9-2. State Occasion at 8. Improvised at 17-2. Dubai Love at 10. Far Too Shy at 11. If you want a little one at a price, Don't Tell Claire was big double digits earlier on today. Now down to 11-1 for Danny and Claire Kubler, who of course won the most valuable race anywhere last weekend without Gator Chester. So the team is in good shape, and there's definitely a move for Don't Tell Claire, but don't tell her.
And they're a very clever operation, as we were discussing. Don't Tell Claire in the colours of Andrew Stonehill. There go the first colours of Godolphin on Dubai Love. Midland Park, who are having a very eventful day. Lots of them here enjoying it too. Any others you got your eye on?
I mean, remember years ago, Willie Carson went out underneath the trees, didn't he, on the far side here, under soft conditions. But it's not going to happen. All right, Johnny, I'm sorry. But he did. He was brilliant. But with quick ground, they're not going to stay out. But you have got a lot of time to work into a position. I thought Random Harvest looked an absolute picture in the prelims, the daughter of Warfront. But Safi Osborne for Ed Walker, drawn out in 22. Not going to be easy to work her way in from there. I'll hope for a bit of Spencer magic on Serenading. He'll need it from where he is.
I'm hoping for some Danny Tudhope magic. Still wearing the armband as the top jockey on 3. It's close to be top trainer at the moment. Up to Richard for the final time today.
Thanks, Ed. Professional Widow will complete the line for the Kensington Palace Stakes for fillies and mares, a round mile contest. And absolutely dispatched by the starter, and they break away. Seem to get away to a reasonably good line as they race through the first furlong. Far Too Shy is one of those with Rosemary and Time tacking over and State Occasion. A few out wide are taking their time to come over. Dubai Love, Random Harvest and the white cap of White Moonlight as they settle down. Fion is another who's quite close to the speed, and Hazaya, making the most of that draw on the inside, is poking up in the maroon colours. So White Moonlight has the early lead with Fion. Random Harvest, Claret Jacket out wide. Similar colours on the rails is Hazaya, who races in 4th place. Just behind these, Dubai Love's rider is looking to try and get in, racing about 5th or 6th, just ahead of Pretty Sweet in the pale blue. Rising Star pale blue as well with State Occasion. Far Too Shy. Talabat in midfield with Rosemary and Time. Couple of lengths then to Don't Tell Claire. They're getting strung out, and the pace appears pretty honest, close to the speed. Angel Power still to the back, Improvised towards the back as well. Serenading is last of all as they make the turn. White Moonlight has the lead. Random Harvest and Fion the closest pursuers. Hazaya on the running rail, pushed along for the first time. Dubai Love out wide. Far Too Shy travelling well just behind the leaders in blue and yellow colours, but like many will need an out. Rising Star Pretty Sweet, then Dubai Love is Solar Rossa down the outside for Hayley Turner, and then behind these trying to get on terms is Spirit of the Bay. Out in front it's Random Harvest who has come through to lead, has the lead from in second. Rising Star back to the inside. Far Too Shy, Solar Rossa down the outside as well. They now enter the final furlong. Far Too Shy over on the far side, still right there Random Harvest in company with Rising Star. It's Rising Star who narrowly goes to the front, driven out towards the line. Rising Star for globe-trotting Neil Callan. Long time between drinks, many air miles, but he's got another Royal Ascot winner. Random Harvest in second, Solar Rossa possibly third with State Occasion, who's also involved in that photo for the minor honours. And they were the first 4 home from Celtic Empress, who made some late ground. No disrespect, but Rising Star doesn't really describe Neil Callan. He's been there and got plenty of T-shirts in Hong Kong for many years, of course, and he has won. Random Harvest was second, Solar Rossa was third. It was tight for 4th. First impression was State Occasion, Spirit of the Bay and Celtic Empress. Made a Celtic Empress in 5th, Spirit of the Bay in 6th. Then came the cavalry. Don't Tell Claire involved. Improvised never really got involved. Pretty Sweet just dropped out in the closing stages. And Far Too Shy, who came with a very promising run, just didn't seem to see it out. Rising Star, a 5th Royal Ascot win for Neil Callan. It's been a few years since his first, but I'm sure he won't be mind that.
in the colours of Mamba Racing for Malcolm O'Connell, who's from Maidenhead. But this, Jason's all about the man on board, isn't it? Neil Callan.
Yeah, look, he had a very successful career over here, and then he shipped out to Hong Kong. He went for a winter. That ended up being 10 years. He's brought his family up over there, and then him and Trish have relocated back over, and it's all about getting going, trying to gain some traction, get momentum again. And I think Richard will know more than me, but I think his nickname was the Iron Man or something like that back over in the confines of Hong Kong. Regular at Sha Tin, Happy Valley, all that tough ballpark circuit.
You can still listen to the podcast, those two absolutely going at it down memory lane, and he's still full of enthusiasm, real family man, back over here now. And it's fair to say Safi Osborne is from a different era, running a really big race there in second on Random Harvest.
Yeah, he's run an absolute stormer, and if you think we were talking about the draw, 17 and 22.
And let's grab a word with the winning rider, Neil Callan. We spoke at York during the Sunday series, and Neil was saying then how important it is to get back on good horses at big meetings. You're on a good horse, you're at a big meeting, and Neil, you're back in the big race winners enclosure on these shores.
Yeah, thank you, Ollie. Look, it's only a handicap, but Royal Ascot is beyond anything else in the universe. And look, it's hard to explain. Just this week racing, no matter what race it is, it's a championship race, and the filly was good today.
Yeah, she really was. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, like, I mean, she's always been quite consistent, but she just, her few runs this season, like, she's had a couple of things go against her, and she's a filly that just wants to find her own position, relax, and she'll give it to you. But if you have to pull her about or get busted, knocked about, or she's too keen or whatever, and then it just goes against her. And, you know, like on her day, like today, she's definitely more than capable. And look, you know, I thank Marco, because this is a great association. He approached me to ride for him this season, and it's going great.
And does this feel, because of this win and the relationship you've got with Marco now, as though it's the launch pad of your sort of second wave of your career on these shores?
Yeah, like, as you say, I've been away for a long time. I've been away in Hong Kong for 10 years, and you know, when you come back, like, I mean, I was top 5. I rode 2 Group 1 winners the season I left. But you know, when you come back, you don't just pick these things back up, and it doesn't matter how good you are, you have to walk for it. And you know, you just hope you get the breaks, and left.
I said, as you came over, she said, I'm so surprised. She's so surprised she doesn't know where the winner's enclosure is, but it is left. Sorry, Neil.
Well, look, you know, you need these opportunities, and you need these sort of days and these winners to kind of put you back up in the limelight, and I'm just so glad it's come now.
Names in lines today. Well done, Neil.
Thank you.
And here are the winning connections. There have been tears, laughter, joy. Marco, how proud are you of this filly today? A surprise?
Well, we obviously it was a big prize, but we knew she had the ground. I thought when I saw the draw a little bit wide, you know, it was a just big task to overcome the draw. But Neil gave a brilliant ride. Delighted for all the people. You know, it's a syndicate of 10 people, and you know, plenty of tears, and absolutely delighted.
Well, just coming back in, so just before you go and greet her, just a brief word. Natalie, you've been crying since the moment they crossed the line.
Well, it was unexpected, but we're really delighted.
Many congratulations. And Johnny, just before you go, you were telling me that you were you sold Bradsells, is that right?
Yeah, well, look, we did. It was an offer. We couldn't turn it down. So, you know, I thought, you know, we missed out yesterday, would be an odd day, so here we are.
Well, one day doesn't go your way, another it does.
You never know, exactly, that's racing, isn't it?
You better join the rest of the team in the winner's enclosure. Well done.
And if I got to the road, she's going to give me something today.
So, success for Rising Star in the last big price, ITV7 not won, so it'll be 150,000 tomorrow as it rolls over again. Marco Botti, winning trainer number 14 of the week. We've only had 14 races. The first success of the week for Neil Callan. Random Harvest, a similar big price in second at 40-1. Isolo Rosso finished third at 22-1. State Occasion fourth at 8-1. If you are lucky enough to get paid out on fifth, it's Spirit of the Bay, who got that pretty tight photo for fifth place at 14-1. Rising Star, Marco Botti, and Neil Callan, the Iron Man, on the last race of the day on day 2. Gold Cup day tomorrow.
Kira, clear shot.
And I can tell, Richard Hoyles, you really enjoyed that. We're all gathering here. Put your hat on, man. We're about to say farewell this evening with the sing-song, but saying farewell to Ascot tomorrow in the Gold Cup is an absolute staying legend. What a horse this is, Stradivarius. We could be about to see something very special.
Stradivarius moved to the lead. A vintage Gold Cup.
One of racing's A-listers.
Stradivarius, the horse that just keeps on winning. Stradivarius, one of the greatest stayers in the modern era. Lance's third Gold Cup.
He's been the staying star.
Group 1 contest Gold Cup centrepiece of Royal Ascot 2021. Stradivarius will have to pick his way through traffic. Subjectivist has the lead.
Stradivarius, time is running out. Subjectivist for Joe Fanning, and Mark Johnston is coming clear and will win the Gold Cup. Moment of truth for Stradivarius fans. Out in the lead narrowly from Spanish Mission. The two of them are locked together, head for head and toe for toe. On the run to the line, an epic duel. Stradivarius, the old master.
Horse racing at its absolute finest.
Stradivarius checks left, checks right, there's Frankie Dettori, and Stradivarius wins another Doncaster Cup.
Stradivarius had the lead, 50 yards to go. Stradivarius wins again on the Dames wire. He's a perfect 6 out of 6.
It will be his last race at Ascot, then potentially his farewell in the Goodwood Cup. The music will start when all the horses have left the paddock after our final race here. We're going to have a vote. Everyone ready? Hear me back there. You can put flags up if you've got them, hands otherwise. Hello, Sally-Ann. Does Stradivarius win tomorrow? Hands up if Stradivarius is going to win a 4th Gold Cup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brian Gleeson says no. Kyprios. Murta says Kyprios as well. Kyprios.
The Irish sticking together.
Will Her Majesty the Queen... Will you listen?
Sorry.
Will Her Majesty the Queen have a winner tomorrow? Vote now.
Yeah,
Unanimous. And wouldn't we love the Queen to come? Chris Hughes, how's your debut? This is called lollipopping. We'll see if that microphone works.
I'll do for you.
How much ground have you covered today?
I've covered some ground. I think I've done about 19,000 steps today, so I'm very happy with my work. Last time I do that is on the race course, on the golf course, sorry, but I'm on the race course. The people have been amazing.
Have you had a drink this afternoon?
I actually have.
Have you been with these two? Have you been leading him astray?
Leading him astray. What can we say?
Now, Johnny, you just said to me, I can't remember anything that's happened today, but the racing, Steve Parkin's horse was very good in the first race, the Queen Mary.
That was the one, I think, started the show. She stretched right away. And for me, I think she's a Guineas filly. I know you're saying she's all speed. She's got loads of speed, but she's got that big, beautiful action. And if you just can relax her a little bit, she could be a Guineas filly in the make.
State of rest. The O'Brien's a big moment for Joseph, that wasn't it?
Huge moment for Joseph O'Brien, but what a ride. I have to say, as they turned into the straight, I was thinking Shariar, maybe, Bay Bridge. But Shane Cross got the fractions absolutely spot on. He is an enormously talented rider. Joseph O'Brien, we know the fact that he has been a top rider himself and a top trainer, but it's so wonderful to see one of the young, untested jockeys getting an opportunity on the biggest stage and producing a rider that for me so far, the rider of the week.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Ruby called it, said that was going to happen from the start. The jockeys after the Queen's Vase, that was dramatic. You were down there, neither of them seemed to know if they'd won.
I know, and the reaction from David Egan said it all, really, because we had that great shot of him and he went absolutely bananas. It was a thrilling finish, another thriller here at Royal Ascot. And the comments afterwards from David Egan is that this could be a stallion in the making, and obviously for the ownership group, etc., that's really important. So it was the finish of the day. He's a very good horse, I think, the winner, and the future's very bright for him.
After the Duke of Cambridge, it was such an emotional, if you could just get up to Jason there, such an emotional winners' enclosure with so many sangsters here. Robert's favourite playground this would have been. And Saffron Beach for Jane Chapelheim, how good has she been over the last year or so?
Well, she's been brilliant, nearly managed to get the double up. Intelligent, I thought, ran a cracker in the following contest. And as far as Saffron is concerned, carried the £5 penalty, committed early, another one on the board for Buick, looked an absolute picture in the prelims. And you know when Murta leans across and says to you, not a bad trainer, that Jane Chapelheim. You know, so big praise indeed.
And I know how to party. Jane guaranteed they're going to out-party her fellow Aussies this evening after that win. What a day tomorrow promises to be. I reckon it's the best day of the week, this. Maybe the class racing was on Tuesday, but tomorrow could be very special indeed, particularly if the Queen comes to Royal Ascot. Ollie, you'll be in charge in the morning on the opening show from 9 o'clock on ITV4. We'll be live in the afternoon from 1:30, Gold Cup Day. Reach for the Moon and some other brilliant racing as well. Still horses in the paddock, so the music might be delayed. You might be let. You took a bit of stick, didn't you, for your singing yesterday, I hear?
I don't think I did sing, to be honest with you. I think I just held the microphone like that.
What's happening on the opening show at 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Well, yesterday I did get a stick because I said we'd hear from Sir Michael Stoute, but that was a complete lie because we just had a package about Sir Michael Stoute. But I can promise you we'll hear from John Gosden, the trainer of Stradivarius, and of course the Royal Runner Reach for the Moon. And hopefully we'll be chatting to Johnny Murtagh fresh from riding out in the morning. I don't know whether he knows that, but we'll have a camera on you there, Johnny.
Yeah, we've got a couple that's going to run Friday, so I'm back in the saddle tomorrow morning and I'll be getting back in the mood in the morning. I might even, hey, it's no saunas anymore, so I can't do the weight, so I might have to run around the track and lose a few pounds, but I'm looking forward to that in the morning.
Excellent. It's still horse in the paddock, so it looks like we're not going to be singing, sadly. What was it like out there today, guys? Another rainbow descending on Royal Ascot in terms of colour.
It was. I mean, it was just absolutely magical. Another day today where the sun was shining. Everyone just so pleased to be here. We've lots of people celebrating birthdays today, weren't there?
Many birthdays. Happy birthday to our wonderful cameraman, Steve. We turned 50 today, yes. I have to say. Huge happy. And also celebs everywhere.
I love Penny Lancaster, by the way. There was chemistry there, I think, as well. And a happy birthday to our very own Lauren, who's 21 again today in the makeup department. It's going to be good tomorrow, Brian, just very quickly.
Kiprius was great today. State of rest, and of course Aidan O'Brien, the first of the expected Coolmore horses, won today. He was good, tipped up by you as well. You took the 5-2, Mr. Chamberlain.
Not sure about that. The money was down for sure. Fingers crossed Her Majesty the Queen is with us tomorrow. We'll try and have a sing-song tomorrow as well. Hope you've enjoyed today. See you tomorrow. Gold Cup Day.
Right to Rana.
Hello everyone and welcome along to Form Line Extra. We're looking at 8 races from Wyong on a Thursday and it's terrific to go through them with Nick Burney. Nick, looking forward to hopefully finding a few winners in this meeting. Currently we're operating on a soft 7, but...
Yes, but that is out the back chute, the 30-15 metre chute. So when they actually get to the course proper, it will be a soft 5 and they might actually we might get to another good track, Ryan, well, fingers crossed with the sun out again.
Yeah, and that's sort of consistently what we've seen around the metropolitan area over the past week or so, haven't we? Even if they have been on the softer range, we've seen a few upgrades. So hopefully we, could get to a 6, maybe even a 5.
Yes, yeah, I do think that. And just with Wyong tomorrow, with that rail position, I do think it will play on pace. So just monitor that throughout the day.
Okay, so we've got the rail out 4 metres. That's from the 1350 to the 1000 and out 1 metre for the remainder. We are doing the form for a soft 7 at the moment, but let's hope for an upgrade there. So race 1 is a 4-year-old and up, class 1 and maiden plate. This is over the 2,000 metres. The exposed form here, probably not a lot to write home about, but a horse like Launch Attack, who is the favourite, 350 into 340, it's probably the first time it's seen a drying track for a while, and I think that could be the case with a number of these horses tomorrow, where they get onto a better racing surface. Perhaps you could see an improvement in form. That could be the case with the Alicia Collett-ridden Launch Attack. Battenberg, I think it's fair to say, dropping back into a more suitable grade, and it has been well supported. $4 into $3.50. Alloway, $3.70 out to $4.20, and Dobbin is solid at $5.50. So too Mr. Luke at $6.50. A bit of specking for Aussie Lindbergh, $14 into $11. As we have a look at the speed map here, position in running, not all that important over the 2,000 metres. It's who's strongest at the end, and you look at the exposed form here, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, it is a tricky one. I do think Launch Attack, as the map says, will go forward with the blinkers on for the first time, and I did have Dobbin going a little, settling a bit closer there, and Battenberg will be interesting. Any change of tactics will be one to look out for, because it has been racing keenly in its past few starts.
Okay, what are we looking at here replay-wise?
I wanted to go back to Launch Attack, and Mr. Luke does finish third in this race, but Launch Attack has the SP advantage and also does get a 3 kilo swing in his advantage. Just had no luck, which we won't see at the 800 metres. It actually got checked and blocked at a critical stage and lost its spot and momentum. I do think it did pick itself up here and never could get really back into the race after that interference. And if we go back to its prior start at Dubbo, it hit the line really well, running one of the fastest last 200s of the day. And as I said, this is a tricky way to start the meeting, but I do want to go with Launch Attack on top. He just receives the blinkers for the first time and is rock hard fit. In second position is Battenberg. Now, the tactics, as I said before, will be interesting. They might want to roll forward just because he has been racing keenly in slow paces. He is down in grade, so he does very well suited here. Aussie Lindbergh got too far back last start and had excuses. The extra distance is ideal. And Alloway, interesting runner, 44 days between runs, is a key late market watch, but does have ratings to win.
And going back through track conditions is probably going to be key tomorrow, isn't it? Like, you look at a horse like Launch Attack, has never had a start on a good track. 4 starts on the heavy, the best could finish it was a third, and goes okay on the soft. So you look at those sort of stats, and I think that's going to be the key for a lot of horses tomorrow. Maybe getting onto a more dry surface could improve.
Yeah, tomorrow and moving over the next few weeks in all racing, I think a few could jump out of the ground, so definitely one to watch.
Yeah, race number 2 on the card, and this is a maiden plate over the 1,350 metre trip. The replicant, very well supported, good combo, isn't it? Joe Pride and Hugh Bowman together here. Race behind Paternal last prep. That sort of form reads okay for a maiden of this calibre, doesn't it? 2 trials though. To the eye, they look just okay. What else have we got? 12 hours. It's $3.50 out to $4.40. Stellar Moment, $4.80 out to $6.50. So they've all been a little bit easy. A bit of specking for Off and Easy, $26 into $17. Glenn Schofield takes the ride. Might find this a little bit easier, but probably has been safely held in its 3 runs. As we have a look at the speed map here, a bit of speed towards the middle as far as the map is concerned. Stellar Moment might be an interesting runner, a first starter here, but did show speed in its trial.
Yeah, it did show speed in its trial, and off that map you would think he'll go forward. Same as Bullet Wing, who's a first starter. I don't think they'll have much option, even though it comes out of the back chute, but I do think they'll roll forward there. And 12 hours, I do think will settle closer, and also Fear Me Prince might want to maybe take 3rd or 5th offence.
And you're looking at Fear Me Prince here?
Yeah, just wanted to have a look at this run. I thought it was over the odds tomorrow, and he just got too far back, even though they did go at an even tempo this day, and he ran on well, running one of the fastest last 400 to 200 metre splits of the entire meeting in 11 flat. And I just liked how he maintained that strong finishing speed to the line. His sectional profile says he's ready to peak 3rd up, improve it back to dry ground, maps well from barrier 1, and just the big tick for me is just he gets a senior rider, a Metropolitan senior rider in Sam Clipperton, so he just might improve that extra length.
Okay, what are your numbers here, Nick?
We're just going to the next replay, which is actually, I wanted to show this horse as well because it has been on heavy track, so that is the query, but it was a dead set fast equal tempo this day. I know it gets the good run through, but it did run the fastest last 400 and 200 of the day in 26.71 and 13.65. I think, as we said showed in that map as well yesterday, for tomorrow, sorry, I should say, is settle settles closer, back to the dry is the query, but just watch this last couple of bounds. It really hits the line, and when we get to my numbers, I think it's the other one that is over the odds, but I'm going to go with Fear Me Prince on top on an each-way basis. I think it's value against my prices. I do think there is 3 hopes, with 12 hours being the second chance, coming out of those time sectional races, and the Replicant, as we spoke before, does have the dominant figures, but just is first up and has trialled okay, but not for me at the $2.10 at this stage in betting. And Sacred Cloud had the bias against last start and will improve for that run.
Good value in that race, and gee, I know we could make a case at the moment for informed jockeys, but Sam Clipperton has got to be right up there, doesn't he?
Yeah, flying. He did deserve that Group 1 up north recently.
Yeah, he's in a purple patch of form, is Sam Clipperton. Now, race number 3 is for the 4-year-olds and up, and this is over the 1100 metre scamper. Poker Jack, 250 into 240, back-to-back seconds. Bit of a tricky draw here. It does have the claim for Amy McLucas and goes forward, but as we have a look at the speed map a little bit later, it's a tricky one. Harapan has been solid, $5, well supported its last 2, and it's run a 3rd and a 4th. Mars Dream has had 1 run for Mitchell and Desiree Kearney for a 3rd at Hawkesbury, and it's been well supported, $8 into $5 for another informed jockey in Willie Pike. Oakville Blossom, $4.60 out to $5. Donna Antonia, $6 out to $7. So yeah, probably the 2 and the 8 are the best supported runners at the moment. As we have a look at the speed map, I referred to Poker Jack, and that draw looks a little bit tricky for me to be taking $2.40. Is that how you see the speed map playing out?
Well, Oakville Blossom's quite a fast horse, so he would definitely go forward, and I actually had Poker Jack following it across, and couldn't have He1 going forward with them, so I think you can just sit outside the leader, and the other, Mars Dream, I will think will be right on their hammer in behind.
Okay, what's our replay here? Poker Jack and Mars Dream clashed last time.
Yeah, and I thought Poker Jack did it on both ends this day. He led at a very fast tempo, and they just sprinted away from his rivals, running one of the fastest last 600s of the day. Now, the horse on the outside him there is Yankees, who was well fancied on Saturday at Randwick and did run an honest race, but this race rated highly relative to the day, the way I do my ratings, and if you adjust and look at the margin to 3rd there, it's quite significant, so I think it's a very trustworthy form race. And just if he repeats that effort, I think it'll be very hard to beat. So on that, I am with Poker Jack, better the day for me. I think first time 1100 is the only small query, but if it just repeats that effort or figure, it should be very hard to beat. It will get the track pattern to possibly suit as well, so that's another tick. Oakville Blossom is the other runner, will push forward from the wide gate and is running well. Harpan, some query back in distance, but does bring strong form lines. And Mars Dream will improve tomorrow from that gun jaw and just comes out of that strong time race behind Poker Jack and Yankees.
Okay, seems to be a bit of confidence there in race 3. Race 4 wraps up the early quaddie, and this is a 3-year-old maiden over the 1100 metre journey. Fielding is the favourite, $2.90 out to $3. It's never missed a place in 5 starts, so ultra consistent is this horse for Damien Lane. Valoria, $4 into $3.90, back out to $4.20. Tim Clark takes the ride from barrier number 1. Good first up at Canterbury, so certainly worthy of that quote. Miss Meyer is $4.40 out to $5.50, a little bit easy. The Halo has been well supported, $9 into $6.50. Hugh Bowman taking the ride for Brad Widdop. That's a nice combo, isn't it? So let's have a look at the speed map, and as you would expect so often, Waterhouse Bot with All Too Scottish probably will be looking for the lead, but if we're to believe that speed map, there might be a bit of speed here.
Yeah, that does look a stack of speed, and All Too Scottish had blinkers on for the first time, and as you said, Waterhouse Bot, so they will roll forward. And Vengeful's an interesting one, any change of tactics there, but I do think if they want to go forward, the speed will be right on.
All right, what are we looking at replay-wise?
I wanted to show Fielding in the Halo. Now, I thought Fielding was exceptional this day. Sat 3 wide the trip. It wasn't only an even tempo, but just I thought its merit had plenty of. its performance had plenty of merit. Look at the 2 leaders drop off there, and he was just left a long way in front. It ran one of the fastest 400 200s of the day in 11:32, and as I said, those other pace runners are coming 7th and 8th there, and the Halo, now we have to forgive that. It started favourite in that race, and it just had no luck at the start getting a heavy check and getting out of the race. So on that, I do like Fielding, who is coming out of time sectional merits races all preparation, and I just think it deserves a win. Gets a significant barrier change where it can just map to settle third or fourth, and I will have to save on the Halo just with that SP advantage last start, and as Ryan said, has been well fancied in early betting. Vengeful, interesting runner. Cardiac arrhythmia first up on debut last preparation, but just obviously failed that day and has been back to the trials and gone very well. And Valoria beat the rest easily at Canterbury and does look like it can settle closer from a kind of draw.
Okay, we are halfway through the program, previewing an 8-race card with Nick Burney on Formline Extra, and the legs of the quaddie are coming up after this.
Just a perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought I was someone else, someone good. Just what you sow.
I want to show them something that wasn't an illusion. Something that was real. Something that they could see and touch. Creation is an act of sheer will.
Something's coming.
Something big.
Before you see the new film, watch the entire collection in one place.
So you can
Relive every awesome film,
clever girl.
including a special look at the greatest moments.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Ooh, that's how it always starts. But then later there's running and screaming.
Because dinosaur movies never get old. Watch on the Jurassic World Movies channel or watch on demand.
The quaddie legs here on Formline Extra. Nick Burney is previewing the 8-race program for us, and race number 5 on the card is a maiden handicap over the mile. And the Milky Bar Kid, it's the favourite, $2. Out to $2.30 though. Tim Clark, Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott. The combination was really fancy last start. $1.30 favourite at Gosford. I think it's fair to say it failed in running second there, but hopefully for punters' sake it can go one better here. Count on Me has been the really well supported runner here. In fact, it's been heavily backed. $6.50 into $3.20. They want this one. O'Shea and Bowman, good combo, good second last start at Newcastle. Count on Me. So really it's only those top two in the market they're looking at, but really having a strong look at Count on Me. As we have a look at the speed map, as you would expect, Waterhouse Bott, as I said earlier, you sound like a broken record when you say that they're going to go forward, but that's just always the way, and Tim Clark on board. So the Milky Bar Kid will give them some cheek, but I'm just interested in that betting move there for Count on Me, because you look at that map, it might just camp right on the hammer of the Milky Bar Kid.
Yeah, as you said, the Milky Bar Kid blinkers on will want to go forward, and the two wide runners, they're obviously left with no option but have to roll forward, and as you Count on Me, might be one out, one back, and the third up, dry. It sounds like a lot of intent there.
And you've got a couple of replays here to look at, Nick.
Yeah, I wanted to show a roughie here in South. Now, this race was just dead set run at a farcical tempo, an extremely slow pace, and those sitting at the rear of the field were mathematically just out of the race. And as expected, it produced a high last sectional rating. And I just really liked how South ran on, I know it was well beaten, but its sectionals were hidden. Now, the form out of this race has been very strong. 1 subsequent winner and 3 place getters. He's improved each run this preparation, finally just gets to a race with a genuine pace anticipated, as we saw on the map there. And I've just got him marked more than half the odds, so I think he's great value around that $41.
Wow, $51 at the moment, 61s into 51s.
So we'll spec some of the 51s. And then, sorry, we'll go to the Milky Bar Kid. Now, I didn't want to show you this replay if you took the $1.40, but just have a look at its action. Just didn't handle Gosford, raced erratically, wanted to hang out, but does get the blinkers on for the first time and can just simply improve. But this was on a heavy 9, heavy 10 this day, and I just think it's a big improvement back to a drier track. I just don't think it obviously handled Gosford as I said before, but also the back to the dries. I think it's one of those horses can jump out of the ground. But in saying that, I do want to put South on top, who's just coming out of that proven form race, and I just think it's great value. So you can spec that for something small. And Sulma Her, spec $13 to $9 last start. I just think it's another roughie that we can spec, and a good gamble at the price. The Milky Bar Kid, I do have it marked favourite in my market, but nowhere near the $2.30. So I have to oppose it as a value perspective. And count on me, as we said, rock hard fit, third up, ready to peak, back to dry, and where there's smoke, there's fire. It's been very well backed.
To our production team, maybe just clip up that bit of vision there, because if South is winning, I think we could have a new promo, $51. Goodness me. Isn't it funny too, when you hear a name like South, you think, how has a horse not been called South before?
Yeah, it's a good point.
It's an unusual one, isn't it? But there you go.
Hopefully everyone knows about it tomorrow.
Hopefully it doesn't go south. Hopefully we get a good result there in the first leg of the quaddie. Well, there you go. If we do get South lobbing, goodness me, it'll be a nice juicy quaddie there tomorrow. Race number 6 is over the mile, and this is a benchmark 64, and Denarau is the favourite. Out as much as $3 now, back into $2.70. Another one that they backed of John O'Shea's. It was actually well backed last start when it was a winner as well. So they're going again here. Oakfield Storm, $3.70 into $3.40 for Kristen Buchanan, and Aaron Bullock has been well supported as well. It was a last start winner at Tamworth. And the Maxinator is really the only other one they want away from those two, Gary Portelli and Jason Collett, racing well, and maybe it's one of those that fits into the drier track category that could be an improver, the Maxinator. So looks a race in 3 as far as the market is concerned at the moment. Look at the speed map. Dom Tycoon, who's on the 4th line of betting, might be able to take it up here, and with Sam Clipperton on board, you'd have to give that sort of some respect just with the map alone. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, just a very moderate pace here. I think Dom Tycoon rolls forward and just completely controls the race, and I thought the Maxinator will go forward and just sit outside Dom Tycoon with Oakfield Storm, and Cupid's Kiss will probably punch up and want to try third defence.
Well, Denarau has been supported, and you're highlighting this runner.
Yeah, as you said before, 320 to 260 this day, so it was a good go, and this is at the exact same track and distance, but she was well ridden, had every chance, but I just like how she won, did it with ease and in style, went through the line full of energy, running her final 200 in 12.25, just gets those key factors tomorrow with the similar race setup, and I just think a lot of these others have found her level where she's on that upwards rating spiral, and I just think she can progress through the grades. So I do want to be with her. Also, I do think with the moderate even tempo suits, because she can really accelerate off that tempo. The Maxinator sat outside the leader in an even tempo and tried hard last start. Rock hard fit. Out to 1600 is my little query. Is accepted also a Goldman on Friday, so just wait and see with that. Riding Unexpected is coming out of a high rating race at an unsuitable distance, so the further in trip is better for him. And Oakfield Storm is consistent as they come, but I just can't get him as short as the current price.
All right, the second last race is a benchmark 64 over the 1350, and if you're playing the quaddie here, goodness me, instead of numbers, you might want a letter. You might want the letter F for field in this race, because it looks really, really challenging as far as the market is concerned. Harlem Groove, $5.50 into $5. One Way Street, $6.50 into $5.50. Running Bears Easy, Adios Steve, $7.50 into $5.50 has been spec'd. Bojack, $7 out to $9.50. I mean, I could just keep going on, but they're playing with a couple, but all in all, it looks to be a really wide open market here, except for Commander Bell, 51 out to 61. The rest are all under $21, so it's a really tough market, this one. And obviously with those emergencies to come out, we could have a bit of a change in the morning when we see the scratchings. And you look at the speed map, I guess that's why no one's really confident about this race.
Yeah, trickiest race on the day for me. And One Way Straight did miss the start. It began awkwardly last start, so I do think it'll want to lead tomorrow. And Tick Tick Boom, who's also accepted on Friday, Miss Scalini, they'll roll forward, and Bojack and Reddy's Girl will try and punch up and hold a prominent position.
Adios Steve, you're looking at here.
Yeah, I wanted to have a look at Adios Steve. This was another runner that was heavily backed this day at Gosford, and it just missed in the photo finish. It sat wide, albeit it was at a moderate tempo, so it did have its chance, but it was first up, and it ran the fastest final 200 metres of the day in 11.92, and it's just one of those horses that does find trouble and does always seem to run second or third and get beat, but it has been luckless. I think it was 4 times last preparation where it raced wide without any luck, so just might be one of those horses to jump out of the ground from a significant barrier change, so we'll spec it each way. And Harlem Groove is in career best form this preparation, coming out of fast time race where it had to switch back to the inferior ground. Running Bear sat outside the leader in a tab highway and battled on okay, and Reddy's Girl went to a new level for the new trainer Kristen Buchanan and just can step back on that drier ground, so it's another one to watch in a very wide open race.
Well, let's bring this home, Nick, because if we're alive with your quaddie, this is going to pay pretty juicy into the last leg, and it's a Class 1 handicap, and this is over the 1100 metres. Highly ambitious as a scratching has meant there's been a bit of change in this market. Divine OK, 370 into 280 was a good run. It's been running well lately. Josh Parr, Bjorn Baker, obviously we know his strike rate in the last races is pretty solid, isn't it? Espresso, third last start at Gosford, went a $2.25 favourite. In fact, it's got a very short SP profile, all 3 runs this prep, 420 into 340. Sayada is 320 out to 350, second up here, former European Sayada, so it's certainly a betting watch. And Takuma, $11 into 650. So punters are pretty much saying that there's only 4 possible winning hopes here as far as the market is concerned. Looking at the speed map here, and Espresso, who I referred to, does have early speed with that short SP profile its last few runs, and might have a little bit of a challenge though to find the front.
Yeah, it is a bit of a keen goal, so we'll want to go forward. And Thunder Rose has been leading, has been disappointing this preparation, but I think might jump out of the ground on the good track tomorrow. And Military Parade, Harmony Halo will again be those 2 that will want to posse up. But Divine OK, it began awkwardly last start, so it'll be interesting to see how it starts tomorrow, but I would presume it would want to go forward.
Okay, so last start it mapped pretty well though, 1 out and 1 back. How did you find it hit the line?
Well, it just was 30 days between runs here, and as I did say, it did begin awkwardly and then was ridden up to take that forward position, so I did have to use that energy early up with that break between runs, but they did run very fast time this day. I don't think he really handled Gosford, but he's still tried very hard. Sectional profile says he'll stop off this. I think he's just one of those horses that's a very big market watch late. If it's well supported, I think he'll be very hard to beat. I think he would need some luck from that draw, as I said, but he's just another runner on that upwards rating spot and will appreciate the drier ground. Thunder Rose could spec it at the big odds. He'll roll forward, and all its career peak figures have been on dry ground. Sayada, forgiven on an Australian debut, just played up in the yard and raced keenly. Since trialled well and is another market watch. And Takuma raced well off a very long break and did promise ability in its first Australian preparation.
Gee, Nick, there's nothing cardboard cut out about these tips today. You found some in the market. You found some 100 to 1 shots and 50 to 1 shots. What about your best and your value there tomorrow?
Yeah, well, everything I do is price related for me. So, but the best bet is Poker Jack race 3, number 2. He will need a little luck from the draw, but just brings that clear ratings edge. May get track pattern to suit, and he's just coming out of a high rating race that had a very big margin to third, so I'm happy to be with it. Now South, happy to spec him and Selma her at the odds. It's just coming out of that proven form race with a subsequent winner and 3 place getters. Finally gets a race with the genuine tempo. That's the big tick for me. Improving each run on figures, and at $51, why not just something small there?
Exactly, and particularly if the other one gets up with Amy McLucas on board, you know, we can afford
a double, won't we?
Bolshy, won't we? Yeah, exactly. exactly. Maybe, you know, win into place at the very least. No, I like it, Nick. Great set of tips there. And, well, they'll be great if some of them get up, and let's hope they do. I certainly like how bold they are at various spaces. So looking forward to following these tomorrow, Nick. So thanks for joining us tonight on Formula 1 Extra.
Thank you, Ryan.
Nick Burney previewing that 8-race program there at Wyong tomorrow. Of course, you'll see all of the action on Sky Thoroughbred Central in high definition. Make sure you join us then. This has been Formula 1 Extra. We'll see you next time.
The eyes of the racing world will soon turn to Royal Ascot, and this year's carnival marks the return of the Aussies. The Australian sprinting form is unrivalled on the global stage, and we'll be sending 3 of our finest to prove it once again. Nature Strip, the world's best-rated sprinter, a 3-time TJ Smith winner, and reigning the Tab Everest champion, leads the way in the King's Stand.
Here's a TJ treble for the Sprint King Nature Strip.
Group 1 winners, Home Affairs,
I think, has just won.
and Artorias.
Artorias pounces, box them and wins.
Look to continue Australia's rich tradition in the Platinum Jubilee.
Black Caviar needs the line. He's easing up on her, and he's just scraped in.
Not looking to be outdone, the English stars of the track are out in force over the 5-day extravaganza. Undefeated Colt Baid returns as a dominant favourite in the Queen Anne.
Baid is still unbeaten and wins the Queen Elizabeth II Stakes.
Cup's King, Stradivarius, has another shot at history as he seeks to avenge last year's 4th place finish and become just the 2nd horse in history with 4 Gold Cup victories.
Stradivarius, 3 Gold Cups!
2-time Queen Elizabeth champion Dave lines up in the Prince of Wales.
And a Dave goes back-to-back, the Beast of Britain's done it!
But the current Cox Plate champion State of Rest looks to spoil the party for the Joseph O'Brien-led Irish Army.
State of Rest holding on! State of Rest holding on!
The action begins Tuesday, June 14. Tune in to see our Australian stars take on the world. Live across the Sky Racing Network.
Tab Ipswich Cup Day features 3 high-class listed races as showcase coverage of the Tab Queensland Racing Carnival continues across the Sky Racing Network. Saturday, June 18.
Coming up on News Central, Nature Strip dominates Ascot. We look back on the 7-year-old's massive win overnight, but will he back up on Saturday? We get all the latest news from Royal Ascot. And we have one to follow from Randwick Kensington today. And here's your host, the hardest working man in television, in the world. He'll tell you all about it, Glenn Munsey.
Well, good evening
evening, everyone, and thank you much, Darren Flindell, for punching out that extra 12.5 seconds and what about the invoice he put in? Had the audacity to put one in. Half a dozen Great Northerns. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to News Central. We've got Ben Way, despite the fact he had a horse to follow. He won't be doing it again this week. Has joined us again, and Richard Haynes. Hello, boys.
Hello, Mums. Hello, Benny. What's happening, guys?
I'll let you lead the way, given you've stolen my segment.
What, as far as the last segment of the show?
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't my...
You can call it the last segment of the show. I call it the only segment I got to do.
That wasn't my decision. That was the producer's decision, so I'm going to throw them under the bus.
Well, to show you the respect that we've given you, Ben, Ray Thomas is usually sitting in this chair, and he's filthy that he's not here. So he's filed a report for us from Royal Ascot. Hello, Ray.
Well, Ray, day one of Royal Ascot could really only be described, I think, as a fairy tale way to start things off, hey?
Yeah, 3 Group 1s, and we saw Bayeed, who's supposedly the world's best racehorse. He was brilliant winning the opening race, the Queen Anne Stakes. We saw Caribus, who had huge raps, but he was workmanlike, to be fair, in the St James Palace Stakes. But Nature Strip, in the King Stand, it was just breathtaking, 4.5 lengths, and he was awesome. He was, without doubt, all bias aside, the highlight of the day.
We spoke to you a little bit earlier in the day. You've obviously covered a lot of Royal Ascot meetings. How does this line up the feel after he came back to the winner's stall?
I remember when Black Caviar won, and it was more shock because of what happened in the last 100 metres and the fact that we all expected her to win so easily, a bit like how Nature Strip has won today. But even though most of us felt Nature Strip would be too good, it was still an extraordinary sight to watch him unleash up that rise and then sprint towards the finish. And that's why we do horse racing, Ali. If you didn't get excited by that, you've got to go and find another job, because that was just great to watch.
Now, the big question, does he push on to Saturday?
Chris hasn't ruled it out, but knowing Chris and just the little things he was saying to the media post-race, it's highly unlikely. Nature Strip's got his job done, and his long-term plan is to try and win the Everest again, so already he's thinking about getting the horse home and starting to prepare for the Everest. And don't forget, he's got Home Affairs absolutely flying. James is going to ride Home Affairs on Saturday in the Platinum Jubilee Stakes. He could win both Group 1 sprints.
Yeah, well, James galloped him this morning and was really happy with how he's been working, and both horses have travelled over in good order, but maybe Home Affairs is the one that could be the forgotten horse in all of this.
Yeah, well, he's favourite, so look, after Nature Strip, he's cast an almighty shadow across the rest of the meeting, but Home Affairs, he's a magnificent looking horse. You've seen him many times, Ellie. You won't see a better racehorse all week at Royal Ascot. I know Coolmore are really looking forward to parading him on Saturday, and he's a magnificent colt. We know he's going to start after potentially 1, maybe 2 runs in England. He might go to the July Cup. But look, if he can come out and win on Saturday, massive box tick there for Coolmore and Chris Waller, because then they've got a regally bred sprinter who's a Group 1 winner in both hemispheres. So he's got a stud future already parceled up and ready to go.
Well, thank you very much, Ray and Ali. And hasn't Ali done a magnificent job over there? I tell you what, looks a good pitch to get, doesn't it? Right on the end, right near the yard there, and you even get your name put up, Sky Thoroughbred Central. Righto, boys, Nature Strip. You know, imagine if it was Nature Strip instead of Nature Stripe that won. How good would it have gone? Where do you think he rates? I know you've got a couple of points out of the race, but it is phenomenal what he did to blow a field like that away. And what do you think went through James's mind at about the 70-metre mark when he turned and saw a horse there?
I loved in the post-race interview 2 takeaways from it. One, James said, I had a look at the US horse and I said, are you coming with me? And soon realised you couldn't. It was arrogant, but it was brilliant, and so was the horse. And then when it came to the riderless horse, clearly put the fear of God through James, and as he said post-race, he couldn't believe anyone had gone with him. As it turns out, nobody had. So with a 48, 50 kilo advantage, the riderless horse still couldn't go past Nature Strip.
No, and it was unreal. I mean, I suppose, you know, Chris is obviously quite right in saying that the sort of the biggest concern was just that bit of an undulating Ascot track, and he went for the gallop there last Friday, I think it was, or Thursday or Friday, and that was probably the little concern. But on ratings and everything else, and the world's best sprinter, is easy to say now. He just had to turn up, didn't he? In the right kind of form and the right kind of mood, and and he was going to do this, and you know, it was a good group of sprinters. He'd take nothing away from Nature Strip, but he didn't just win. He absolutely brained them. They were all under all sorts of pressure, and he was simply awesome.
And that's what he does here. Look at those two sections there, 1062, 1061. That's what he does at home, like into the turn at Randwick in some of his best wins. He breaks their heart, and look at the gap. Like, they're supposed to be the best sprinters in the world. I know the American horse missed the start, and Richard, you spoke today about the American jockey said, well, I didn't know that that they may not put it in, or
he wasn't aware that when they're I think in America they maybe lead them off the track altogether. He looked at the back and thought, oh, there's still one to load. Well, they'd actually scratched that horse, and it was milling around behind the back, and the jockey sort of,
My one grievance with that aspect to it is that they got an excuse. I would have much preferred them jump with everybody else and have none, because the fact of the matter is US Horse would have finished about 3 or 4 lengths off Nature Strip anyway, and the same applies for the Riderless Horse. I mean, it was such a brilliant image, a great celebration of Australian racing and New Zealand racing, and we should give plaudits to our friends down there, given Chris and James are obviously from there. But I wish the pitchers didn't have the Riderless Horse, because it was a gap. It was a big gap.
Well, as a photographer, you can't do it in live film, but as a photographer, I've still got an Instamatic that you buy at the chemist, but can't you Photoshop that horse out? If you wanted a memento of what your horse did at Royal, couldn't you Photoshop that out?
Would you want to? It is what it is. It's the race.
I quite enjoy the photo, maybe 2 metres shy of the finishing post, where James is looking to his right with complete confusion as to who it was. But it was a great win, and in terms of, I mean, Munns was quickly alluding to it before, in terms of the comparisons, when you look at the takeover targets, the Miss Andretti's, the Choisiers, the Black Caviars, Nature Strip, I think, has been much maligned and probably not put in that tier, but he's above a few of them now.
It's just the getting there and doing it. As good a horses as they are to go to that part of the world, without playing favourites, for me it'll probably always be Choisier as the trailblazer, and the way he did it. He's a bit like Nature Strip, and he's a chestnut monster, and he monstered the field. And not saying you see Nick Glass and Miss Andretti's didn't, but I think his win Nature Strip was comparable to Choisier's for mine.
Why is this horse raising its own performance levels as a rising 8-year-old? How does he do it?
Well, it's a testament to Chris, isn't it? I mean, the ability to be able to not so much have him spell, but almost keep him partially up from what was an autumn grand final, and to have him cherry ripe. And you could argue maybe he wasn't cherry ripe and still put them away. One thing he did do, if he is coming back for a Tab Everest, and I certainly hope that he is, he's made his job a hell of a lot easier, because he scared a few off, I reckon.
Well, you don't have to worry about that field. I wouldn't have thought anything.
You're an English trainer. You're not ringing IRT or British Airways and saying, "Look, I've got this horse to take over to Australia in the end of September."
Well, you think there's a nice Group 1 sprint in Germany we'll have a look at, or something like that.
Yeah.
But,
are we all in agreement that he doesn't back up?
No, you can't. You won't. He goes into quarantine on Sunday. His performances there, he regresses a little bit. He's second back after a break. He's got Home Affairs there. The plan's always been all along that Nature Strip's running in that race, Home Affairs is running in that race. You're not taking two horses across the other side of the world to go head-to-head with each other, are you?
You can't have the gelding beating the colt either. We can't risk that.
No.
We couldn't have him beating Home Affairs.
Didn't we see that earlier this year, actually?
Well.
I seem to remember he missed the kick and lost by a naked one.
Yeah, so anyway, no, look, I think as you say, Munns, the Colts, the two Colts are going for their race on Saturday, and Nature Strip's done his job.
If the best they have over there, or from America for that matter, are 4 lengths off Nature Strip, Home Affairs and Artorias are in the race up to their eyeballs.
Okay, well tell me, why is Artorias $10 and why is Home Affairs $3? Is Artorias the sort of horse that we're still waiting for him to show his best? He's a Blue Diamond winner, but his form's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. He's probably got a few mental issues. He wants to stay in the boxes, but had he gone to the inside in the straight race in Melbourne instead of the outside after he missed the kick, he probably would have been in the finish.
I mean, you don't want to say at that level they're kind of half a gunner, do you? Because he's a bloody good colt. If he can put it together over there, and if that's the making of him, $10 is a silly price.
Yeah,
Good call.
I guess part of the discrepancy comes with race pattern too. I mean, Home Affairs, you know what you're going to get. It's almost a half bulletproof approach, whereas with Artorias, you need a decent drag into the race. If Artorias gets dragged up until the 200 metre mark, they'll be doing well to hold him
I'd
out.
much prefer to take $10 Artorias than $3 Home Affairs.
Just back on Nature Strip, for all the planning that went into it and for all of Chris Waller being as cool as a cucumber as he is in James, what about the relief for both guys when he went and did the job like that? Because you just never know. You don't know in racing what can happen.
I would have to say, I would think Chris was under more pressure with this trip with those horses than he's ever been in his career. And I know he said to Dave Stanley this morning on Sky Sports Radio, he ranks it in his top 5 training performances. Well, he's trained a Melbourne Cup winner, an Everest winner. He's now trained a winner at Royal Ascot. You know, to think, and a lot of people will come back to the fact, well, okay, you've done it now with Nature Strip. You put it off all those times with Winks. You know, you're on a kicking to nothing before you go, aren't you?
There's a big difference between taking a sprinter and taking a miler. Now, I'm not for a second saying that she wouldn't have won over there, because I believe she would have won and won quite comfortably if she was there at her best. But there is a slight comfort knowing that we do have the superior sprinters there. Even Brazen Beau probably should have won a few years back.
Saying to you earlier, Muns, hopefully Chris wasn't looking at the betting boards with an hour to go in the race or 30 minutes to go in the race. It totally flipped around. That American horse became the clear favourite and Nature Strip was second favourite. They literally swapped prices. It's like, well, really? What's going on here?
I think that it has a lot to do with Wesley Ward. When Wesley Ward takes a horse to England, they're always very, very hard in the market. Probably the fact, well, you know, why would you want to bring a horse here from America to race our horses here? And he traditionally trains, and his horses run very well at Ascot.
Had his own pony as well. Organised behind the gates. That's not bad going. It didn't help in the wash-up, did it? But
10 years ago, Black Caviar owned her own barrier attendant.
I don't reckon you could find 2 sets of better teeth than his and Chris Waller's in international horse racing.
Good choppers.
Yep.
Well, what about the quality of horse, the local horse? Bayede, 8 from 8, and is it Carobus?
Yeah.
We saw a win for Godolphin.
Yeah.
Pretty handy net. He's 8 from 8.
Yeah.
This bloke.
I thought Bayede's performance was very, very good without being Frankel-like as many had spruiked. That said, the second horse has absolutely run out of its skin and they put a space on the rest of them. You've got to be very good to be 8 from 8. I think 4 of them are at Group 1 level. And you just get the impression that maybe with Bayede, he just kind of waits to see the opposition, and once they get to the front, you just float a touch.
He's the best mile and quarter horse in the world, no doubt about it, and he's outstanding. What it is, I think he goes for maybe looks at a lock-inch over the mile at York, and then the eclipse over 2,000 metres. But what about William Haggas saying, don't relate to July Cup, I might freshen him up and bring him back to a sprint trip? He's that good. He could do anything, but he is a son of See the Stars, and he is an absolute superstar.
Is it beyond the realms of possibility for the second horse to come here, being a Godolphin? And here's another Godolphin horse, he's Carobus. Is it beyond the realms of possibility for it to come here? Charlie Appleby, he's quite happy to bring horses to Australia.
Well, what kind of a race?
Anything.
He's a colt. He's too valuable, isn't he? Would he? I mean,
I did see word that there was a Godolphin miler that was already being thrown into Golden Eagle chat. In fact, immediately after winning, maybe last week, I think it was.
And if you're on that horse in the yellow last night, best of luck getting underneath the coffee table. How fast you do to 1 mile?
It happens a bit. It's amazing how you think down the straight everybody will get their chance. It doesn't always play out that way.
Yeah.
No Queen Day one.
No,
she'll be there for sure. She hasn't.
Hang on. Who out of the 3 said she wouldn't be there?
Yeah.
Wrong.
I thought she wouldn't be there.
She would be there.
I thought she would be there. Sorry.
She's hardly made an appearance at her own birthday, and it's gone on for 4 months.
I wouldn't think she missed the races.
Yeah, but if she had a runner, she had a runner last night.
Yeah.
Oh, she did.
She had a runner in the King's Stand.
Yeah, well, she knew it had no hope.
King's Lynn was 100 to 1.
Why would I be going to the race? This thing's got none.
Anyway.
Nature Strip will win by 4.
If she was,
let's hope that the Queen can make it there for one.
If she was feeling well, she obviously would have been there. She absolutely loves it. But
she wouldn't have went there for Chris. She could have got in the carriage with Chris like she did last year.
She got the good odds when he drifted, though. I'm tipping.
Oh yes. She said she was on at SP. That's our first half of News Central. We'll bring you some more after this break.
ready to play, Australia? With Play Central on the Tab app, get unrivaled access to all 3 Sky Racing channels.
Fireburn, went past she's extreme.
And build your racing IQ.
He looks the natural leader.
With tips and analysis from Sky Racing's leading experts across thoroughbreds, greys and harness. Only on Play Central and only on the Tab app. Tab, long may we play.
Stay in control. Lead before you lose it. Gamble responsibly.
Oh! 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 We're so close. I could actually find the lost city.
Loretta Sage, getting you out of here.
Why are you so handsome?
My dad was a weatherman.
Hey, whoa, she doesn't need saving in there.
Okay.
What are you doing in there?
Express Release. Available now in Foxtel Store.
That was the 2010 Melbourne Cup when American defeated My Lucky Day there, and also So You Think. He also went on to 2 other Melbourne Cup runs. He ran 4th in the 2011 Cup to Dunedin and 11th in the 2012 Cup to Green Moon. He ran 2nd in the BMW here at Rosehill Gardens, and he passed away recently. So we had Burst, a Triple Crown winner, passing away last week, and this week it is American. Spelled American, but I think they wanted it pronounced American.
I think so. It was always American, a horse that Lizzie Jelfs looked after for a fair bit of his racing career. And yeah, good horse, good stayer. One of those, not one of those early Europeans that came here, but he came here with the right kind of profile. And yeah, a good horse he was. He I think he was there at Swettenham Stud for many years, and he shuttled to the States. He sired lots of winners. He probably didn't have any sort of superstars he sired, but yeah, he had winners all around the place. So
remarkable travel story. I mean, having gone from Europe to Australia to Asia with success, South America, side horses in South America. American was a fantastic horse, a Melbourne Cup winner, 3 Melbourne Cups. As you touched on, it's funny how your memory tricks you, thinking about that replay.
Regularly.
Well, yeah. But I knew that So You Think had run into 3rd, but My Lucky Day I could have sworn was ridden by one of the Cassidy boys. As it turns out, it was Lukey Nolan, and he was one of the first to congratulate Mosse there. Maybe one of the Cassidys was on for the Saturday.
Because he won on the weekend and would have had the lightweight.
And he'd come off the Tats Cup win or something here.
Yes, right.
At Randwick. And American also won a Sandown Classic. Now, just quickly back, we